Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Retro475 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. Synopsis: This is a story of about 4 girls in their first year at a legendary academy where they learn to fight monsters. Or that's what would have been the synopsis told by someone else. This is actually the story of about a boy, someone of a world full of superpowers, who travels to another world similar to his own in order to get back the people which have been disappearing from his own world. But does he really do that? Or does he help the people find light, a shining beam of hope in their lives? ch. 1 volume prologue, Just a Hero 17. 8K 301 252 Writer, Retro475 by Retro475, I smile to show the pressure of heroes and trick the fear inside me. 5 Toshinori Yagi, a former symbol of peace, all might. This story takes place on a place where creatures of darkness exist, who attack humans. People known as hunters fight them to save humanity. Everyone live in fear of when they will get attacked. But what will happen when they meet a human, who will become their beacon of hope? Their savior. Their hero. 2 Their symbol of peace. A few men in black suit were walking at night in the streets with a man in white suit in front of them. The white suit man had a cigar in his mouth and a black hat on his head and was carrying a cane. The whole group was walking towards a particular shop, which was named From Dusk Till Dawn, where a girl in red hood was reading a book. The whole group was walking towards a particular shop, which was named From Dusk Till Dawn, where a girl in red hood was reading a book. The men in black suit entered the shop and looked at the crystals, which were kept in front of the counter. 2 The man in white suit came forward, shaked his cigar a bit and looked at the shopkeeper, who was an old man. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a dust shop open this late? He said to the shopkeeper. A grunt pulled up a pistol at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper raised his hands in surrender. Please, just take my loon and just leave. Calm down, the man in white suit answered. We're not here for your money. He then looked at his grunts and ordered, grab the dust. 3 The grunts in black opened a black briefcase and pulled out some black vials. The grunts went to the colorful tubes which were kept at the side. They fitted the vials beneath them and started collecting the substance. One of the grunts started saying, crystals, burn, uncut. The shopkeeper slowly started picking up the crystals in front of the counter and kept them in the briefcase put in front of him. One of the grunts was going towards the right side of the shop to collect the substance, when he saw the girl in red hood with their back to him. All right, kid, put your hands where I can see them, he said, pulling out his red machete and going towards the girl. The girl didn't did anything. Hey, I said hands in the air. The grunt went towards her and tugged the hood off. You got a death wish or something? It revealed that the girl was listening on her headphones. The girl looked at him while he pointed at his head. Yes, the girl answered while pulling down the headphones. I said, put your hands in the air. Now. The grunt said frustratingly again. Are you robbing me? The girl asked innocently. 2 Yes, the grunt answered. Oh, the girl answered in a singing tone. Meanwhile, a person groaned while holding his head. That hurt bad. He shook his head rapidly and dusted his clothes. He then stood up slowly and looked around himself. Where's my bag? Oh, there we go. He found his bag hanging on a tree branch and pulled it down. Phew, let's check if all the things are in it or not. He felt something wrong. His head was hurting a bit. Someone's in trouble, here. He strapped on his bag and jumped away. 16 Back to the fight. The white suit person was standing, looking at the crystal in front of him, when that same grunt from previous got thrown at the back beside him. The man signaled another of his grunt at the girl. Freeze, the grunt said while pulling out his pistol and pointing at the girl. The girl pushed the man so hard he flew out of the shop window, while the other grunts looked at it. The girl slowly stood up while she held a machine, which was transforming slowly into a scythe. The girl smirked at the white suit person while swinging the scythe and readied it. Okay 5 okay, said the white suit person and ordered his grunts, get her. 1 The grunts ran out of the shop and towards the girl. The girl put her scythe down and did a 619 to the front grunt, sending him away. The other grunts surrounded her. The girl put her scythe behind her and started pressing a trigger on it, which shot out a bullet from it and used its recoil to hit a grunt and pushed another one on the ground. The third grunt pulled out his weapon and started shooting at the girl, while the girl started shooting with her scythe gun and used its recoil to dodge the bullets. She then sped towards the grunt at blinding speeds and threw him off the ground. She then swung herself around the air and hit the grunt 𝐻𝐻𝐷 on the ground in front of the white suit person with her scythe. She then landed on the ground in front of the suit person. 7. You were worth every cent, the white suit person said. Truly you were. He then pulled out his cigar from his mouth and threw it on the ground. Well, Red, I think we can all say it's been an eventful evening. He then crushed it with his cane, and as much as I'd love to stick around, he then pointed his cane at the girl, while a small opened at the end and an iron sight popped out. I'm afraid this is where we part ways. He then shot a flare at the girl, who dodged by jumping up in the air. 1. The girl looked in front, only to find the suit guy missing. She kept looking around and then found the guy climbing a ladder beside a building. You okay if I go after him? She asked the shopkeeper, who was now coming out of the shop to see the commotion. Here. The shopkeeper answered. With that, the girl went after the suit guy. The man climbed up the building and ran in front, while the girl followed him up easily. Hey! The girl called out to him. Persistent, the man said, as a flying vehicle appeared before him from down. A light was shining from it. The man climbed the vehicle. End of the line, Red. The man said before pulling out the same red crystal from before. He then threw it at the girl, while she looked at it. He then shot a flare at it, causing it to burst, not before a woman jumped in front of the girl. The suit man started to chuckle before seeing the situation. A blonde woman with a purple cape with wavy design was standing in front of the girl. She was holding a wand and a violet-colored shield was opened in front of them, which had blocked the explosion. The woman had lime-colored eyes and was wearing glasses and white shirt and black leggings. The girl looked at her in amazement. 10. The girl looked at her in amazement. The woman pulled up her glasses before swinging her wand. It fired off purple-colored beams at the aircraft, hitting it and shaking it a bit, though not enough to damage it. The man inside meanwhile was losing his foothold. He went inside the cockpit, where a woman in red dress was piloting the vehicle. We got a huntress, he said to the woman. The woman left the place and went while the man sat in her place. The blonde woman meanwhile again swung her wand, shooting a purple beam above the flying ship. It exploded and in place of it, black thunder clouds formed. 3. Dim, the man said while piloting the ship. The woman pulled down her wand. Crystals started forming and attacked the ship. The red-clothed woman came at the place where the man was. The blonde woman frowned at her. The red woman rubbed her shoulder, from which fire generated. She then threw it at the blonde woman, who deflected it. The fire particles fell beside her. The red-clothed woman swung her hand. The particles started glowing up before exploding, while the blonde woman dodged. She then swung her hand, stopping the small exploded debris and transformed them into a spinning missile. She launched the missile at the ship. The red-clothed woman shot fire at the missile, continuously breaking it before it reached the ship, but it rejoined again and again attacked the ship. The white suit man steered the ship a bit to the left. The missile hit the cockpit glass. The blonde woman again swung her hand. The missile transformed into sharp thin missiles. The red-clothed woman had a chanting aura around her before sending it out, making it explode. The missiles broke easily. 1. The black-haired girl's scythe changed into a sniper gun. She started shooting at the ship. The red-clothed woman easily deflected the bullets while her eyes were glowing yellow. She then swung her hand. The girl and the blonde woman saw circles glowing beneath them, before they blew up, but not before they dodged it. The blonde woman frowned at the woman at the ship, which was going to go away. 1. Until it didn't. 2. Something hit the wings of the ship, blowing off the top part. The red-clothed woman almost lost her foothold before standing again. She looked at the duo on top of the building, only to see the blonde woman again readying her wand. It was at this point she realized the ship wasn't going further, but was being still in the air. She went inside the cockpit and looked at the white suit man. What's wrong? Why are we still here? She asked in a threatening voice. I don't know, lady. I am steering to the right and pressing the accelerator, but it's not going. The suit man answered, frightened of the woman. The red-clothed woman again looked at the duo. The blonde woman had again created a missile. She blew it from far away. She became agitated and went to the cockpit. I'm gonna release him, she said to him, who looked at her with a frightened expression. You're not serious, are you? He's insane. He might even attack us. The man answered with fear etched upon his face. If he does, I will take care of him, the woman said before going into the secret compartment of the ship at the back. She opened the door, where a man was sitting at the corner. Looks like you've got your first meal. Let's go, she said to the person. The person meanwhile woke up and slowly walked towards her, while she pointed down at the duo over the building. The man jumped on the building. Meat. So tasty. Fresh. He started muttering, which creeped out the little girl. He was wearing black clothes and had his mouth wide apart. Then suddenly, something happened which the duo weren't expecting. The man's teeth started elongating. 2 of them went into the ground, while he used them as a support for a high position while he turned. This thing horrified the duo. What in the whole name of crescentness is that? The girl yelled out in fear, while the blonde woman just looked at the man. 14. What in the whole name of crescentness is that? The girl yelled out in fear, while the blonde woman just looked at the man. What kind of demonic power is that? The woman said loudly in frustration. The man then looked at the duo while his teeth elongated completely and shouted, meat. He launched multiple long sharp teeth at the duo. The blonde woman swung her hand, trying to deflect the teeth, but it didn't work. The teeth multiplied, forming sharp pseudo-tentacles. The blades started rapidly covering the area. The blonde woman decided to use the last bit of the broken debris and again created a missile and sent it at the person, who broke it easily with his teeth. Meat. 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 The guy was yelling ecstatically. The woman kept on creating missiles with the debris and hitting the guy. Why meat? Why not cookies? The girl yelled in fear as she started shooting at guy. The man just deflected each of the bullets with his teeth, and it was easy since there were multiple teeth. One of the tooth blades managed to graze the girl's leg, who flinched and fell down, holding onto it. 2 more blades hit her shoulder. 15. Whoa, this guy is indeed interesting, powerful, scary. And disgusting, said the white suit man nervously while watching the fight. It was a good choice, I guess. This meta ability is sure to give our powers a run on their money. The red-clothed woman spoke for the first time. The blonde woman fell onto her knees as she became tired with continued usage of her powers. The guy was slowly advancing towards the girl, so she came in between and gripped her wand tightly. The guy just looked at her and said, "You can't deny my meat. Get out of my way. I will have that tender meat." 5. You really think I am gonna let you do that? The blonde woman retorted weakly. Her powers tired her very much. The guy launched the blades at high speeds at the duo. The blonde woman widened her eyes before pushing the girl away. The red-clothed woman added some heat to the battle by sending a bright flare at them. A loud explosion occurred. The woman started laughing crazily before going into the cockpit. It's finally done, the suit man said to her. The extra rudders have been set up. Let's get going, the woman answered. He will follow up on us later. Sure, the suit man answered and turned to the controls. He steered to the right, and this time, the ship finally turned. It was going smooth, until something again hit the wings, this time damaging the right one. What the hell's hitting us? The suit guy yelled frustratingly. Then suddenly, the duo felt something. The ship was shaking in a wobbly motion. The red-clothed woman decided to look out for the last time while the suit guy also looked out from the broken window. Outside, the tooth guy had been blown back and he was getting up using his tooth blades. There was just smoke around place, so the duo couldn't see anything from the ship except the blade guy. Another hunter, the suit guy asked. Nah, probably might be system problem. Let's go. No, wait. The smoke isn't going away. The woman answered. So what? The man answered. It's just smoke. No, you idiot. The color of the smoke is slowly changing to violet, the woman answered. Really? Are we really gonna find out what color is the smoke? The suit man deadpanned at her. Come on, We defeated the hunt dash. He was cut off by a voice from the smoke. Mao Daijobu. Nazit. 6. A very manly voice was heard, which was being said to the other duo on the rooftop. The red-clothed woman widened her eyes as she pulled out a bow from the cockpit. The suit guy became silent. The blade-tooth guy widened his eyes as he became motionless. He started shaking in fear. Why? Because he had heard a similar phrase, and it was from a very great person, one who was said to be almost unstoppable. That same phrase was used now by another person, and the guy knew very well who it was, since he had heard about the person and his voice. Show yourself, the red-clothed woman yelled. Oh, I forgot it was English, the voice said. Suddenly, a tap was heard as a huge shockwave blew away most of the smoke, though some remained. Don't worry you guys. You're safe now. 5H, the girl's meek voice was heard. You wanna know why? The voice continued. 2 Katsuki and Izuku 2 imagine the scene, the smoke slowly fading away while it is night. Play this OST to get a feel of the scene. The smoke slowly started fading away as the trio could now see who was the source of the voice. He looked scary, so much scary that one could get nightmares for days simply by looking at him. He looked scary, so much scary that one could get nightmares for days simply by looking at him. Imagine the girl in place of Shindo and a tendril is out of his back and the blonde woman is wrapped in it. I am here, said the man. He set his foot on the rooftop, which not only dispersed the smoke but also created a small crack on the rooftop. The trio could now see the situation. He had the girl in his arms comfortably while the blonde woman was flying in the air as something was wrapped around her waist. Even though she had seen several things that could have scared her but didn't, the red-clothed woman was a little scared at the figure. She didn't know what the person could do. What in the name of gun is that? The suit man yelled in fear. 12. The blonde woman was set down on the rooftop gently, while the man carried the girl over to her. Take care of her, he said to the blonde woman. Who are you? The woman asked while lying the girl down. Just a hero who's out to save people. Glad I made it in time. The man said before standing and turning to the trio in front of him. Moonfish, he called out to the tooth guy, so, you're the one responsible for this along with them, here. The duo at the ship looked at the person more carefully. He was wearing green clothes and had red gauntlets on his arms along with white gloves with cylindrical wristbands. He was wearing a mask along with what seems to be a metal respirator. He was also wearing a standard yellow bag. His green clothes, though, were full of soot and dust. So, he took the full brunt force of the explosion. His not an easy one. Guessed the red-clothed woman, or maybe, the explosion wasn't strong enough. The figure disappeared and reappeared in front of the moonfish and held his throat, surprising the others present and said, Ato Taisho Shimasu, I'll deal with you later. Please, have mercy. Moonfish squeaked as he could neither retract his blades nor hit the figure with them as the figure had held his mouth tightly. All out of mercy. Also, no Japanese. I'm surprised. The figure replied before kicking the blades. His mere kick not only broke the blades, but also sent out huge shockwaves, destroying almost all of the tooth blades. He then threw Moonfish out, who used his last tooth to climb the ship. The figure looked at the flying aircraft and thought, an osprey. 20. The red-clothed woman meanwhile yelled at the suit guy, Get our butts out of here you moron. I think he's the same as him. I am trying. The suit guy saw that ship wasn't moving, but instead steering to the right. The woman looked out to see the figure pulling the ship towards him just using the broken blades from Moonfish as well as some kind of dark ropes. Get over here. He yelled. For no choice. Looks like we've got to do the hard way, here. The woman muttered before readying her bow. She shot an arrow at him. The figure looked up to see a flaming arrow heading for him. He went on to dodge, but not before the arrow divided. He widened his eyes as he wanted to dodge, but remembered that he wasn't alone on the rooftop. He stood still and took the full force of the explosion to save the other two. The duo at the rooftop gasped as they thought the men had died. But the smoke cleared to show him still standing, not even a scratch on him, just his clothes got sooted more. He didn't even yell in pain. What the? Those explosions were supposed to kill you. The red-clothed woman shrieked, Is that what you call those little fireworks? Said the man, stealing the line from a certain chapped lips guy. My friend's explosion is way more powerful than this, and he doesn't even try. Got the reference from the first phrase. 11. The red-clothed woman decided to use whatever she had to stop him. She rubbed her arms, bringing out the same flare from before, except this seemed to be more bright. She threw it at him, who just deflected it by a simple kick. The woman sent out her own missile made of the flare and launched it at him. The man just took on the force, as he couldn't dodge without injuring the ones behind him. He got blown back and crashed into the nearby building. The woman cried out to the suit man, "Quick! This is our chance." "If only you could say this to the freaking rudder wings," the suit man retorted. "It will take at least 37 seconds for the emergency boosters to start up." "Oh seriously," the woman muttered angrily and looked out, only to see the person running up the building while he had green trails on him. She quickly shot an arrow at him, who just dodged to the left side. She then pulled out 3 arrows and started shooting 3 arrows at once at him. The man dodged each one of them while still running up. She threw the light flares from her suit at him. "How much time is left?" she called out to the suit man. 20 seconds, the suit man answered. "All I need is 10 seconds, the man said to himself as he ran to the top. He jumped to the top and did a big backflip. He flipped to the other side of the aircraft and was falling down. The red-clothed woman meanwhile readied another arrow. He flipped forward and did an axe kick position with his right leg. 7 seconds more, he muttered as his green electricity started surrounding his body. His right leg got surrounded with a smoke as he came down to the right wing of the aircraft. 5. The man then came down at breakneck speeds and kicked the wing off the aircraft. In that small moment, he had managed to make eye contact with the red-clothed woman. Her eyes were glowing golden, and as soon as she stared at him, she widened her eyes as his eyes were glowing toxic green. She got scared a bit as he was giving the same vibes as someone she knew. She rubbed her arms and started creating a bigger flare. The man jumped in front of the duo on the rooftop and looked at her. She threw the flare at him, who jumped in the air and did a roundhouse kick, sending out a huge air pressure and shockwave at the attack to cancel it out. The shockwave of the attack blew the aircraft away. The woman cried out to the suit guy, "Hurry! This is our chance." Successful. The suit guy answered as the door of the aircraft closed and an extra rudder came out of the side and transformed into the wing. The suit guy steered hard right. He steered so much it was surprising the steering lever didn't broke. The aircraft went far away, while the man looked at it and was going to go after it, but knelt down instead. "I could have got them, but got a cramp," the man said to no one as he looked to see the blonde woman standing while the little girl was ecstatic. She had never seen so much power ever. She quickly got up and walked fast to him and started her question bullet. "Wait, waste the Tutwaso Cooley Haven ever seen Somic power how did Yodish?" The girl was cut off by the man putting his hand on her mouth. "Slow down, kid," said the man. "About what happened, it's better you don't say it to anyone." 2. The girl tilted her head confusedly and then turned to see the blonde woman coming towards them. "You're a huntress. Can I have your autograph?" she asked in a childish way before the woman, who first looked at the men and then the girl. "I don't think that it's a good idea," thought the man. 2. Time skip B2IB Chibi Ruby squealing over Chibi A13. "I hope you realize that your actions tonight will not be taken lightly, young lady," the blonde woman said while the trio were in a room. The man was pressing his leg to calm down the pain. "You put yourself and others in great danger." 2. They started it, the girl replied and then turned to the man. "Hey Mr. Hero. Help me here." "I kind of agree with her, kiddo," the man replied. 8. And don't think you are gonna be let away, young man, the blonde woman said to the man. "You are actually more reckless than her. You could have killed anyone." "It's not the first time I have heard this. Also, my control over my power is high enough to not even scratch a person even if they were in my line of attack," the man replied. "If someone's in danger, I will save them. Even if it means to break law." "Kids these days," the woman sighed and pulled out a tab. "If it were up to me, you'd be sent home." With a pat on the back, the girl smiled a bit, while the man just sighed because he knew she was being sarcastic. And a slap on the wrist. The woman slammed a WHP on the table, scaring the girl. "Gives me Midnight's vibes," thought the man. 21. "But there is someone here who would like to meet you," she said as the girl looked at the door. An old man entered the room with black spectacles with a cup and a plate with cookies on it. He was wearing dark green clothes. "Ruby Rose," he said, while the man widened his eyes. The old man leaned over to the girl and said, "You have silver eyes." The girl was confused and meanwhile looked up slowly to see the old man, who also in return stared at him and smiled. "Nice to meet you again, Izuku Midoriya." "Oh, Ozpin," the man named Izuku Midoriya called out as he looked at him. "There's nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway." 12 Shotaiza Eraserhead. "So, how are you doing now?" asked the old man, named Ozpin as he pulled out a chair and sat on it. The other two meanwhile were confused. You know him?" asked the girl. "Oh yeah. He is a really good friend of mine," Ozpin answered. The man stared at him for a bit and then chuckled lightly. "I am okay. Just stiff from the journey," he answered. "Good to hear. So, Ms. Rose, where did you learn about this?" asked Ozpin as the blonde woman showed the girl's fighting recording in the tab. Signal Academy. The girl named Ruby Rose answered confusedly. "They taught you to use one of the most dangerous weapons ever designed?" Ozpin asked. "Well, one teacher in particular," Ruby answered. "I see," Ozpin answered as he put down the plate on the table and pushed it towards Ruby, who first took the first bite and then started gobbling the whole plate. "It's just that there's only one other scythe wielder of that skill before. A dusty old crow." Dharma Grunkle," Ruby said while having the cookies in her mouth. Pardon me?" Ozpin asked confused. "She means, yeah, that's my uncle," Midoriya answered on her behalf. Ruby gobbled down the cookies and then wiped her mouth before saying, "Yep, right. That's my Uncle Crow. He is a teacher at Signal. I was complete garbage before he took me under his wing. And now I'm like, who? Witcher? Wah." The girl started doing some karate moves while making weird sounds which were not even matching with the real karate. Okay, calm down, Ms. Bruce Lee. Or else you will hurt your hand as well as your kneecap," Midoriya said while he sweat dropped at her antics. "For brew what?" the girl asked confusedly. "Leave it," Midoriya replied while sighing. 8 So I have noticed," Ozpin said as he put down the cup. "And what's an adorable girl such as yourself doing at a school designed to train warriors?" "I want to be a huntress," Ruby replied while looking at Ozpin. "You want to slay monsters?" asked Ozpin. "I forgot. Here monsters exist," thought Midoriya as he looked at the girl. 6 Yeah, I only have 2 more years of training left at Signal and then I'm gonna apply to Beacon," Ruby answered. "As you see, my sister is starting there this year, and she is trying to become a huntress and I'm trying to become a huntress cause I wanna help people. My parents always told me to help others, so I might as well make a career out of it." With each phrase, she was becoming excited. "I mean, the police are alright, but hunters and huntress are just so much more romantic and exciting and cool and really. Gosh, you know." The others were silent, while Midoriya nodded and said, "Not a bad dream, kid. Make sure to work hard though. She's just like my naive me, when I was first naive about the society. But ultimately, she's like me, trying to become a kind of hero." 19 Thanks, Ruby answered and gave him a cookie, who denied politely. Do you know who I am?" Ozpin asked, "Though I think it is unnecessary, since he called me out previously." He answered, pointing at Midoriya, "You're Professor Ozpin, you're the headmaster at Beacon." Ruby answered, "Hello." Ozpin replied, "Nice to meet you." Ruby answered, "Wow, so fast introduction, even light speed has failed in front of you guys." Midoriya said sarcastically. 9 Sorry, I was just listening to her goals," said Ozpin and then turned to Ruby. "You want to come to my school?" "More than anything," Ruby answered. Ozpin looked at the woman, who just sighed and rolled her eyes. He then said to Ruby, "Well, okay. But I guess you two want an explanation about him." He pointed at Midoriya, who pointed at himself confusedly. 7 Ruby nodded rapidly and smiled, which made Midoriya smile. Time skip. "Oh, I can't believe my baby sister is going to Beacon with me. This is the best day ever," a yellow hair-colored girl with lilac eyes exclaimed while hugging Ruby tightly. The two were in an aircraft with other students, including Midoriya, who was sitting at the back. He was wearing his yellow bags and had his briefcase. He was wearing his choice of casual clothes. He had remembered his friends and teachers saying that his choice of clothes was horrible. 25 He had remembered his friends and teachers saying that his choice of clothes was horrible. But what can he say? Those clothes were simple, cheap, and comfortable. He felt bad for not wearing his red shoes, but they were in his suitcase with his iron soles, so he went for a pair of black sneakers. He had bought a big handkerchief with Plus Ultra written on it back home and was ecstatic to see it in his bag, so he decided to wear it as his scarf. 6 Please. Stop. Ruby muttered. 5 Midoriya watched the two's contact and deduced that the yellow-haired colored girl was either Ruby's sister or her cousin or something. 2 But I'm so proud of you, the girl replied. Really sis, it was nothing. Ruby sighed. Welp, I'm right. Thought Midoriya, she's her sister, either cousin or half-sister to be precise. 'Cause both of them do not seem similar. 5 What do you mean, it's incredible. Everyone at Beacon are gonna think that you're the bee's knees. The girl exclaimed, I don't want to be the bee's knees, okay? Ruby retorted, I just want to be a normal girl with normal knees. Do bees even have knees? Thought Midoriya confusedly, or maybe it's just some kind of a metaphor. 37 What's with you, aren't you excited? The girl asked. Of course I'm excited, I got moved ahead 2 years. Ruby answered, I don't want people to think I'm special or anything. The yellow-haired girl then hugged her sister and said, but you are special. 3 I doubt. It's probably not me, it's Midoriya. Especially, after hearing that, he's a whole special being on this planet. Thought Ruby, as she remembered that night. Flashback. What do you mean you aren't from here? Ruby asked. I just told you guys. I am not from Remnant. Midoriya answered. Looks like you have hit your head many times. The blonde woman said. Even if I get hit on head, the thing I got hit with will break. Midoriya answered and looked at Ozpin, who was staring at him while his glasses were shining. Stop scaring me and tell them, Mr. Ozpin. 3 Sorry, hey you two, he's not joking. Ozpin called out he's not from here. He's from a different place. And by place, I meant a different planet. No way! Ruby yelled in ecstasy. She then turned to Midoriya and leaned close. Are you an alien? No. From which angle do I look like an alien? Asked Midoriya. 5 From every angle, Ruby and the blonde woman answered. 3 Oh, that's my costume. It just got suited in that fight. Midoriya answered. Why don't you open your mask and show them your face? Asked Ozpin. Good idea. I don't know why I am wearing now. It's hot outside anyway. Midoriya answered as he went to open his mask. He then pulled down his hood and respirator. He then smiled at them and said, Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya. You can also call me Deku. It's super great to meet you. He had big, emerald green eyes. They were shining brightly, giving a very cute and innocent look. His hair was green in color, while it had stood up at different angles, giving shadow over the head, thus making it seem like his hair color is green and black. His cheeks had 4 diamond-shaped freckles. He looked very, very cute. Ruby felt her cheeks heat up as BLD went right up to them. 15 Ruby felt her cheeks heat up as BLD went right up to them. She didn't know why, but that face was something she wanted to see every day she wakes up. Glinda stood up and coughed slightly, while Ozpin and Midoriya looked at her in confusion. 3 Pardon my action. Glinda said as she went to him and pinched his cheeks. Are you swallowing? Midoriya asked confusedly through his widened mouth. Sorry, just needed to be sure those are your real cheeks. Glinda said as she released his cheek, while regaining her composure. She just wants to feel cute things. Thought Ozpin while sweat dropping. 13 So, you're from another universe? Asked Glinda. Ozpin had asked for my help. So, I came. Said Midoriya. What's the whole story? Asked Ruby. Alright, let me tell you the whole thing, said Ozpin as he sat properly on the chair. First, both of you sit down. Okay, both the ladies sat down on the chair. So, it began like this. Ozpin started story. Flashback. Weird. Midoriya muttered. It's been almost 1 month since the second all-out war. All the hero students are now allowed to do rescue operations with pros. Today, the U first years were sent with Mount Lady and Edgeshot to the Deka City, where a lot of destruction had happened during the Second War. All the students were assigned to their own positions. 3 Midoriya was assigned to be the fighter, rescuer, and support fight since his multiple quirks were a lot helpful. But something weird is happening for the last 2 weeks. There were very less villains popping up. The ones which had popped up were mostly low-level thugs. Damn it! A loud explosive voice was heard. Where the hell are the villains? Bakugo Katsukiya, a Lord Explosion Murder God Dynamite, Deku's frenemy yelled, why aren't they popping up? Are they scared or what? For Bakugo, calm down. It's not like they will come out like this, said Shoto Todoroki, maybe they are planning or something. I agree with that. There's a high possibility the villains are planning something, said Tenya Ida Ingenium. What about you? Deku asked Okako Uraraka Uravity, what do you think? She saw the greenette staring into nothing. Deku, what's wrong? Asked Uraraka here. Oh, nothing, Midoriya replied while shaking his head. Surely there's something, you dim nerd. Bakugo said, is your stupid danger sense ringing or something? No, it's not, said Deku as he removed a rubble piece with a black whip tendril, and that's the problem. It hasn't been ringing loudly for the last 2 weeks. It either alerts me lightly or not at all. I'm starting to think someone is taking away the villains. And what makes you think that? Asked a hero Kirishima a Red Riot. I'm guessing this based on the facts we got from the 2 weeks, said Midoriya as he looked at his friends. The villains we caught don't know what is happening, even though all of them participated in the Second War. Some say their partners were meeting someone. Crime rate is neutral, not rising or decreasing. There were also rumors of a person in black clothes with long hair, long black clothes, white skin, and red eyes going around in the alleys at night. You haven't met that person? Asked Zeroe Cellophane. I mean, you patrol every night, checking every nook and cranny with Bakugo. I haven't met someone like that. Bakugo answered as he blew a broken tree stump away, because if I did there would be a huge explosion at night. Completed a hero. Actually, now that I think about it, there was someone resembling like that. Midoriya said as he put his finger on his cheeks. It happened the previous week. I was flying over the sky while watching the crowd at the market. There was a particular person wearing deep red hoodie over black clothes walking among them. I didn't thought too deeply, so I ignored that as a villain robbing a store caught my attention. So that means, it's possible that stupid person is probably getting all the villains and create a team. Bakugo said as his eyes twitched, I'm gonna roast that demon villain to hell. Which means, we need to go all out on rescue now, said Toshinori Yagia All Might, who came there on the scene and heard everything. I will call Tsukochi and tell him to ready the police force and tell Hawks to search for that person as much as possible. If that's the case, we need to start handling everything ourselves, said Todoroki as he pulled out his phone and dialed his father. I will alert father about it. He then went away to talk with his father. Meanwhile, who are they? Asked Ozpin to himself while pinching his temples as he was sitting in his office. Who are they? Who are they? How are they here? I have only answer, and it might be a possibility. For the last 2 weeks, criminals have been coming to the dust stores all over Vale. The criminals were said to be stronger than the normal criminals the police have faced. Some had weird bodies. One criminal was seen throwing missiles from his back, one had a slimy body, and one could shoot electricity from his hands. These criminals were so dangerous that robotic soldiers from Atlas had to be sent to the places. But as soon as they arrived, each of them were destroyed into pieces, which were hard to believe as the soldiers were said to be very durable. The criminals disappear as soon as reinforcements arrive. Are you okay, Professor Ozpin? Asked Glinda as she came into the office. Somewhat, replied Ozpin. I am tired from all those reports I have been getting from Ironwood about the criminal activities. The crime rate has increased drastically the last 2 weeks. James is also tired like me, cause he's mad that someone is able to destroy his Atlesian soldiers easily. Oh, yeah. Those activities are increasing daily, said Glinda as she opened a file. We don't have that much hunters in Vale who would be able to help out. There's a possibility that more criminals like them are hiding. I need some coffee. Ozpin sighed as he stood up and took a mug and his cane. I'm going out for a walk. Please take care of my place till then. All right. Glinda answered as Ozpin walked out of the room. He walked out of his office and outside into the garden. He couldn't sleep every night as he had the rising crime rate on his mind. He sighed as he thought, so, she has called her pawns, here. I guess it's my turn now. He went to the corner of the garden where no one was looking. He coughed a bit before straightening his hand. I only have one chance. Only one. I need to find the second strongest person or someone, or else we are deemed. He waved his cane in a circular way, while a purple stone glowed on the cane's bottom. Suddenly, a purple cloudy portal opened in front of him. He stepped into it. 3 on the other side. Midoriya was sleeping in his dorm room at Troy. Principal Nezu had announced that Troy will now be the official second dorm for the U first years as they return in from their rescue operations. He was having a weird dream. 3 in the dream, a woman in white cape and black was standing with her back at him. He was confused as to how a person other than the one for all users was standing in the vestige. He gulped as he walked a little closer. Excuse me. Who are you? He asked quietly. The woman turned back, but he couldn't see her face. You're the one, you're the one. I know that by seeing your heart. It's precious like gold and unbreakable like a diamond. I know you will be able to do it. The woman said, but her voice was very soft. I know you will do it. Because you are someone who will not stop to help others, someone who gets angry for the others. 2. What are you talking about? Asked Midoriya surprised. You will know that later, the woman completed as she disappeared. Midoriya was confused as to what had happened. I must tell All Might about it, he said to himself. He then abruptly woke up, his heart beating fast due to nervous. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Just like that time, when he reached out to Yoichi for the first time. Speaking of which, the users' voices had gone silent. Suddenly, a dark portal opened in front of the greenette, surprising him. This was a very familiar portal, one he had seen multiple times. What the? How is Kurogiri's portal here? He thought in panic. He then saw an old man walking out of it. Midoriya took a fighting stance seeing that. A kid? Seriously? The man looked at him wide-eyed and then regained his composure and thought, looks like I need to work with him though. Who are you now? Deku demanded. Hello, my name is Ozpin. The man said, young man, we need to talk because we are in danger. Hearing that, Deku's face turned serious. Tell me the whole story, he said in a serious face. Ozpin then tells about a situation, on hearing which Deku widens his eyes. Story flashback and that brings us here. Ozpin completed, leaving out some particular details. Can't believe those criminals are actually villains from other worlds, said Glinda wide-eyed. So, you're a hero. Ruby squealed happily. Yep, in my world, a hero student to be precise, said Midoriya. How's it like to save people while defeating bad guys? Ruby asked excitedly. Feels good. I like seeing people smiling happily. Midoriya replied, so, you called him here so that he can take those villains back home, am I right? Asked Glinda to Ozpin. This was the only chance I had and I couldn't waste it, said Ozpin, but why him? He's still a student and a kid. Said Glinda. 5. So age decides who's a hero and who's not, asked Midoriya to the woman's. I guarantee you I can take on those villains easily if I become serious, which I will do. 10. I selected him, because A. His power is a bit unique when compared to the others. B. He's a hero. C. He was pestering me to let him help me. So, I did what I had to. Said Ozpin. And why won't I pester you? Asked Midoriya. I can't leave someone in trouble. Besides, I am the only one capable of taking on those guys alone. So let me help me. On one condition, young man, said Ozpin as he looked at him. And what is that? Asked Midoriya. As soon as you find the villains and subdue them, you will go back to your world. I don't want you to miss out your old life. Said Ozpin. Too sure. Not a problem. Said Midoriya as he picked up his bag. So, can someone give me the location for a hotel or something? I will help you, said Glinda as she went outside. Bye, Mr. Ozpin, and bye, kid. Midoriya said to Ruby as he put on his mask. Wait. Ruby tugged his arm. Who looked at him? What? Asked Midoriya. How much cruel were the villains? Asked Ruby. I used to read comics of villains killing civilians. Then I guess you don't know the whole thing, said Midoriya as he patted her head. Villains are someone we need to tend to. Trust me, I have seen the real world. It's not all black and white. Most things in this world are in shades of gray. A blend of anger and sadness. You will know about it soon, kid. He left the place with Miss Glinda, while Ruby was confused at his saying. Meanwhile, Ozpin was looking at him going away and thought, he has already suffered a lot in those 2 wars. He doesn't need to fight another war which he has no relation. I don't want him to suffer more. At least not him. He's a hero of that world, so he needs to be there. Though it's good I stopped time of that world, there will no accidents or incidents. 2 flashback and her thoughts were cut off by the news popping up. The robbery was led by the nefarious criminal, Roman Torchwick, who continues to evade authorities. The reporter announced, while a photo of the criminal's profile was shown. So, that criminal's name is Roman Torchwick. Welp, at least I got one info on him. Midoriya muttered so quietly, nobody could hear him. If you have any information on his whereabouts, please contact the Vale Police Department. Back to you, Lisa. The reporter changed to a white-haired woman in black suit. Thank you, Cyril. A photo of people with animal traits protesting was shown beside her. In other news, this Saturday's Fauna Civil Rights Protect turned dark, when members of the White Fang disrupted the ceremony. The once peaceful organization has now disrupted. The news died down as a hologram of the blonde woman showed up. Hello and welcome to Beacon. The holographic woman said. It's her. The blonde woman. Thought Midoriya. Who is that? The lilac-eyed girl asked. My name is Glinda Goodwitch. The holographic woman continued as if answering the girl. The lilac-eyed girl muttered. You're among a privileged few who've received the honor of being selected to attend this prestigious academy. The holographic woman continued, our world is experiencing an incredible time of peace, and as for hunters and huntresses, it is your duty to uphold it. I find it hard to believe. There is no such thing as time of peace. I must be ready. Thought Midoriya 12, you have demonstrated the courage needed for such a task, and now it is our turn to provide you with the knowledge and the training to protect our world, said the holographic woman as she disappeared. Midoriya looked at his hand and balled it into fist. He has a mission in this world and he must complete it. But his mind was telling him to do that, but his heart. That was telling him something else. 3 Now, it is your turn. He remembered his mentor, All Might's words. Even though it's been a month since the war, that doesn't mean he will take a break from being a hero. He wanted to come with Ozpin, so that he can take back his world's villains back home. And he will do it. He then remembered the Faunus people, especially that White Fan group. He has been hearing about it for the whole week. I need to find more info on this White Fan group as well as that Roman Torchwick. Thought Midoriya, they sound like the Shy Heisaikai. 2-0, wow. Ruby exclaimed as she went towards the window. Check it out. Other students also said while seeing out of the window. Look, you can see from up here. Ruby said as she stared out. 3 Midoriya just smiled as he looked out of the window. The view was actually nice, though he gets a much better view with his float. It feels like I am traveling in the 𝐸 fortress. I guess home isn't too far at all, the lilac-eyed girl said while hugging Ruby. Beacon's our new home. Maybe. Midoriya muttered in his mind. It was a nice moment while it lasted. Ruby said while the ship went over the river, I wonder who we're gonna meet next. Time skip 1. The ship had landed at an airship. The students were now going out of it. Midoriya was at the last along with a red-haired girl, which he didn't notice. The students went forward, while Ruby and the lilac-eyed girl stopped and gasped in amazement. Midoriya stood at the back and looked at the huge castle-like school. It looked like something right out of the medieval PRD if the entrance is excluded. Midoriya took out his scroll and clicked a photo of the school. He then took out his phone and also clicked a photo. If he cannot bring the scroll, he will at least bring the otherworldly evidences to his world on his phone when he goes back. It's smaller than you though. Midoriya muttered. 3 I agree. A voice was heard near him. He looked in front to see his new friend Ruby, turned into Chibi. The heck? She was getting excited seeing other students' weapons. Her sister was trying to calm her down. 2-3 reminds me of how I was at first with quirks, thought Midoriya as he neared them. Reminds me of how I was at first with quirks, thought Midoriya as he neared them, just weapons. Ruby sounded surprised. They are an extension of ourselves. They are a part of us. Oh. So cool. Well, why don't you swoon over your own weapon? The lilac-eyed girl asked. Aren't you happy with it? Of course, I'm happy with Crescent Rose, Ruby answered as she pulled out her weapon. I just really like seeing new ones. It's like meeting new people, but better. Besides, where is he? He should have been here, she muttered the last part quietly. The lilac-eyed girl pulled down her sister's hood and asked, Ruby, come on, why don't you try and make some friends of your own? But why would I need friends when I have you? Ruby asked as she pulled up her hood. Well. Suddenly, few people came behind her as she said, my friends are here now. Gotta go catch up. She along with her friends ran forward, leaving behind Ruby spinning dizzily. Are we supposed to go to our dorms? Where are our dorms? Do we have dorms? Ruby started blabbering as she was dizzy. I don't know what I'm doing. She fell down behind on some briefcases. What are you doing? A shrill voice was heard which sounded irritated. Oh, sorry. Ruby muttered as she slowly got up. Sorry. Do you have any idea of the damage you could have caused? Midoriya looked over to see a white girl. Yes, a literal white girl. The girl had white skin and was wearing clothes with some bluish hue and white boots. The girl had white skin and was wearing clothes with some bluish hue and white boots. Looks like she's in trouble. Let's not get involved in this. I have heard from Ashido that catfights are the only fights boys should never get involved. Midoriya thought. 3. It's actually true. I remember, I was having a quarrel with my friend during my time and a boy intervened, irritating us more, so we both hit him out of bounds. A feminine voice answered near him. For oh boy. Then I better not get INV her. Midoriya was cut off by the explosion. He looked in front to see Ruby had sneezed and somehow, the surroundings blew up, though it was a harmless explosion. A red vial was seen rolling towards a black-haired girl reading a book, who picked it up. Midoriya observed her properly. She had black hair, was wearing a bow and had yellow eyes. 1. She had a weapon on her back, which he didn't know what it was. 3. She had a weapon on her back, which he didn't know what it was. She looked at the duo quarreling. Ah, you complete dolt, the white girl exclaimed, what are you even doing here? Aren't you a little too young to be attending Beacon? Midoriya frowned. That girl was getting on his nerves. It has been just the first day, so it was common for someone to be confused. But Ruby was getting berated so much. She had apologized for her fault, but still is getting scolded. The white girl reminded him of the past Todoroki and past Kaken. 2. He started taking long strides to reach his friend. He quickly strolled forward, going past the black-haired girl, who got surprised seeing him appear suddenly. He quickly picked up the briefcases silently, not making a single sound. He then tapped the girl's shoulder, who looked at him in surprise, seeing him pick up all the suitcases easily. Ruby was also surprised seeing him. Are these yours? If yes, then please take them. He said to the girl, please keep them there. The girl pointed to the spot, where he dropped the briefcases gently. He then looked at Ruby. You okay, Rubes? Not hurt, are you? He asked him. No, I am okay. But where were you? I couldn't find you in Didish. Ruby was cut off by the white-haired girl. Is she your friend? She asked. Yeah. And I am sorry for her clumsiness. She tends to be nervous in new environments, which is why she is clumsy. I apologize on her behalf. Midoriya answered, 𝐒𝐻. At least someone has the decency to apologize. The white-haired girl answered, but why is she here? She looks young. I understand you, but her. 1. She applied here. Which is why she is here. It's common sense. Midoriya answered. 1. Are you sure that she is supposed to be dashed this time? The white-haired girl was sharply cut off by Midoriya. If she's here, what's your problem? She's here. She can be here. Midoriya answered, surprising the girl with his sudden outburst. What do you mean? A hunter cannot be that nervous and clumsy. It's not about sparring and practicing, you know. The girl said in her irritating voice. She apologized for her clumsiness. That ends there. No need to start another annoying quarrel. Midoriya retorted, besides, we aren't dumb enough to not know what it means to be a he-hunter and apply for a hunter school. So, stop your irritating complaint. Ruby, let's go. To here. Oh sure. Let's go. Ruby got dragged quickly by Midoriya, who started striding fast towards the school, ignoring the white girl's complaints. Hey Izuku. Why are you going so fast? We needed to get away from that girl. She was irritating me and we are already behind from the others. Midoriya answered as he released the girl. The two then started walking slowly. So, I got this thing. Ruby said as she showed her weapon Crescent Rose. A scythe. Midoriya asked. It's a customizable, high-impact sniper rifle. Ruby said, in other words, it's a scythe and a sniper rifle. Midoriya asked confusedly, she's my baby. She's cute as well as dangerous. Ruby said as she picked up her weapon for giving me Hatsune vibes. Thought Midoriya as he said, cool. It's really useful. 15. So what have you got? Asked Ruby as she leaned over to him. Midoriya pointed to the suitcase he was carrying. Ruby looked at it. It had 18 written on it. He said, my accessories are in it. All of it. What are your weapons? Ruby asked excitedly. They cannot be called weapons. I like to call them my hero gear. They mostly are accessories which help me to focus my quirk. Midoriya answered as they continued walking. Well, I'm kind of a dork when it comes to weapons, Ruby said sheepishly. I guess I did go a little overboard in designing my Crescent Rose. I'm also a dork when it comes to seeing new powers. Midoriya said, I want to see your weapons tomorrow. Okay. Ruby asked, sure. Though they aren't that much interesting, even your sister's gauntlets seemed better. Midoriya answered sheepishly, I will be the judge of that. Hold on, how do you know she was my sister? Asked Ruby, surprised hearing your conversations. Assumed she's either cousin's sister or half-sister. Because she didn't look like your biological sister. Midoriya answered, yeah, she's my half-sister. Her name is Yang Xiaolong, Ruby answered. Our father is the same. Was all Midoriya's answer. Hey, where are we going? Ruby asked. To school. Midoriya confusedly answered, no. I meant, where is the way? Ruby asked, oh, this way. Come with me. Midoriya pointed to a direction as the duo went to the school. 4 time skip, the duo entered the assembly ground, where all the students were standing and chatting among themselves. Ruby, over here, I saved you a spot. The lilac-eyed girl named Yang called out from the crowd. Oh. By Deku. I gotta go. We'll meet after the ceremony. Ruby said as she ran over to her sister. Midoriya meanwhile started looking for an empty space. He found one on the left side, where a red-haired girl was standing. He stood a little far away from her, so that she won't feel uncomfortable. 18. He stood a little far away from her, so that she won't feel uncomfortable. No, in reality, the boy was very nervous. The girl meanwhile was staring at him, which he didn't knew. 4. How's your first day going? Little sister. Yang asked, you mean since you ditched me and I exploded? Ruby asked, annoyed. Yikes, meltdown already. Yang asked as she put her hand on her hips. No, I literally exploded a hole in front of the school. Ruby answered, annoyed, and then there was some fire. And I think some ice. 2. Are you being sarcastic? Yang asked teasingly. I wish. Ruby answered, I tripped over some crabby girl's luggage, and then she yelled at me. She kept on saying as Midoriya wanted to say that, the white girl was right behind her, and then I sneezed, and I then exploded. And then she yelled and I felt really, really bad and I just wanted her stop yelling at me. The same white-haired girl suddenly yelled behind her, oh God. It's happening again. Ruby squeaked as she jumped on her sister's arms. No, I don't think it's when they say. I was watching the Japanese dub and it said God, not 17. You were lucky we weren't blown off the side of the cliff. The girl said, oh my God, you really exploded. Yang asked to her sister, it was an accident. Ruby said as she slowly got down from her sister's arms. The white-haired girl then showed a poster to her, who looked at it confusedly. The 𝐶hnee Company is not responsible for any injuries or damages sustained while operating a 𝐶hnee Company product. The girl's voice slowly started becoming supersonic to Ruby. Although not mandatory, The 𝐶𝐻 family highly encourages our customers to read and familiarize themselves with the easy-to-follow guide to dust application and practice in the field. 1. Ruby was confused after hearing that rap god dust version. 8. You really want to start making things up to me? The girl asked. Absolutely. Ruby answered, unsure. The girl then gave the poster to Ruby and said, read this and don't ever talk to me again. Look, it sounds like you two just got off the wrong foot. Yang said sheepishly, why don't you start over and try to be friends, okay? Yeah, great idea, sis. Ruby then extended her hand towards the white girl. Hello Weiss. I am Ruby. Wanna hang out? We can go shopping for school supplies. Yeah, and we can paint our nails and try on clothes and talk about cute boys, like tall, greeny and muscular over there. Weiss said sarcastically while pointing towards Midoriya, who in confusion looked at them and then pointed to himself confusedly. 6. Well, really? Ruby asked excitedly, as she didn't mind being with Midoriya. No. Weiss answered bluntly, making the black-haired girl deflate in disappointment. 1. I won't mind him though, Yang said as she winked at Midoriya, who looked to the side for I'll keep this brief. Ozpin's voice was heard in an echoing effect. Everyone turned to see Ozpin and Glinda standing at the podium. Ozpin had set the microphone in front. You've traveled here in search of knowledge, to hone your craft and acquire new skills. Ozpin said, I need to gain new skills as much as possible before going back. It's possible I might be able to tap into one for all full cow 100% with no backlash soon. Thought Midoriya as he looked at his hand. And when you've finished, you plan to dedicate your life to protection of the people. Ozpin said, but I look amongst you, and all I see is wasted energy in need of purpose, direction. He looked slowly over to Midoriya as he stared back in surprise. Except a few. You assume knowledge will free you of this, but your time at this school will prove that knowledge can only carry you so far. It is up to you to take the first step. I'm pretty sure I have taken multiple steps. Thought Midoriya. 16. I have seen one of them and they were the finest hunters I have ever. Ozpin said as he looked over to the Midoriya and then looked at the others. Is he talking about me? But I'm not a hunter. Midoriya thought confusedly, I'm guessing he's talking about how you are a hero, which to them is similar to hunter. A feminine voice was heard beside him. 11. Glinda then walked over to the MC while Ozpin went to the side. She then announced, you'll gather in the ballroom tonight. Tomorrow your initiation begins. Be ready. You're dismissed. The students slowly started dispersing. He seemed kind of off. Yang said to her sister. It's almost like he wasn't even there. Ruby added in. Time skip. It was night time. Few students were sleeping in the ballroom. Few were just roaming around. Ruby meanwhile was writing something. Yang meanwhile came around her. 3. It's like a big slumber party. Yang said as she dropped before her sister, I don't think Dad would approve all of the boys, though. Ruby as she thought except someone I know. I know I do. Yang said as she winked at her. Meanwhile, the boys were half naked, none of them wore their shirts. Some were wrestling a bit. Some idiots were trying to flex their invisible muscles. Midoriya meanwhile entered the ballroom and started finding an empty place. He looked at the boys flexing their invisible muscles. 1. Why are the boys trying to flex? Thought Midoriya. 3. Maybe, trying to impress the girls. The one for all 7th user, Nana Shimura's silhouette flew to the side of Midoriya. Definitely trying to impress girls. These are the most idiotic boys I have ever seen. The one for all 5th user, Daigoro Banjo's silhouette appeared. I mean come on, they don't even have a PND of muscle. 2. Leave PND, they don't have a millimeter of muscle. The one for all 4th user, Hikage Shinomori said while sitting on the chair in the vestige realm of one for all. 1. What's the difference between them and me then? The one for all 1st user, Yoichi Shigaraki asked. I am also muscleless. 14. You're a spirit among us, while those idiots are real-life idiots. The one for all 6th user, En, added while sitting in the vestige realm. 4. Midoriya meanwhile was wearing his favorite dress, which he always wear whenever he is at home or the dorms. Midoriya meanwhile was wearing his favorite dress, which he always wear whenever he is at home or the dorms. 1. Meanwhile, Yang got hit by Ruby's pillow while she was teasing the poor girl. I didn't get to take my friends with me to school. Ruby said as she pouted, it's weird not knowing anyone here. What about that guy you came in with? I saw you guys chatting before you had come at the assembly ground. Yang said, not remembering how the person looked like, I forgot how he looks like. But he seemed nice. I mean, you were smiling with him. Oh, he is actually very nice. Probably the nicest of the boys I have ever met. Ruby answered, oh, then I must meet my sister's new friend. Yang teased, but there you have +1. You gained a friend. That's a 100 increase. Pretty sure Weiss counts as a negative friend. Back to 0. Ruby said as she lied down. There's no such things as negative friends. Yang butted in, you have 1 friend. And 1 enemy. 5. She got hit by a pillow again by her sister. She then pulled it off her. 1 look, it has only been 1 day. Yang said, trust me, you've got friends all over around you. You just haven't met them yet. 1. Ruby then slowly got up to see the same black bow girl from before. She was sitting beside the candle and was reading the same book from before. That girl. Ruby exclaimed, you know her? Yang asked, not really. She just saw what happened in the morning but she left before I could say anything. Ruby answered, well, now is your chance. Yang said, as she pulled up her sister's arm, wait, what are you doing? Ruby asked frantically. The black bow girl slowly lowered her book to see the 2 sisters coming towards her. Correction, the yellow-haired girl was Dragjin, the black-haired one. Hello, Yang exclaimed as she went closer to the bow girl. Ruby got her hand free while Yang continued, I believe you 2 may know each other. Aren't you that girl that exploded? The bow girl asked. Yeah. My name is Ruby. Ruby added in and extended her hand to do a handshake, but the girl ignored it, so she awkwardly retracted it. But you can call me Crater. Actually just call me Ruby. Okay, the bow girl answered without lifting her eyes off the book. What are you doing? Yang asked quietly to her sister, I don't know, help me. Ruby answered quietly as she smiled awkwardly at the girl. So, what's your name? Yang asked to the bow girl Blake. The bow girl answered, well Blake, I'm Yang. Yang introduced herself, Ruby's older sister. I like your sister. 10 thanks. Blake answered in that same monotone voice, it goes great with your pajamas. Yang said awkwardly 3 Blake answered. A brief awkward silence was filling between the group. Nice night, don't you think? Yang asked so as to keep the conversation going. Yes, it's lovely. Blake answered in her monotone voice, almost as lovely as this book, that I will continue to read as soon as you leave. Yeah, this girl's a lost cause. Yang sighed to her sister, what's it about? Ruby asked Blake here. Blake asked confused, your book. Does it have a name? Ruby asked again, well, it's about a man with 2 souls, each fighting for control over his body. Blake answered 19 far away. This conversation was being heard by Midoriya, who was readying his sleeping bag. He perked up as soon as he heard this part. 2 This reminds me of Tenko and All for One. Thought Midoriya true. It actually is like them. How All for One and Tenko were fighting to get control over the body. Nana said while floating beside him, how Tenko almost lost to him. 3 Oh yeah, that's real lovely. Yang answered uninterested, I love books. Ruby said as she leaned a bit forward, Yang used to read me every night before bed. Stories of heroes and monsters. They are one of the reasons I want to be a huntress. And why is that? Blake asked, hoping you'll live happily after that. Well, I'm hoping we all will. Ruby answered, as a girl, I wanted to be just like those heroes in the books, as someone who fought for what is right, and who protected those people who couldn't protect themselves. That's very ambitious for a child. Unfortunately, the real world isn't the same as the fairy tale. Blake answered, trust me, I have seen the real world. It's not all black and white. Most things in this world are in shades of gray. You will know about it soon, kid. Midoriya's words came into Ruby's mind. She still didn't know what they meant, so she just shrugged them off. Well, that's why we are here. Ruby answered to Blake, to make it better. Oh, I'm so proud of my baby sister. Yang teased as she hugged Ruby and lifted her up. Cut it out! Ruby exclaimed as she started fighting with Yang to leave her. A smoke was formed around the duo as they fought. Or more like, Ruby was hitting Yang. "Too, Ruby, Yang, it's a pleasure to." Blake wanted to say something before being cut off by Weiss, who had come over there. "What in the world is going on over here?" Weiss exclaimed as she came over the area. The sisters stopped fighting. Ruby was holding Yang's left leg. "Don't you realize some of us are trying to sleep?" "Oh, not you again." Weiss and Yang said at the same time, frustrated to each other, "Guys. She is right, people are trying to sleep." Ruby tried to calm them down. "Oh, now you are on my side," Weiss said as she put her hands on her hips, while Blake sighed as she put her book beside. "I was always on your side." Ruby said in return, "Yeah, what's your problem with my sister?" Yang asked frustrated, "She's only trying to be nice." Blake meanwhile took the candle beside her. "She is hazard to my health." Weiss answered angrily, "Two guys, stop right now. Nobody can sleep with you guys catfighting." Midoriya's voice was heard behind them. Two the girls looked to see Midoriya standing with his arms crossed and a frown on his face. His left eye was droopy with sleepiness. "Who are you?" Yang asked Ruby's friend. "Also, can't you guys tone down? I was trying to sleep and now I am here to stop you guys from fighting." Midoriya answered, "One, say that to your clumsy friend and her sister." Weiss said as she pointed at the duo sisters, "What's your problem?" Yang asked angrily. The two started quarreling while Ruby tried to calm them down again. "Welp, these guys are at it again," Midoriya muttered. He then looked at the book beside Blake and widened his eyes. He leaned slowly to her, who stared at him. "This book is yours." "Yeah. Why?" Blake asked. "You seriously read this book?" Midoriya whispered, "Yeah." "What's wrong with it?" Blake asked confusedly. "You know what's wrong with it. You know. 18 plus. Stuff." Midoriya answered. One Blake blushed heavily as she heard that. "Don't tell that to anyone," she requested. "Sure. Also, the next volume is gonna release the next week on Friday." Midoriya said. "You also read this?" Blake asked. "Completed the previous week. Waiting for the new volume." Midoriya answered, turned to page 275 and read from the third paragraph. He then turned and went to sleep. 12 Blake tilted her head in confusion. She then opened her book's page to the specified place, and as soon as she saw the first line, steam started coming out of her ear and BLD dripped from her nose. She quickly shook her head, wiped off the BLD and then closed her book and lied down. 14 Meanwhile, Midoriya lied down on his sleeping bag while sighing that the catfight got over. "You really read the 18+ things on that Ninjas of Love?" Nana asked, surprised. 5. Nah, I just read the first line and quickly searched for the end line of the paragraph to skip the 18+ stuff, Midoriya answered in his thoughts as he closed his eyes while the One for All users were thinking, "Why do we feel like tomorrow's gonna be a chaos day?" 9. Let's bring smiles back to citizens who are afraid by terrorism. 3. Toshinori Yagia form a symbol of peace. "All might wake up, lazy butt." A loud, chirpy voice was heard. A ginger hair-colored girl with white clothes was irritating a black-haired boy in green clothes. "It's morning. It's morning. It's morning. It's morning." The girl was still yelling around the boy in a singing tone. The boy was brushing while the girl was still squealing around him. "I can't believe we've been at Beacon for a full 24 hours. Not that I thought we'd get kicked out or anything. I mean, you're a perfect student and me. Well, I'm me." The boy was now packing his bag while the girl was still continuing, "But it's still crazy, you know. We've been friends for so long. What are the odds we'd still be together? Well, not together. Not that I'm saying you are not handsome, you are handsome. But that would just be weird, right?" 2. The boy was now cutting some pancakes to eat while the girl was gulping down the pancakes. "Right. What was I thinking? But still, I hope we end up on the same team together." The girl still hadn't stopped her rant. We should come up with some sort of plan to make sure we end up on the same team. What if we bribed the headmaster?" "No, that won't work. He has the school." In the next moment, The boy was taking out his equipment from a locker at the locker room. The girl meanwhile was still continuing her rant. I know, we'll have some sort of signal. Like a distress signal. A secret signal so we can find each other in the forest. Can you imitate a sloth? Nora, the boy called out as he turned to the girl. Yes, Ren. The girl named Nora asked. I don't think sloths make a lot of noise. The boy named Ren said as he folded his weapons. That's why it's perfect. Nora cried out. No one will suspect we're working together. The boy then looked at Midoriya, who was wearing his thigh pads. That boy, he didn't know why, but interested him a lot. He shook his head. He will think about it, later. Come on, Nora. Let's go. Ren said as he closed the locker, but not together. Nora said as she followed him while he went out of the room. Meanwhile, Ruby was taking out her weapon from her locker while her sister was standing beside her. I wonder what those two are worked up for, said Yang as she readied her gauntlets. Oh, who knows? Ruby answered. So, you seem awfully chipper this morning, said Yang. Is it because of that greenie? Nah, it's not that. Or maybe. No more awkward small talks or getting to know you stuff. Ruby answered as she picked up her crescent rose. Today, I will let my sweetheart do the talking. Well, remember, Ruby, you are not the only one going through the initiation, said Yang. If you want to grow up, you are gonna meet new people other than that grass head and learn to work together. You sound like Dad. Ruby whined. Okay, first of all, what does meeting people have to do with fighting? And secondly, I don't need people to help me grow up. I drink milk. Well, I don't think that's gonna work during real fight situations, kid. Midoriya said as he put on his right thigh pad properly. Oh really? Ruby asked. You know about it. And also, stop calling me kid. We are the same age. Yeah, got 2 years of fighting experience, said Midoriya as he stood up and ignored Ruby's other words. Trust me, you need friends, like a lot. DMN, Dad will like you a lot, cutie. Though how old are you? Yang asked. Basically 17, answered Deku. Got the reference. 7. Why are you bigger than me? Ruby whined. I thought we were the same age. I thought you knew this by the way I called you kid, said Midoriya confusedly. You're my age, here. Anyway, what's your name? I couldn't ask yesterday, said Yang. 5. Izuku Midoriya. You can call me Deku. Midoriya introduced himself as he went to his locker. See, even that guy knows about my experiences. Yang said. What will you do during team formation, Ruby? I don't know. Ruby crossed her arms. I'll just be on your team or maybe Deku's team or something. 5. Maybe you should try to being on someone else's team, said Yang while setting her hair. My dear sister Yang, are you implying that you do not wish to be on the same team as me? Ruby asked while pointing at her. Accusingly. What? No, of course I don't, Yang replied frantically. I just thought. I don't know, maybe it could help you. Break you out of your shell. What the? I don't need to break out of my shell. Ruby retorted. Ruby, please move aside. I need to get to my second locker, said Midoriya while standing with a stoic face. Wait, second locker? Asked Yang confusedly. My equipments are big in size, so I needed 2 lockers, said Midoriya as he went past the duo and another duo of the white-haired girl and the red-haired girl. So, Pyrrha, have you given any thought to whose team you'd like to be on? Asked the white-haired girl named Weiss. I'm sure everyone must be eager to unite with such a strong, well-known individual. As yourself? I'm not quite sure, said the red-haired girl named Pyrrha. I was planning on letting the chips where they may. Well, I was thinking maybe we could be on a team together, said the white-haired girl. That sounds grand, said Pyrrha. Great, said Weiss as she turned back and smiled evilly and thought while there was a thunderstorm aura around her. This will be perfect. The smartest girl in the class combined with the strongest girl in the class. Together we will be unstoppable. I can see it now. We'll be popular. We'll be celebrities. We'll get the perfect grades. Nothing can come between us now. 3. Hey, can I ask you something? Midoriya's voice snapped Weiss back to reality, who looked at the greenette in surprise as to how he was here. She couldn't hear him. He was settling his gauntlets on his wrists. Yeah, what's up? Asked Pyrrha. Do you know how the teams are gonna be formed? Asked Midoriya. I am new to Vale and here in Beacon, so I don't know much about here. I'm not sure, answered Pyrrha. I think the team's comprised of 4 students together. Oh, that should be easy, said Midoriya as he turned his wrist gauntlet. What's your specialty? Asked Pyrrha. I'm an all-rounder. I can fight on the front lines, do reconnaissance, do rescue operations and can support other fighters, answered Midoriya for woe. Except reconnaissance, all of those are the exact qualities needed to be a hunter. Pyrrha exclaimed, surprised. She herself was a good fighter and support person but not the others. You're a fully fledged hunter then. Why are you here then? 2. I'm a fully fledged hunter to my dear ones, said Midoriya as he looked at her green eyes, but I need to prove myself that I am hunter. How about we team up? Asked Pyrrha excitedly as she got a bit close to him. Our traits match up easily and us 2 can easily be the perfect team. You can support me as well as fight while I fight and rescue. We'll see, said Midoriya as he turned his head to the side and thought. So see close. Are you serious, kid? Asked Daigoro from his throne in the Vestige realm. 2 freaking wars happened and you're still unable to talk to girls properly. 20. She's too close to me. Midoriya yelled in his mind, and she's very cute looking. Why won't I freak out? I even freak out when Uraraka stands close to me. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl was having an existential crisis in her mind. No, 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 no. Not him. His friends with that red brat. Not him, she yelled in her mind as she imagined Midoriya and Pyrrha fighting together and being the most well-known celebrities. No, I can't let him do that. I need to stop him. You there, she called out to him. Yes. How can I help you? Asked Midoriya. Why are here and not with your clumsy friend? Asked the girl. Also, do you know who are you talking to? Do you know your position? Your status? Do you know her status? Do you know how to even speak to her? Also, why are you even asking her to be on your team? You should be the one doing that. The duo looked at her with Midoriya had a brew face. He then showed up his 5 fingers and started closing them one by one while giving his answers. I am here and not with Ruby because my second locker is right beside yours. Also, stop calling Ruby stuff like that. It's annoying and rude. Also, no, I don't know who am I talking to, because I recently came here. I know my position, all-rounder, fighter, recon, rescuer, and support. I know my status, everyone knows their own. Also, she's a hunter in training, so it doesn't matter as to what used to be her status. We are all hunters here. Also, do I need to talk using a megaphone to her or bring some tea and snacks for to talk to her? And lastly, it's her who asked me. I just came here to ask about team formations. 80 then started waving his hands innocently and said, I'm doing whatever a person does. So, I don't know where am I wrong. If you think I'm wrong you could point it out to me. Weiss had tick marks on her head. You. Damn it. Leave it. She yelled as she turned and went out of the room while the duo looked at her in confusion. 2. Does she know that she's going in the wrong direction? Asked Midoriya. Don't know. Probably going to the washroom or something. Answered Pyrrha as she turned to him. So, what do you think? Here. Oh sure, we can be a team. Said Midoriya as he took out his torn yellow cape from his locker. Out. I actually don't care who's my partner. We need to be cooperative as much as possible so that we can save people. You're right, said Pyrrha, smiling at his saying and then realized something. Why are you still not ready? Looks like my new equipments will arrive late. My gauntlets are only here but not my other ones. Said Midoriya as he pulled out his scroll. You go, I need to talk to Professor Ozpin about it. 1. Sure. Pyrrha answered confused as she went out while Midoriya dialed to Ozpin and told him about his situation. Would all first-year students please report to the Beacon Cliff for initiation? Again, all first-year students please report to the Beacon Cliff immediately. Welp, looks like it's time, said Yang as she looked at Midoriya. What about you? Your new equipments aren't here and you're still not ready. I asked Ozpin about it, said Midoriya. He will see to it. If not, I will go without my gear. Can you fight without your weapons? Asked Ruby excitedly. I usually use my true semblance, said Midoriya, mentally cursing at himself for the expose. My gear focuses my semblance, so they're not a weapon. 3. What do you have actually? Asked Ruby. Gauntlets, metal braces, and my boots. Midoriya answered as he looked at the time. You two go, I will arrive late. Alright, come quickly, okay, said Ruby as she went out with Yang and Pyrrha following them. Sigh, what is that old man doing? Midoriya said to himself. Timeskip. The students were currently standing at the beacon cliff. All of them except Midoriya were there. Glinda looked at each of them. Looks like everyone's here, said Glinda as she looked at her scroll. No actually, said Ruby as she raised her hand. Deku's not here. Deku? Who's that? Asked Pyrrha. The one you were talking with, said Ruby. What kind of a name is Deku? Here? Asked Weiss rudely, making Ruby twitch her eyes slightly in anger. She could take a number insults before giving in to the insult, but not about her new friend. 8. So I see, said Glinda. Where's he anyway? His newly repaired equipments were late, so I myself sent them to him. He should be here any time now, said Ozpin while drinking from his mug. Sorry, I'm late. Deku's voice was heard. The students turned to see him walking up to them. I hope I am not interrupting anything. Nope, you aren't, said Ozpin. 1. Play this OST while reading this part. Meanwhile, the students were mesmerized by Deku's costume. He was wearing a dark green jumpsuit with white stripes, black thigh pads and black shoes. He had red braces on his arms, white brownish gauntlets on his hands and white brownish elbow bracer near his armpit. And finally, he was wearing a bit dirty and torn yellow cape. 6. And finally, he was wearing a bit dirty and torn yellow cape. 3. Deku, you look so cool. Ruby squealed, seeing his costume now properly. I agree. That's a really awesome suit, dude. Yang exclaimed. You look like a hero, said Pyrrha, looking at the arm braces. 4. Thanks. Midoriya said sheepishly. Why is your cape torn and dirty? Asked Weiss. 'Cause I used to spar a lot, said Midoriya nonchalantly, with my friends during training. Your life is really interesting. Why no, said Yang. I might want to know all about it. 1. Deku chuckled lightly as his life wasn't a joke or child's play. He then stepped onto an empty stand and looked at Ozpin and Glinda. The teachers continued their announcement. 4 years, you have trained to become warriors. Started Ozpin, and today, your abilities will be evaluated in the Emerald Forest. How ironic, said Daigoro from his throne. 6. Now, I'm sure many of you have heard rumors about the assignment of teams, announced Glinda. Allow us to put an end to your confusion. Each of you will be given teammates. Today. What? Oh, said Ruby. It's not like I expected anything different. Thought Izuku. It's like those team-up missions we did and those during the Humorize crisis. These teammates will be here for your rest of your time here at Beacon, said Ozpin, so it is in your best interest to be paired with someone with whom you can work well. Pyrrha remembered what Izuku had said previously and nodded in agreement. Ruby meanwhile made a weird sound. That being said, the first person you make eye to eye with, after landing, will be your partner for the next 4 years. Completed Ozpin. Ruby's world crumbled as her hopes of joining Izuku and Yang demolished. What? Ruby yelled. See, I told you, said Nora. I think it's a bit irrational, said Izuku as he slapped his mouth with his hand and muttered, looks like Mr. Aizawa's influence has rubbed on me a bit. But then again, we need to work with random teammates as heroes. 9. He then felt his stand vibrating a bit. He looked down and stared at it for some time, before realizing what was going to happen. 1-0. It's exactly like the training camp. He exclaimed in his mind. We're gonna be sent off to the forest. It's good I have experience from before, so I'm gonna be ready. 4. After you've partnered up, make your way to the northern part of the forest, said Ozpin. You'll meet opposition along the way. Do not hesitate to destroy everything in your path, or you will die. 1. The student gulped a bit while Midoriya had a doubt in his mind. He raised his hand to ask a question. Yes, Mr. Midoriya. Asked Ozpin. What if I destroy the whole path? Is it okay? Asked Izuku. For really, sighed. No, I mean, if there's a grim which is wider for the path, I will either bring it up in the air to minimize property damage or destroy the path as a last resort, answered Izuku. 2. The students looked at him in surprise, as if they saw a dog smoking weed. Glinda had a sweat drop while Ozpin just sipped his drink and looked at Izuku. 10. Sure. It's absolutely okay. Just make sure to leave some for the other students, said Ozpin. Anyway, you will be monitored and graded for the duration of your initiation, but our instructors will not intervene. What about those Grim which will be a great danger for the students? Asked Nana from her throne. I will take care of that, answered 𝐒𝐿. You'll find an abandoned temple at the end of the path, containing several relics, continued 𝐂𝐵𝐵. Each pair must choose one, and return to the top of the cliff. We'll guard that item, as well as your standing, and grade you appropriately. Are there any questions? Nobody raised their hands. Everyone had their doubts cleared. Midoriya meanwhile had started to create a plan for the whole mission. He will not treat this as a normal test anymore. For good. Everyone, take your positions, announced 𝐂𝐵𝐵. Every student took a jumping pose, while 𝐒𝐿 just stood still. Every student slowly started getting launched off, while 𝐒𝐿 started jumping in his place a bit, continuously. As soon as it was 𝐒𝐿's turn, the machine didn't work. The teachers and the remaining students looked at him, who in turn was staring at the machine. He then slowly turned at the teachers. I think I jumped too much on this, so I think it broke, said 𝐒𝐿 sheepishly. Not a big problem. You could jump without this, right? Asked 𝐂𝐵𝐵. As the greenette nodded, he then crouched down. 𝐂𝐵𝐵 stepped back a bit and pulled Glinda to him while the remaining students looked at him confusion. He then settled his cape. Mr. Midoriya, called out 𝐂𝐵𝐵 as the greenette looked at him. Good luck. And go beyond. 20 Midoriya smiled as crimson-red lines with white energy started spreading across his body, crisscrossing at his face. Then suddenly, his skin glowed a bit orange and green lightning crackled around his body as he put his hand behind and jumped. To others, he disappeared or teleported, but 𝐂𝐵𝐵 knew what happened well. 5 seconds later, huge shockwaves got sent out, blowing away the students, shocking them and Glinda. The machine on which 𝐒𝐿 was on was blown to bits. 𝐂𝐵𝐵 threw off the remaining students off the cliff. All the students started using their methods to descend. Ruby shot in the air to spin herself in the air. Weiss used what seemed to be blue-colored glyph and stepped on it to descend herself. Ren cut a tree while spinning to slow his descent. Yang meanwhile was flying and shooting from her gauntlets. Yang was yelling in glee, when suddenly, something zoomed past her, sending out huge shockwaves which surprised her. Yang was yelling in glee, when suddenly, something zoomed past her, sending out huge shockwaves which surprised her. The bird at the right side of the panel is Yang 5. Whoa. Watch where you're going, yelled Yang. Who the heck was that anyway? She then jumped onto some trees and started descending using them as a foothold. She then rolled onto the ground. Nailed it. Yang sang 3. Pyrrha was descending down by using her shield to protect herself from the trees which she crashed into. She then rolled onto a tree branch and transformed her spear into a sniper. She started looking around with the scope. Suddenly, her eyes darted over to a green light in the distance. She looked through the scope to see 𝐒𝐿 flying across the sky with what seems to be green lightning surrounding his body. She then got down from the tree and ran towards the green hero's direction. Meanwhile all of this was happening, Deku was flying across the sky with his float quirk and air force to propel himself properly. The way Yang propelled herself across the sky with her gauntlets, it gave me 𝐭𝐽𝐻 vibes, said 𝐒𝐿, though he will propel faster. 8. So 9th, what's the plan? Asked 𝐒𝐽𝐻, floating beside him. After I descend, I will try to find the nearest person. I think I saw Ruby, that white-haired girl, and Pyrrha fly to the north here. I will try to pair up with Ruby or Pyrrha. That white-haired girl is a bit rude, answered 𝐒𝐿 as he laid out his whole plan. Then we will try to find the ruined temple 𝐂𝐵𝐵 was talking about. I will be using only full cowl at 20%, because I think the whole forest will crumble under the intense shockwave. I will also restrict myself only to Black Whip and Float. Danger Sense will, as always, help me dodge the Grim. Smokescreen will be useless against them since they detect negative emotions. I will also use FA Jin only in critical moment. What after that? Asked Nana. We will find one of the relic and then I will zoom back to the cliffside as fast as I could so as to decrease our duration of staying in the field, continued 𝐒𝐿 as he dodged some trees. We will get a perfect score. No injuries or anything. The One for All smiled at this. They were proud of him. If only his mentor, All Might, was here to hear this. The second user meanwhile floated beside him. Say, 9th, did you happen to use my meta ability? Asked the second user too. Wanted to. But I won't, answered Izu. I will be restricting myself to only one for all, Black Whip, Danger Sense and Float. I will be hiding the other 3 abilities from the others. Currently, Ruby, Ms. Glinda, Roman Torchwick and that flame woman know about it. Your power will be an element of surprise for them. Good. That's a good strategy. Said second also, not an element of surprise, it's your element of surprise for them. All of the quirks are now yours. 8 With Ruby she did a hero landing on the ground with her weapon folded behind her. She started running to find someone. Gotta find Yang, said Ruby to herself. Gotta find Yang. Gotta find Deku. Gotta find Yang. Gotta find Deku. Yang. Deku. Yang. Deku. Ah, this is really bad. This is really bad. What if I can't find them? What if someone else find them first? What about Blake? So mysterious, so calm, plus she likes books. Oh, then again I'm not sure I'd be able to hold a conversation with her. Who else? Oh, Deku. If I find him, I'm gonna be very lucky. He is sociable, smart, also likes books, is like me, and of course, his strength is the most powerful out of all the students here. He also needs help from me. He isn't used to Remnant. Soon, someone came into her sights. She stopped to see the white-haired girl from before, the one with the bratty attitude, Weiss standing with her back turned to her. She turned hearing the sound and both the girls' eyes met. Weiss stared at the girl for a bit. Ruby smiled, before Weiss turned and moved forward. Wait, where are you going? Asked Ruby. We're supposed to be teammates. Suddenly, Weiss went past her while saying, by no means this makes us friends. She pulled Ruby's cape and started dragging her while Ruby exclaimed, you came back. With Deku was still in the air, trying to find the ruined temple from the skies. But the emerald forest was so dense, everything was covered with only green leaves and branches. There were very few clearings in the forest. Deku decided to finally land down after so long. Reckon. I'm gonna go down. There's no temple here, so I need to find a partner now, said Izuku. He then propelled himself down towards a clearing and put his hands forward as his suit started glowing under his full cowl and shot a huge air force blast to the ground to slow down his descent. He jumped onto the ground with ease and started running while the surrounding trees and bushes were rustling under his pressure. He jumped onto the ground with ease and started running while the surrounding trees and bushes were rustling under his pressure. 3. Everyone probably has found a partner as well as Grim to fight with. I need to do that too, said Izuku as he kept running. Is it weird no Grim is coming towards me? I think it's possible one for all is scaring them away, said Nana, or maybe you strayed too much far away from the place. Izuku jumped across the trees, easily running among them even though his area of vision is dampened by the trees. He jumped a bit above in the air and started using the tops of the trees as the footholds. He jumped a bit above in the air and started using the tops of the trees as the footholds. This feels so nostalgic, said Izuku. This reminds me of the time when I first used full cowl to show my friends my improvements. You've come a long way, Ninth, said Yoichi, and we're proud of it. Izuku backflipped from one of the trees and dropped to the ground. He heard some leaves rustling and turned to see a bush moving to his right side. He readied his air force to shoot at the hostile being. Danger sense wasn't ringing, but that didn't mean the being will not be a danger. Especially if it manages to hide its emotions. Who will it be? Thought Izuku. Let it be a person. I'm in real need of a partner. Suddenly, a familiar red-headed girl with a golden-colored spear appeared from the bush, settling her hair. Izuku at first couldn't recognize since it was only the head, but then realized it was that same girl from the morning. Both the green eyes then met each other. Hello there, said Pyrrha as she smiled. I finally found you. It was taking me a lot of time to come here, but I finally did it. 14. Izuku sighed in relief and also smiled while saying, at least I got a partner. You don't know how much tense I was when I found no one was here. Not even the Grim. Let's go. I think I saw your friend, I think her name was Ruby, go to that direction with Weiss, said Pyrrha as she pointed to a particular direction, northeast to where Izuku is. One thanks. It was difficult for me to find the temple from a high position, said Izuku as he suddenly stiffened up. His danger sense suddenly zapped up. alerting him about hostility in the area. He looked around to see nothing happening. Pyrrha just stared at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" asked Pyrrha. "Hold on," said Izuku as he stared at a particular bush and shot an Air Force blast at it. A scream was heard and a big grim with what seemed to be white-boned hands fell out and crashed into a tree. Izuku felt his danger sense ringing up continuously, not quieting down even one bit. He felt his whole head hurting, so now was the worst-case scenario for the duo. Pyrrha readied her weapon as she also heard the bushes and leaves rustling. "I don't think we are in a safe area," said Pyrrha. "I'm starting to think we are surrounded," said Izuku. The greenette's prediction turned out correct, as suddenly, multiple grim monsters jumped in front of them. All of them had their eyes glowing red. Izuku balled his hands into fists and took a fighting stance. Pyrrha stood behind him to cover him as his body soon covered in green lightning. "Get down!" Izuku yelled as Pyrrha ducked in the distance. Currently, Yang was angry. Extremely angrily. Why? Because a few grim monsters had tore off a piece of her hair from her head, and she hates it. She punched one of them so hard it flew back and crashed into 3 trees. The second one got up and lunged towards her from the back. "What, you want some, too?" asked Yang angrily. Suddenly, something hit the grim, knocking it out in an instant. It fell on the ground and behind it stood Blake with her weapon stretched out. She pulled it back to her and put it on her back and smiled at the yellow-haired girl. "I could have taken him," said Yang. One with the other two she was fighting multiple grims. She remembered her training and went to attack one, only to see Ruby suddenly appear before her and take it out in one sweep with her crescent rose. Weiss barely managed to change her attack direction, destroying a tree in the process. Ruby looked at it in surprise, when another grim attacked her with its claws. She blocked it with her weapon, but got pushed back and slammed onto the snow-white girl. "Hey, watch out," said Ruby. "Excuse me, you attacked out of turn," said Weiss. "I could have killed you." "You'll have to try a lot harder than that," said Ruby. Both the girls got closer with their weapons ready. The grims were growling as they got ready to lunge at them. Suddenly, a huge earthquake occurred, shaking the ground violently. The grim got thrown away at this. The girls were surprised at this sudden event, and clutched the ground tightly to stop themselves from getting thrown away. With Yang and Blake, "What the hell is this?" yelled Yang as she held onto a tree, for the ground was shaking rapidly. Some trees were getting uprooted while the branches were getting thrown over. Blake was holding onto another tree, which was thick enough not to move in this. "I think we should tell about this to the professors," yelled Blake with Ren and Nora. Ren currently was fighting a grim cobra. He was shooting at it, who just was trying to lunge at him. The black cobra then transformed its black tail into another cobra, aiding him in the hunt. Ren lost his weapons on the field. The black one lunged at him, who in return, used his hands to hold the fang while some kind of force field was around him. He broke the fangs with his hands and killed the cobra with its own fangs. Nora then hung down a tree. "Gra, gra," said Nora as she hung down near to Ren's face. "I still don't think that's what a sloth sounds like," said Ren. Nora booped Ren's nose, when suddenly, the ground shook violently, making her fall down. "Oh, what is that? An earthquake? That's not good," said Ren as he dragged his friend and held onto a tree nearby to stop themselves from getting blown away. An earthquake of this magnitude is not good at all. With the professors at the cliff, Glinda had almost lost her footing and could have fell down, had not Ozpin intervened and caught her with his cane. He then pulled her back and looked at the emerald forest to see the trees shaking rapidly. "What was that?" asked Glinda, shocked. "A shockwave," answered Ozpin calmly, drinking from his mug, "probably caused by Deku." "Are you sure?" asked Glinda as she regained her footing while the shaking was still going on. "Yep. Nobody out there is strong enough to produce so strong a shockwave, which could easily be mistaken for an earthquake, except Deku," said Ozpin. "Check what's happening in the scroll." "I can currently only see Mr. Ren and Ms. Nora team up," said Glinda as she looked through the scroll. "Poor boy, I can't imagine those two getting along. I can't find Mr. Midoriya and Ms. Nikos though. The drones are not getting any signal from that side. Just wait. Let the shockwave stop, and then we will see to it," said Ozpin as he drank from his cup. After 30 seconds, the shockwave stopped and the cliff stopped shaking. Ozpin and Glinda sighed at this in relief. Glinda then again checked through her scroll to check on the students. With Deku and Pyrrha what was that? Asked Pyrrha, scared. She was completely traumatized by what had happened. Just a few seconds ago, she was fighting the Grims with Deku. He had ordered Pyrrha to move and did a roundhouse kick, sending out what seems to be air pressure at the Grims behind her. She got ready and then started shooting at some while Deku was giving her support and shooting something at the Grims. He was surprisingly extremely agile, as he started running around the Grims and used the trees as his foothold. He punched some of them very easily, making them fly away. He then looked at Pyrrha. A wolf-like Grim along with 3 cobra-like Grim was sneaking up on her while she was shooting at the front to help Izuku. "1 Pyrrha. Move!" yelled Deku as he jumped in the air. Pyrrha heard this and lunged to her left side, dodging the Grim attack from behind. Deku front flipped in a spinning way and spin toward the Grims, who lunged at him. Deku then fisted his hand, the air around him wrapping around it. 1 Deku then fisted his hand, the air around him wrapping around it. 1 California. Smash! For he yelled in his mind as his fist made contact with Grim's face, crushing it down. It got pushed down back on the ground, shattering the ground. There was only a huge amount of air pressure and shockwave going around while Pyrrha held onto the ground to stop herself from getting blown away. The nearby Grim meanwhile got sent away from the sheer power. Pyrrha had her mouth opened wide, as this was the first time she had so much strength in one attack. She was trembling fear at this. "Pyrrha, you okay?" asked Izuku. "I'm sorry I went overboard, but this was the only way to beat all the Grim at once and save you. And also not use Black Whip and float." 1W What was that? Asked Pyrrha, scared. "Sorry, my semblance. It's a bit complicated," said Izuku. "It allows me to store energy every second and amplify my physical prowess rapidly." "That was so much power," exclaimed Pyrrha as she picked up her weapon and shield. "Was that green electricity a part of your semblance?" "Yes, it was. Now, let's go. We will talk about it later," said Izuku as he pointed at a particular direction. "I think I saw some of the students that side when I jumped." "Sure, let's go," said Pyrrha. Izuku and Pyrrha then started jogging towards the particular direction Izuku pointed out while Pyrrha was thinking about the previous event and the electricity. She had never heard about a semblance which can allow a person to store energy and grant him superhuman physical prowess. Not only this, but she hasn't seen his aura. Surely the green electricity isn't aura. She was now extremely interested in the green boy. If my actions can save any of them, then I've got to do something. 1 Izuku Midoriya Deku. The students were now curious as to how there was such a big earthquake and the wind was blowing violently and now stopped. With Ruby and Weiss, the duo were quarreling. Deku and Pyrrha meanwhile were jogging towards the direction the former had pointed before. Pyrrha went forward and moved a twig out of her way. Deku followed her but didn't realize it and got hit with the twig. It broke off the tree while Deku rubbed his sore nose. "Oh, this place is such a pain," muttered Deku, rubbing his nose. "Oh, Izuku, I'm sorry," said Pyrrha as she turned around to see the boy rubbing his nose, "though I must say, you're quite strong for getting hit by it and not even flinching." "Oh, it's okay," reassured Duti's but a scratch. "Not a big deal." 36 He then got up as Pyrrha went closer to him and stared at his nose in confusion. "Why didn't you activate your aura?" asked Pyrrha. Deku was in a pinch. He didn't have any kind of aura like the other people. "The thing is, my aura is a bit complicated. It doesn't activate like other auras. But I can use my semblance without it." "Wait, an aura which isn't activable?" asked Pyrrha, surprised. "That sounds ridiculous. Do you even know what aura is?" "Yeah, I do," said Deku. "It is the manifestation of our soul. It works like a force field, and even enhances our senses, making it feel as if we are being watched without knowing anyone's there." "That's right," said Pyrrha. "It also bears our burdens and shields our hearts. With practice, it can even be our shield. Everyone has it, even animals. So, since it is a manifestation of the soul, the monsters don't have one since they lack souls, am I right?" asked Deku. "1 Those monsters lack souls," answered Pyrrha. "They are creatures of Grim, the manifestation of anonymity. They are the darkness and we are the light." "The kid probably knows that, young lady," said Nana, a bit annoyed. "So basically aura is a force field state of the soul," said Right. That's why we fight them, said Dew. It's not about why, it's about knowing, said Pyrrha. Understanding both dark and light helps us manifest our aura. Everyone has some of both. So that's why Midoriya-kun doesn't possess an aura, said Yoichi, understanding the situation. Why is that? Yoichi asked. Third, it's because he understands light more than dark, answered Yoichi. He is mostly positive and fights the dark more. This is why the aura is outbalanced by the positiveness and doesn't manifest in him. That's my guess. By bearing your soul outward as a force, you can deflect harm, said Pyrrha. All of our tools and equipments are conduits for aura. You project yourself and your soul while fighting. One, somewhat like a force field, said Deku as he thought, but why is she telling me as if I don't know this? Well, whatever, I can collect more info here. 2, yes, if you want to look at it that way, said Pyrrha. It's basically a weaker version of the shock absorption quirk, then. Thought Dew, and to beat it, we just need to overcome it with continuous attacks. Pyrrha then kept her weapon behind her back and came closer to the greenette, who looked surprised. Now, close your eyes and concentrate, said Pyrrha as she held Deku's cheeks. Pyrrha. What are you doing? Asked Deku as he was blushing red by the sudden touch of a girl. Pyrrha just stayed silent and closed her eyes and opened them again. She started glowing as Deku watched this in silence. His body soon also started glowing, but different from the redhead. His skin was glowing orange, just like when he used his full cowl at 100%. Small bolts of green lightning were spawning on his body. Pyrrha then soon started chanting, for it is in passing that we achieve immortality. Through this, we become a paragon of virtue and glory, rise above all, infinite in distance and unbound by death. I release your soul, and be my shoulder and protect thee. She then released her hand, but before doing that, she then saw something weird as she had her eyes closed. 8 stars of different colors formed on his different body parts and merged together with a big star on his chest. 8 stars of different colors formed on his different body parts and merged together with a big star on his chest. She bent on her knees and started coughing as Deku looked at her in worry. Pyrrha. You okay? Asked Deku. I'm okay, said Pyrrha. I used my aura to unlock yours, but the energy, it's weird. It's as if more aura is merging up. You seem to have a potential, a knack for it. But it isn't unlocked. I think we are gonna a more powerful person to help you unlock it. But I'm not sure whether you really have an aura like us or not. I'm not able to feel anything, and at the same time I'm feeling something powerful. I have a knack for it, here, muttered Deku as he thought it shouldn't be possible. Ozpin hasn't done anything to my body when we got here. What's wrong, Ninth? Asked Hikage Shikamori. I think my second guess is right. I think that since my body isn't compatible with this world, it's a more advanced version of the original human body, which is why this world has provided me with my own aura, but it won't unlock any sooner now. Answered Deku in his mind. Welp, I guess I don't need it any now, so yeah. 3 Suddenly, his full cowl activated on its own, surprising the duo with its appearance. What the? Why did it activate it? Asked Deku to himself. I think it's somewhat related to your aura, said Pyrrha. Maybe it's trying to unlock it. First. What's happening? Asked Deku to the first OFA user. I don't know. Nothing wrong here. It's as if you are just activating your full cowl on your own. Answered Yoichi. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. Everything is fine. If anything goes wrong, I will immediately alarm you. Okay. I think her aura has interrupted with it. Thought Deku as he looked at Pyrrha and said, anyway, let's go. We need to complete our objectives. 6 What about your semblance? Asked Pyrrha, pointing at his body, which was sprinkling out small bolts of green lightning. I think it's trying to unlock my aura or something like that, said Deku. We mustn't let that get in the way of our objectives. Let's go. Sure, said Pyrrha. The duo then started jogging towards the direction Deku had pointed earlier with the greenette turning on his full cowl, and by that the author meant the actual energy part. Far away with Nora and Ren. I still don't think that sloth sounds like that, said Ren as he saw Nora get down in front of him, though I still wonder, do the professors know about the earthquake? Who cares? Let's go smash some monsters, exclaimed Nora as she dragged Ren with her towards a random direction while Ren sighed. With the professors at the cliffside there. I got them, exclaimed Glinda as she showed Pyrrha and Deku jogging with the greenette's body activated in his full cowl. Looks like the duo are doing quite well. They are way much better off than Lai Ren and Nora Valkyrie. I don't care what his transcripts say or what he has given himself. Low grades to get rid of the attention from him. That Deku is more than ready to become a hunter, even better than all hunters. His way of thinking and leadership is really off the charts. At their current pace, they should reach the temple in less than 5 minutes or something. Speaking of which, what did you use as relics this year? Professor Ozpin. 11. The old man just stayed quiet and stared at the scroll screen in his hands, where Ruby and Weiss were chatting, or more like Weiss was. Both seemed to be lost. It's definitely this way, said Weiss in the scroll, though I wonder, what was that earthquake earlier? With Ruby and Weiss the duo were lost in the forest and now just stayed in one place. Weiss was pacing up and down the place while Ruby just sat on the ground counting the leaves. I mean, this way. Continued Weiss, it's definitely this way. All right, it's official. We passed it. Ruby sighed and threw the leaf aside as she got up and stood in front of the white-haired girl and said, "Why can't you admit that you have no idea where we are going?" "Because I know where we are going exactly," answered Weiss with a small reluctancy. "We are going to the forest temple." 1. Thank God Deku isn't here, cause if he was, he would supersess that he has wasted so much time with you, sighed Ruby, and he would probably bang his head HD on the ground at your multimillion lane answer. 3. Oh really? Weiss sneered, "You don't know where we are, either. And why would that broccoli head be even cessed? He doesn't even look the type." "Well, at least I'm not pretending like I know everything," answered Ruby, a bit angry, "and that guy is my friend, Deku. So you better talk kindly about him. And yes, he may not look like it, but if he becomes angry, I'm pretty sure you would get nightmares for days." 6. Far away with someone far away. A certain black-haired woman in red clothes felt shivers up her spine as she started sweating. She wiped it off her forehead as she sighed. "I can't forget those eyes," she muttered as she remembered all the time she had to stay awake the whole week as she had got nightmares about that night. She had received dark eye bags as a result. 6. Back with the duo. "What is that supposed to mean?" asked Weiss angrily. "I'm pretty sure that broccoli can't get me to nightmares. I have trained for creatures far more dangerous than him. And no, I won't talk good for him, just because he is a friend of you. Shut up." Ruby yelled angrily, "I don't want to hear any more of that rubbish stuff from you. Especially not about him. You want to know what my saying means? It means you're a big, stupid JK, and I hate you." Just keep moving," said Weiss as she moved forward. "Also, why are you so angry about me saying anything bad for him?" 1. Just keep moving. Ruby started mocking Weiss' antics. "Hurry up. Watch where we are going. Why are you so bossy? I'm pretty sure Deku's friends were way more better than you." 5. "I'm not bossy," retorted Weiss. "Stop saying things like that. And keep that idiot out of our conversation." Ruby had enough and swung her crescent rose at Weiss, who got surprised at this gesture. She saw Ruby's face closely. Her hair was covering her silver eyes. "Enough. Enough is enough. Not a single trash talk about him," said Ruby with a deep voice, one which surprised Weiss. "Not him. He was the first one to help me out here at Beacon. He is my first friend. So, stop that. I don't want to start a fight with you. Stop treating me like a kid and him like a brute." "Stop acting like a kid," retorted Weiss, hands ready on her weapon. "Don't pull your weapon out the next time, or else I would be forced to use mine." "Well, stop acting like you are perfect," said Ruby as she put her weapon back. "I'm not perfect," answered Weiss as she lowered her voice. "Not yet. But I'm still leagues better than you. And probably better than that Deku. Useless." 9. She went forward, leaving the girl behind, who had her eyes covered with her hair again. "You don't even know me," Ruby muttered as she looked at the white-haired girl. "And definitely not him. Perfect. You haven't seen the Deku. He is the literal definition of perfection on Remnant. And I just want to see how he became a hero. And follow his steps to reach the goal of saving people. Just like Mom. I also." 2. With Blake and Yang the duo were walking towards the ruined temple. Yang was setting her hair. She was frustrated because her hair had got entangled with each other and her ears. Many pieces of her hair had even got torn off when she and Blake had got caught in Deku's smash attack previously. Blake meanwhile had her ears rubbing. "I just hate it. I just hate it. I just hate it," said Young frustratingly. "Why did my hair have to got like this? I had shampooed it and cared for it so carefully. And now, my whole work has dived straight into the drain." "I don't think you're alone," said Blake as she settled her bow properly. "My bow also was going to fly away, and my ears are now ringing from the previous sounds of the debris flying." "But still, at least your hair is still okay," said Young, "and that's so unfair. I don't know what was the cause of that earthquake, but if I find it to be the work of someone, I will kill them." Want me to help you with that?" asked Blake as she pointed at the yellow-haired girl's hair. "If you can," said Young. Blake then walked up to Young and easily opened the knots formed on the hair. Young helped her a bit. Both then reached the ruined temple with the duo in their proper hair now. "Think this is it?" asked Young as she looked at the temple. Blake just walked forward while Young looked at her and then followed her. The duo then checked out all the pillars and saw multiple giants' chess pieces. "Chess pieces," muttered Blake as she looked at the queen piece. "Some of them are missing," said Young. "Looks like we aren't the only one here." "Well, I guess we should pick one," said Blake with the heroic duos. Deku and Pyrrha were staring at a cave. This cave happened to be in the path of the direction of where Deku had pointed earlier. The duo looked in silence at it. After 20 seconds, Deku broke the silence. What do you think?" asked Du. "No idea," said Pyrrha. "I'm just following your way of direction." Deku started gathering some branches from the ground nearby while Pyrrha looked at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" asked Pyrrha. "Making a torch," said Du. "We're gonna have a look inside to see if anything useful is there. If not, we will go out and look from a cliffside. A high place will give us a good vantage point." "It's a good strategy, but," started Pyrrha, "how will you light that torch?" Deku looked at her with confused eyes. "Wait, you don't have a match or something?" asked Deku. "No," answered Pyrrha confusedly. "You don't have two?" "No. I thought I saw you with a matchbox or something earlier in the locker room," said Deku as he threw away the sticks. "They are useless then." "What about your scroll?" asked Pyrrha. "I didn't bought mine." Deku looked at her with blank expression and facepalmed so hard a small shockwave was created behind his head with only his natural physical strength, surprising Pyrrha. "What's wrong?" asked Pyrrha confused. "I'm such an idiot," said Deku as he slowly slid his hand over his face. "I forgot I had bought mine. Sorry." Saying this, Deku pulled out his phone from his red utility belt. He didn't had his scroll, so he decided to use it as the substitute. Deku then turned on the flashlight. "Come on," said Deku as he started walking in. Pyrrha followed the greenette inside. It was still total darkness inside, so dark even Deku's full cowl wasn't able to illuminate it completely. The duo walked quietly, with Deku walking even quieter since his iron soles will make the thunk noise with the ground. "I'm not sure this is it," said Pyrrha reluctantly. "I told you, we will just see a bit of this and then leave if there's nothing here," said Deku. "Don't worry, nothing's gonna happen." He took a step forward and stubbed his leg with something on the ground, which made him tumble forward and fall down. His phone fell on the ground, mistakenly turning off the torch, leaving them in total darkness. Deku quietly got up as his full cowl had swayed off. Only the eyes of the duo were visible in the darkness. Sorry. Looks like my foe scrolls out of my hand," said Du. "I hate places like these. Why do I have to jinx it?" "Du," called out Pyrrha. "Do you feel that frustration which is making me go crush this area?" "Yeah, sure," answered Deku instantly. "No, it's warm," said Pyrrha, "and pointy, I guess. Though it has blunt tip." Here. Deku felt something on his lower part of his body. "Something's trying to grab me." "Really? Try to catch it," said Pyrrha. Deku then grabbed the thing which was touching his lower part. He used his left hand to catch it, when he grabbed something else. What's this?" asked Deku. "Deku. Some things are touching me too," said Pyrrha with a red face. She was aiming for an unknown reason. "Really? Wait up," said Deku. He turned on his full cowl. His green bioelectricity turned on and covered his body as his body glowed with the signature crimson-red lines. As soon as the area was illuminated, the duo then looked at what was grabbing them. Both slowly looked at each other. The one for all users except second and third at the Vestige realm saw what happened and said out loud, "OS9AA." Both Deku and Pyrrha yelled simultaneously, one with Yang and Blake. "How about a cute little pony?" asked Yang. She had grabbed a yellow horse piece from one of the table. It was a bit smaller in size than the other chess pieces' relics. "Sure," said Blake. "This wasn't too hard," said Yang. "Well, it's not like this place is very difficult to find," said Blake back. With the hero duos both had their backs turned around to each other. Deku was facing the wall while Pyrrha was facing the other wall. Both were blushing heavily. "You want to know what happened 10 seconds ago?" Both had grabbed each other's private parts accidentally. Deku had grabbed Pyrrha's biatis, well, her cleavage to be exact, since her biases were covered, which was making her in pleasure, and the redhead had grabbed Deku's Excalibur, sorry, one for all. This is why both couldn't face each other. 9. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," repeated Du. "Please forgive me, Pyrrha. I absolutely had no idea what I was doing." "It's okay," said Pyrrha with a red face. "I also apologize for. You know." "Let's leave it there," said Deku. Back at the Vestige realm, Daigoro and Ien were laughing. Yoichi and Nana were chuckling. The second, the third and 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐽 were sighing. This sight was indeed a good entertainment. 5. "Oh my god. It's so funny," laughed Daigoro. "Stop laughing. I probably must have offended her or something," yelled Deku in his mind, "and I never expected 6 to laugh. You're pathetic, kid. Ha ha ha," said Daigoro while trying to stop his laughter. "Here's Deku, one of the strongest person to exist, and can't handle a girl. Ha ha ha. I can't," thought Deku embarrassedly. "Poor kid. I wish you all the best," said Yoichi. "I can't say anything. I haven't experienced any kind of this during my time," sighed second. "So no, I can't say anything about this." "Same here," said third one. "Thanks for giving me information with which I have absolutely no work," said Deku. After 2 minutes, both regained their postures. Both still had small blushes on their cheeks. Deku walked in front of her while she followed him. It was extreme darkness, and even Deku's full cowl wasn't able to provide the proper light to light it up. His phone was cracked, so he needed to repair it later. Soon, the duo reached something glowing yellow. A pointy thing was glowing in the air. Both didn't knew that whatever was this was waiting for them. "Oh, looks like we found the relic," said Dugat. "I was tired of this place." One he went to grab it, but it slid back. His second quirk, or his second semblance, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐽, a fourth one for all users quirk, Danger Sense, or 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐾 in his language, spiked up hard, alerting the greenette. Deku then hoisted his right hand before Pyrrha to protect her. "Wait. Something's wrong," said Du. "If this is the relic, we need to be careful. Something dangerous is behind it." "Be careful," said Pyrrha, not asking how did he sense threat. Deku then went to grab it, but it was backing up continuously. He stayed in his place. "If this relic keeps on going back, I won't be able to get it. And whatever danger is there behind it, it will attack us. And what's more, I have a very big disadvantage here," thought Deku. He raised his hand in front and fisted his hand. Dark tendrils with blue borders generated from his knuckles' iron sights as he activated the fifth one for all user, Daigoro Banjo's quirk, or which is called here, his third semblance, Black Whip, aka 𝐾𝐻𝐼 in his language. 5. "Get it? Black Whip," called out Deku in his mind. When the tendrils went and grabbed the pointy thing. To Pyrrha, everything was dark except just the blue border. "What's this, Deku?" asked Pyrrha. "My semblance," said Deku quietly. He then pulled it towards himself forcefully. He then grabbed it while the tendrils disappeared. He grabbed it with both his hands and observed it, while Danger Sense was ringing. He turned at Pyrrha and showed her the object. "Phew, we got it. The threat is probably at the back of the cave," said Du. "I don't. That's the relic," said Pyrrha with sweat dropping from her forehead. "Plus, now that you say it, it looks familiar to me," said Du. "Anyway, let's get it." Before he could continue, the pointy thing pulled the greenette in the air. He got surprised at this gesture, when suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Pyrrha, This isn't the relic, nor there is threat behind. Started Deku. Red spheres started glowing in front of him. Soon, it multiplied rapidly as Deku and Pyrrha got a visual of the thing in front of them. This is the threat, yelled Deku. Red eyes opened in front of him in the darkness. The eyes were glowing bright red and orange. Pyrrha, run, yelled Deku out loudly. The chapter ends with the two green eyes meeting the red glowing eyes while Deku had fear and shock etched on his face. 1. This is it, heroes. Start your mission. 1. Gran Torino, get ready for one of the biggest chapters. 3. What was that? Asked Yang to Blake, who was looking at her. Blake, did you hear that? As if someone yelled run or something, said Blake while staring far in the distance from where the screaming was heard. 2. Back with the heroes. Deku was at a huge disadvantage in the fight. He was directly in front of the Grim. Secondly, the cave was too cramped, so his full cowl was useless since he needed space for movement. Pyrrha was seen running at full speed towards the outside of the cave. Deku was behind her, stuck on the monster's tail. Deku was trying to stop it, but the cave wasn't gonna let him do that. His right-hand Air Force glove was stuck on the tail. The curved part of his wrist area, to be precise. 9. Don't stop. It's right behind you. Deku yelled as he tried to free himself. Try not to look behind. Thanks for the useless info, yelled Pyrrha as she kept on running. She was reaching the exit, but it seems as if fate had other plans for her. The monster seemed to have almost close on to her. Deku had no other choice. He lifted his left up as he held it out towards the redhead's direction. Sorry, said Deku as he did his famous finger flick position, Delaware Smash, Air Force. He yelled as he shot a compressed air bullet at Pyrrha, who got launched out of the cave and crashed far away. Deku looked at the girl in worry. Sorry, but this was the only way, said D. The Grim then came out of the cave and looked at the girl, who was probably 50 m away from the monster and hero. The girl stood up shakily and shook her head to get rid of the dizziness as she looked at the duo in front of her with wide eyes. She was surprised that even though her aura was activated, Deku had managed to launch her away to save her. But now, the Greenette was in a pinch. The Grim, which looked like a scorpion, was trying to get him off it, while Deku was trying to get his gloves off the tail. It's as if the tail had some sort of glue or something on it. 1. Pyrrha, whatever happens, don't come near. It's angry currently, yelled Deku. Deku, hold on it tightly. No matter what, don't let dash. Pyrrha was cut off by the Grim, throwing Deku far away with his gloves still stuck on the tail. Go. Pyrrha had sweat falling from her forehead as she saw this and turned towards the scorpion Grim, which was staring at her. Pyrrha grinned sheepishly as she held her weapon and ran from the place. She knew one thing: there was no chance for her to defeat that Grim, which was bigger than an aircraft. The only one capable of defeating them easily is Deku, and even he was launched away. With Yang and Blake. Blake, did you hear that? Asked Yang again to the next black-haired girl as she turned to her. What should we do? Suddenly, a familiar feminine voice was heard. 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐫, yelled out Ruby, who was falling from the sky towards them. A few seconds ago Ruby yelled out Weiss, I told you this was a terrible idea. The duo was sitting over a flying Grim. The Grim was flying at a very high speed. The duo had held onto its feathers. We're fine, yelled Ruby back. Stop worrying. I'm so far beyond worrying, yelled back Weiss. Ruby looked at her with a deadpan expression on her face as she asked quietly, in a good way? In a bad way, yelled Weiss. In a very bad way. Well, why don't we just jump? Asked Ruby. Weiss gasped loudly as she answered, What are you, insane? No answer was heard. Weiss looked forward to see Ruby no longer there. She had jumped down from the monster. Oh, you insufferable little brat, yelled Weiss angrily down with the trio at the temple. Blake, did you hear that? What should we do? Asked Yang again as the black-haired girl just pointed at the sky continuously. Yang followed her gaze to see her half-sister falling from the sky. She crashed onto the tree behind the duo. Ruby became dizzy after crashing. She was seeing colorful stars in the morning. What the? Mumbled Ruby dizzily as she shook her head to get rid of it. Did your sister just fell from the sky? Asked Blake. Yang was confused. A noise was heard as the duo looked in front of them to see a Grim. Pink electricity was seen glowing behind it as it suddenly fell down. Nora was seen front flipping in front of it. She looked at it sadly. "Oh, it's broken," said Nora. Ren dizzily got from the side of the fallen Grim as he looked at Nora. "Nora," called out Ren, "please, don't ever do that again." There was no sound. The green-clothed boy looked up to see the girl vanished. Nora was staring at a yellow chess piece. She picked it up. "I'm the queen of the castle, I'm the queen of the castle." Nora started singing. "Nora," called out Ren. Nora stopped singing and saluted at the boy as the piece fell onto her hand. "Coming, Ren," she answered as she went to him. "Did that girl just ride on an Ursa?" asked Blake. A Yang was again confused. Another noise was heard. This time, the duo looked up to see Pyrrha running towards them with that scorpion Grim behind her. It started attacking her with its claws as she barely dodged its attacks. "Deku, where are you?" called out Pyrrha frantically. "Ruby," called out Yang. The said girl ran towards her sister from the tree as she met her finally and said, "Yang." Nora, the pink-skirted girl, came up in between them, surprising the duo. "Did she just run all the way here with a Deathstalker on her tail?" asked Blake as Yang was glowing with anger. Suddenly, the yellow-haired girl's hair set on fire as her eyes changed to red color as she started yelling, "I can't take it anymore. Could everyone chill out for 2 seconds before something crazy happens again?" Behind her, Nora was signaling Ren, who was coming towards her dizzily. "Nora, I'm just chilling out." "Oh, 2 seconds have passed. Where are the crazy things?" Yang, called out Ruby to her sister, pointing to the sky up in the air. Weiss was still stuck with the flying Grim's leg's nail. She was clinging onto it with her life. She looked down. "How could you leave me?" Weiss yelled out loud. "I said jump," answered Ruby calmly. "She's gonna fall," said Blake. "She's gonna be fine," said Ruby. "She is falling," said Ren. True to his words, the white girl was actually falling from the sky, yelling out in fear. Suddenly, a green streak of light zoomed past everyone as it flew into the sky, sending out a huge shockwave, blowing away every student present. Pyrrha and the Deathstalker also got sent away by the sheer shockwave. Everyone had to cover their faces. Slowly, they opened it to see the green bolt flying towards the white girl. Ruby instantly knew who it was. Pyrrha far away also saw the bolt and knew who it was, as she had seen it earlier with herself too. "Gotcha!" yelled Deku loudly as he caught Weiss in his arms. The greenette had survived the Deathstalker's launching previously and was just a bit sore from the direct impact towards a tree. His right hand was unprotected as his mid-air force gauntlet, or as he likes to call it, was stuck with the Deathstalker. "Deku!" yelled out Ruby and Pyrrha in glee. "Are you okay?" asked Pyrrha. "I'm fine, a bit sore." "Behind you!" yelled back the hero. Pyrrha whipped her head back to see the Deathstalker getting up again and chasing her. She again started running towards the others while Deku was watching everything from the sky. He was flying across the sky with his air force since the flying Grim was attacking them and he had to dodge them. He had an idea. He opened his mouth wide. "Froppy style!" yelled out Deku in his mind. A black whip tendril formed in his mouth. It then shot forward towards the monster and stuck to its skin. Deku sighed as he finally got his chance to beat it. "Ace, hold on," said Deku with his mouth open. "Got to take this sk. Here." Weiss was confused and even more after seeing the tendril 3 seconds later. "What is this?" Deku swung the two of them towards the Grim high enough for him to execute his attack safely with no injuries. He pushed themselves a bit more with his air pressure as he reached his required height. St. Louis smash. He reeled his right leg back as Weiss felt something was gonna happen and clinged onto him tightly. Deku then released his black whip as he looked at the creature. "Air Force!" Deku yelled out. He swung his leg in front, launching a huge wave of pure air pressure at the giant creature. He swung his leg in front, launching a huge wave of pure air pressure at the giant creature. The creature got thrown back by the power, disbalancing its flight. Weiss couldn't see anything, but she knew something big was happening. Down on the ground, the students except Pyrrha had their mouths wide open. Ruby had seen him fight, but it wasn't at this level. Nora had stars in her eyes. But everything has a downside too. The duo got blown away by the recoil back high in the sky. Float and Black Whip weren't helpful. something else also happened. 5 here. Deku felt something loosen up. He looked at his legs to see his mid-gauntlets loosen beneath his thigh pads. They had become very weakened after the attack recoil. He hadn't repaired them for a long since the final war. His left-hand mid-gauntlet had also loosened up due to the full cowl strength. He cursed his luck. He couldn't power up to his best levels or else the equipments will break. He didn't wanted that to happen since those are irreplaceable and comfortable. Damn it. Can't even use my hands properly. Cursed Deku and now full cowl. Is there anything else my bad luck has to show? How are we even flying? Asked Weiss, a bit scared at the height using air pressure. Said Deku, don't worry, I won't let you fall down. He powered up his full cowl a bit more up to 10% and started zooming across the sky while using the bird as the foothold. He can't kill it since it was flying directly above the students and he might injure them. An aerial fight was his only way, but with Weiss in his hands, he has to be a lot cautious. He couldn't risk themselves getting blown by his attack's recoils and get the girl injured. So, all he was trying to do is dodge the attacks from the monster. The Grim then started flying at a bit more faster rate, nearly overwhelming Deku. 6 Whoa. Its size is beating me. Said Deku as he dodged another attack. Why aren't you letting me on the ground? Asked Weiss fearfully, cause if you weren't observant of your surroundings, that Grim is attacking us at a faster rate. I can't land on the ground like this. Answered Deku. Then why not kill it? Asked Weiss. Because it is flying over the students, who will get injured when it crashes on them down. Answered Deku, and forget about aerial fight. My attack has its own recoils, so we will get blown away and I will risk you getting injured. You should be lucky I have been able to keep you. 6 He was cut off by his danger sense suddenly spiked very hard, making his head hurt very bad, as if someone stabbed it with a chainsaw. He turned halfway behind and got a glimpse of something coming at bullet speed towards him. He tried to dodge it, but he got a sensory overload. His nervous system got overwhelmed with the danger sense responses. The thing then came past him, attacking his left side of his face hard, but not too hard since he had moved to the side a bit. It was a huge black feather. The flying Grim had attacked him by firing its feathers at him like bullets. Deku's danger sense spiked again as he somehow dodged most of the feathers. Some of them pierced him since he couldn't focus with his one eye closed. The injury was over his left side of his face, over his left eye, not deep for a scar though. The pain was also bad, but it's not something he hasn't dealt with. Which is why, he didn't flinch or yelled in pain even once, just grunted. He had only one goal currently in his mind: bring Weiss back with the others safely and let out his power on the Grim. 2 Izuku. Ruby yelled in worry her friend's first name Deku. Pyrrha also yelled. The students had their hands over their mouths as they just witnessed a student getting brutally attacked, well at least to them. With the professors, the kids are in danger, yelled Glinda in worry as she turned to the headmaster professor. In front of her, Ozpin was looking at the fight with sweat dripping down his forehead. He knew something, the attack shouldn't be something Deku can't handle, but if anything goes wrong anymore, he will take action. After all, he promised to take responsibility of hero in the new world. He gripped his cane tightly, ready to spring into action. Back to the fight. Deku's danger sense rang again and this time, he couldn't handle the pain. 3 feathers pierced him hard as he got launched back while Weiss fell out of his arms. Deku saw her falling with his right eye and raised his hands towards her, ignoring the pain of all the multiple feathers which were piercing him. Go, Black Whip, he yelled out with all his might. Tendrils formed from his knuckles as he sent them out faster than anyone could see. In a second, they grabbed Weiss and launched her downward to safety, where the other students present helped her. Deku smiled weakly as he crashed to a nearby cliffside so hard, a big crater was formed. The students just stared at where Deku had crashed. Pyrrha was distracted for a second, which the Deathstalker used to its advantage and knocked her at the students. She fell down face flat before them. I know it's not a good time to say this, but it's great that the gang's together. Now we could die together. Said Yang, ignoring the previous event. Wait, you are seriously not ignoring what just happened, right? Asked Pyrrha as she stood up shakily. I'm not. The Greenie's aura can probably heal him. Said Yang. About that. Started Pyrrha before Ruby signaled her to be silent. The students looked at the girl to see her eyes covered by her hair. Yang gulped a bit as she knew how angry her sister can get. And she was not angry now, she was beyond angry. Rage. That was all she was feeling. Her first friend, the one who had become her idol and helped her wherever he could, was now gravely injured by a stupid monster. She gripped her crescent rose tightly as her hands were trembling. Why him? She started muttering. Rubes called out Yang. Why? Out of all, he was the one. She continued to Ruby, please calm down. We will take care of that monster for you, said Yang with hands in front as she turned to Blake and whispered, go back, she is angry. I know how she acts. I can't, said Ruby as the wind blew her hair to the side as her eyes showed just anger. Not if I can help it. She then started running towards the Deathstalker while Pyrrha fell down again and tried to get up again. Ruby, wait, called out Yang. Ruby started shooting aggressively at the Deathstalker, which was absolutely unaffected by it. It just swatted them as mere mosquitoes. Ruby hoisted her weapon behind her as she shot a bullet and launched herself forward at the monster at a faster speed. She then swung her scythe at the monster and tried to attack it, only for it to counter-attack easily, pushing her back. This instantly broke down Ruby's anger. She looked at her sister's way. Don't worry, exclaimed Ruby, totally fine. She turned back at the monster. It clasped its claws at her, who shot a bullet and launched herself backward. She then started sprinting towards her allies after closing her scythe. Ruby! Yang called out in worry as she started running towards her sister. Ruby was sprinting with all her might towards them. All of the anger which she had just a few seconds ago, all broke down into small feelings of doubt and fear. The flying Grim launched several feathers at her. She managed to dodge few of them before one of them eventually caught her cape and got stuck to the ground. Many feathers also got launched at Yang, stopping her temporarily from going to her sister. Ruby tried to get her cape out of the feather blade. Ruby, get out of there, called out Yang. I'm trying, answered Ruby. The Deathstalker had managed to reach, making her gasp in shock. Yang widened her eyes as the creature raised its tail and launched at Ruby. Ruby yelled Yang in fear. Something ran past her towards the Grim, which surprised her. An explosion was given out which blowed away every single feather present. You are so childish, said Weiss as she stood in front of Ruby and had frozen the tail, or that's what it seemed, because it was hard to tell through the smoke, and dim-witted and hyperactive, and don't even get me started on your fighting style. And I suppose, I can be a bit difficult. But if we are going to do this, we are going to have to do this together. So if you quit trying to show off, I'll be nicer. I'm not trying to show off, answered Ruby. I want you to know I can do this. You are fine, said Weiss as she started walking out of the smoker. Normal knees, muttered Ruby. This is what happens when you try to rush things. A familiar voice was heard. Weiss and Ruby perked up at the voice. Both looked forward closely, and as soon as the smoke cleared, they gasped. In front of them stood Deku, holding the Deathstalker's tail with his left hand. Weiss' eyes seemed to be broken near him. Green electricity was dancing off his body as he looked at the girl. The area above his nose had a big gash slanting to the left side. Rule number 1, never, ever rush to do things hastily. Especially not in anger, said Deku as he looked at Deathstalker with blood flowing down from his left side to the right side of his face, because the consequences are not going to be something one can avoid or forget. I did this once and had to face my consequence. 5. Deku saw the Deathstalker going to swing its right claw. Deku saw the Deathstalker going to swing its right claw. He reeled his bare right fist back and charged up to 20%. Ruby and Weiss then saw the arm glowing orange with crimson lines. We always have to risk our lives in order to save those who are in need, said Deku as the creature swung its claw at him. He fisted his hand more tightly, making Ruby realize what was gonna happen. The electricity was bouncing even more rapidly than before. She quickly grabbed Weiss' collar. Get down, Ruby called out to her sister. Detroit. Smash. Deku yelled out in his mind as he brought his fist forward. The fist didn't exactly made contact with the creature, it stopped just before it. The fist didn't exactly made contact with the creature, it stopped just before it. Then, a huge powerful air pressure was launched at the creature, blowing everything away. The attack was so huge, far away from the cliffside, The professors saw a small green shine before seeing all the trees get uprooted rapidly in a particular direction. Glinda had her mouth and eyes wide open while Ozpin was just smiling. The wind was so great the flying Grim was sent away. And don't even start with the Deathstalker. It was launched far deep into the Emerald Forest, never to be found again. It couldn't handle any of the shockwave. 5Deku was seen breathing lightly. He is still good to go, just needs some water to drink. He cursed himself mentally as he should have brought his rogue bag. He looked at his left hand to see the Deathstalker's tail in it. And of course, his Air Force gloves was on it. He sighed as he finally ripped it off the tail and looked at the duo behind him. "One Ruby, Weiss, you two aren't hurt, are you?" asked Deku, his fist smoking. "I'm okay," answered Ruby as she went to check up on him. "What about you?" "Oh my you're bleeding. Are you hurt?" "You took a bad hide." Deku cut her off by lightly patting her head. The girl looked up to see him giving one of his infamous cute smile. Don't worry, I had dealt with many of these. Even worse." "These are nothing," answered Deku smiling. "I had dodged in time, so the feather just scraped my forehead. It will heal up soon. As for the torso, I have bandaged them. The feathers couldn't pierce my skin properly. No need to worry." As the duo were talking, Weiss from the sidelines had her eyes wide open with her mouth trembling at the sheer power she had witnessed just 10 seconds ago. She had turned completely pale white at the strength, so much white it was as if someone had painted her. And Ruby was casually brushing it off as if she had seen it multiple times. Then again, he is her friend. She now was coming to a realization as to why Ruby had held Deku in so high respect. 2WW what on Remnant was that st strength? Weiss asked herself in her mind while having mouth open. He just held the Deathstalker's tail with his bare hand like it was nothing. And when did he even come here? Back with the students, they had their jaws dropped except Pyrrha. A kid, someone of their own age, had just not only launched a Deathstalker back with his bare hand but also a flying Grim and destroyed probably half of the Emerald Forest. Nora had stars in her eyes as she started squealing while also drooling. For oh my gosh, that was so cool. Nora squealed. Now that was a lot of damage. 19. What just happened? Asked Yang, trying to process the info from far away. Did he just punch 2 giant Grim monsters away with his bare fist? Asked Blake, with her eyes wide open. I think it is what had happened, said Ren, impressed. I haven't seen anyone with so much power. That was just too much. What? In the whole world of Remnant was that? Yang yelled with shock etched on her face. 5. I knew you guys were gonna have that kind of reaction, chuckled Pyrrha, because I have seen it earlier too. Wait, earlier? Asked Yang, to which the girl nodded. Was the earthquake previously his attack shockwave? 3. I guess you could say, said Pyrrha, smiling sheepishly, because all I remembered was the wind blowing. That must have been his full power, said Nora. It was so cool. I really haven't seen anyone do such a powerful attack, even myself. 30. He seems like he could blow away the whole kingdom in a few punches, said Pyrrha. That was a bit too much, don't you think? Asked Ruby to the greenette far away, still audible through that distance. I agree. But then again, it had attacked you and Weiss. So I needed to blow it away. Answered Deku as he started wearing his right gauntlet. How much was that? Asked Ruby. How much power you used? 20%, said Deku casually. 5W. There's no way you used just 20%. Weiss now spoke, voice trembling. 13. I used 20%. Said Deku. My equipments are weakened severely, which is why I can't go beyond 10% as they will break down. Since I had no gauntlet on my right arm, I charged up to 20%. If these were new, I would have made short work of the Grim here in the forest. The students, hearing that, just dropped their jaws again. Someone blew away 2 Grims and created a freaking road in a forest with a punch, and that was done only at not even half the power. Pyrrha turned to her friends while sweat fell down from her forehead. 1. Okay, I take it back. He could blow away a whole kingdom in a single attack at full power, said Pyrrha bluntly. Yang went and hugged her sister tightly. She checked up on her and sighed. So happy you are okay, said Yang. Thank you so much, cutie. 2. Pleasure's all mine, said Deku. Deku pulled out some more bandages and pasted them over the wounds. They weren't deep enough, but the pain could be annoying. If Toshi was here, he would be very proud of you, said Nana. Sometimes I really wish to meet my friends and stuff back, answered Du, but then again, I have a mission and cannot go against. You okay? Ninth, asked 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐿. My danger sense did a lot of bad damage to your head. Yeah, I'm fine. Fourth, answered Du. It's not something I haven't handled before. A roar was heard as the students and hero looked up to see Flying Grim coming back, making Deku frown. He stretched a bit to loosen his muscles and bones up. That feather attack previously, it was exactly like Hawk's fierce wings. But a weaker version, muttered Deku as he looked at the students. You guys have taken your chess pieces, right? 'Cause that monster is circling back. There's no sense in dilly-dallying, said Weiss, regaining her composure. Our objective is right in front of us. She is right, said Ruby. Our mission is to grab an artifact and make it back to the cliff. There is no point in fighting these things. Run and live for another day. Now that's an idea I would love to use every time, said Deku sarcastically. You guys are really idiots if you think that's gonna work. But why it won't? Asked Ruby, confused. You will see that later, said Deku. You guys probably won't believe my words, so we will follow your plan. And then I will point out all the wrongs when things go wrong. He then went to grab a chess piece while Ruby followed her and grabbed a horse piece. Deku was going to pick up the king, when his eyes landed on the rook piece beside it. It had a star mark on it and it fascinated him a bit. After a second, he picked it up. 7. That was very interesting piece, said Daigoro. It was better looking than the others, answered Deku. A roar was heard. Deku's danger sense spiked up as he instantly whipped his head back to see a new Deathstalker approaching them. He frowned as he put the chess piece in his utility belt pouch and tightened his gauntlets on his arms. I think it's time we left, said Ren. Right, let's go, said Ruby as she put the piece in her pocket. Deku and Ruby started jogging in front of the others and the others followed. Both stopped behind a rock and signaled the others to follow them while Deku was looking in front and searching for possible threats other than the one following them. Yang looked at Ruby and smiled. Deku standing beside her reminded her of someone she had seen once. Blake saw her smile and went towards her. 2. What is it? Asked Blake. Nothing, answered Yang. Let's say I am now a lot interested in the cutie. She followed the duo while Blake followed her, confused but then pushing it away. Time skip. The group was running across a temple ruins back towards the cliff. The Flying Grim was following them overhead. Deku had his eyes on the students. If anything was to go wrong, he wouldn't hesitate to go beyond his limits to save them. The students were trying to keep up with the duo, or more specifically, the green guy. He was jogging, but to them, it was as if he was running faster. The students then went and hid behind the pillars. The students then saw the Flying Grim landing on the biggest tower in front of them. Wow, that's just great, said Yang. I think you guys are forgetting something, said Du. What? Asked Ruby suddenly. The ground trembled as the Deathstalker from the jungle came there, following them. Deku shook his head as he pointed at it. Run as if you are chased by dogs, said Deku calmly. To the students except Ren, Nora, and Deku started running towards tower. The Flying Grim started flying towards them as Ren and Nora came there. Nora, distract it, ordered Ren. The monster shot several feathers at her, who just dodged. Deku frowned after seeing the feathers. Nora took out her weapon, which was a grenade launcher. Deku jumped beside her as he pointed his Air Force gloves at the monster. Nora started shooting several grenades at the monster while Deku charged up to 10% and started shooting air bullets at it. His attacks were comparable to the grenades. The monster flew away to the side. Deku's danger sense spiked up as he turned behind to see the Deathstalker catching up to Nora. Blake and Ren went to distract it while Deku grabbed Nora by her collar and jumped in the air. Weiss landed in the same spot they landed, surprised. Deku sighed as he shot a black whip tendril at her and pulled her towards him. He then jumped back and put the two girls on the ground. Try to wait for some time, said Deku to Weiss, because I'm very fast. Pyrrha was running across the bridge in front of the tower. Deku shot at the Deathstalker to slow it down for the others. He then grabbed Ren and Blake and jumped at the bridge, directly beside Pyrrha. Pyrrha started shooting at the monster as Ren joined her. It just followed them and swung its claws at them slowly, who dodged and started running across the bridge. Danger sense spiked up as Deku looked to the left side to see the flying Grim coming towards them. He started shooting at it, which was blown back a bit, but not much since his level was at 10%. The monster came and rammed on the bridge, destroying a part of it. Blake, Ren, and Pyrrha got separated to the other side of the bridge as Deku analyzed the situation properly. He turned to see Nora walking up to him. "Nora, can you jump to that side?" asked Du. "Sure, not a big problem," said Nora as her weapon transformed from a grenade launcher to a hammer. She slammed it on the ground, making Deku jump in the air. She then shot a grenade and used the recoil to launch herself at the other side and swung her hammer HD on the Deathstalker's head. Deku activated float in time to save himself and smiled at them. The monster swung its tail at her, who backflipped and mistakenly pushed Blake out of the bridge. The black-haired girl fell down as Deku saw and widened his eyes. He jumped down after her and launched 3 black whip tendrils at her, which caught her. He brought her close to him and started swinging across the mist to get up to the bridge. The flying Grim came up close to them. "Leave it to me," said Blake as Deku released the grip on her. The girl then started attacking the monster with her sword and cut down several of its feathers. Deku swung himself back towards the other 3 on the other side of the bridge. The flying Grim flew across them as Blake landed beside Yang while Ruby was watching the monster. "It's tougher than it looks," said Yang. "Then let's hit it with everything we've got." Ruby, Blake, Weiss and Yang readied their weapons as Deku watched them. Then, as the Grim came close to them, the girls started shooting at it. Nothing affected it. The monster rammed the tower they were standing on and destroyed the pillars. The girls started jumping to the top with various ways which impressed Deku. "Nice. They have a creative mind," said Du. "Yang really reminds me of Kaken though." "Yeah, I haven't seen any girl like this," said Nana, for the girls reached the top after 20 seconds. Weiss then looked at the monster still flying across unharmed. Deku then felt his danger sense spike up and looked to the direction of threat, only to see the hostility coming from the misty river down. He caught a glimpse of some red eyes and deduced that more Grim are probably there. "I think I have a sure way to get enough grades for us to pass," thought Deku. He looked at Pyrrha and the duo on the other side of the bridge. He had an idea on how to help them without helping them. Pyrrha called out Deku. Pyrrha turned towards him. "What?" "Tell Ren to distract it for some time. You cut off its tail with your shield and let Nora smash it down," answered Deku, latching onto a ledge with his black whip too. "Where are you going?" asked Pyrrha, confused. "Downwards. Let's say I am going to spawn trap some Grim," answered Deku as he pointed his gloves at the Deathstalker and shot 4 air forces at it simultaneously 2 times, slowing it down a lot. "I've given you guys some head start. Go, now." Pyrrha nodded and signaled Ren and Nora to run towards the Deathstalker. Deku meanwhile jumped down and landed in front of a waterfall. Many red eyes shone from the mist, making Deku frown as his danger sense spiked up from all directions. He sighed as now he analyzed the situation. "I guess I was right. You guys are here, asked Deku calmly. "Now I am surrounded and trapped by a bunch of cheap copy versions of the Nomus." He stretched a bit as the Grim slowly surrounded him. Then suddenly, a smoke covered the greenette, confusing the monsters. 2 seconds later, a green light shone brightly as the area darkened suddenly with the smoke, and soon, a familiar figure's face came out, but now covered with mask. 2 seconds later, a green light shone brightly as the area darkened suddenly with the smoke, and soon, a familiar figure's face came out, but now covered with mask. "Too bad, that's not the case." Deku's voice deepened. "You guys are here, trapped with me." Reference to Hitman, Agent 47-8. The Grim monsters got scared for the first time at the eyes and sound of the greenette. The whole area soon got covered by the smoke and mist. Nothing could be seen, except more Grims coming there. 5 back with the hunters. The trio on the other side of the bridge started running towards the monster. Pyrrha remembered Deku's words and signaled Ren to distract it. Ren started shooting at the monster with his semi-auto SMG. Pyrrha threw her spear at its face, pushing a bit back. The Deathstalker swatted the bullets with its claw and swung its tail at him, knocking him towards the nearby wall. "Ren!" Nora cried out in worry at her friend here. Pyrrha found something weird happening. She looked closely at the monster's golden tail area. It looked to be dangling loosely. She then remembered the previous Deathstalker on which Deku was stuck. She remembered his gloves getting stuck on it and he tried to pulling it, making the monster roar in pain, signaling that he was actually uprooting the yellow part. Then there was that 20% punch. Deku had held onto the yellow part and punched it hard. The monster's whole tail got detached in less than a nanosecond. She then put the pieces together and remembered Deku's words. 1. You cut off its tail with your shield and let Nora smash it down. He knew it. Pyrrha thought in her mind. She held out her hand and readied her shield. She pointed at the tail of the monster and threw it at the yellow part as hard as she could. The shield zoomed towards it and cut it off, making the part fall on the creature's head. The shield boomeranged back at her as she caught it and looked at Nora beside her. Nora, nail it, exclaimed Pyrrha. Nora answered excitedly. Pyrrha held out her shield over to make a pseudo-platform for Nora. The pink-skirted girl launched herself while using the shield and launched herself in the air. She squealed as she launched herself towards the Deathstalker and used her hammer. Smash! Nora yelled in excitement. 7. She smashed down the yellow part on the Deathstalker, finally silencing the monster permanently. Ren got up shakily as he looked at the monster disappearing and sighed before turning to his friend. You really like smashing things, said Ren. Not like I love, exclaimed Nora, and that green-haired cutie's smash was awesome. Yeah, that 𝐒𝐽. What did you call him? Asked Ren confusedly. 5. While the duo were chatting, Pyrrha smiled at their victory. She sighed as the trio managed to get a victory against a monster greater than them using someone's mind. She knew it was a right choice to team up with Deku rather than Weiss. He had completely exceeded all her expectations she had of him. His intellect and strength was off the charts. The thing which Pyrrha now wants to learn is how to predict a fight's outcome like Deku. She deduced that he knew they were gonna win the fight if they follow his words. She shook her head as she now waited for the green-haired hero to come back from hell. With the ones at the other side, Yang was currently holding the mouth of the flying Grim and standing at the entrance. She started shooting into the mouth. I hope you are hungry, Yang yelled as she shot into the mouth while yelling "Oh I." 16. She lured it towards the nearby cliffside and made it crash into the cliffside while she landed onto the ground. She smirked as she looked in front of her, where Ruby was standing over the top of the tower. She ran forward as Weiss slid beside her towards the monster and jumped up in front of it. She then froze the monster's tail and flipped back towards where the other trio were. Blake threw weapons blade part towards Yang, who held it on the side. The duo were standing on 2 pillars and made a makeshift slingshot. Ruby launched herself towards it and readied it while Weiss held her in place with her semblance, which turned from white to black. Of course you would come up with this idea, said Weiss. Yeah, I want to prove to Deku I am capable of fighting monsters on his level, said Ruby. Think you can make the shot? Can I? Asked Weiss sarcastically. Can't? Ruby asked her as she turned to her. Of course I can, retorted Weiss. Ruby smirked as she bolted her rifle once. Weiss got ready to change to launch Ruby as the platform behind Ruby changed to red. Ruby then got launched at high speeds towards the monster. She shot continuously to get herself at it fast and swung her weapon at its throat. She landed onto cliffside as Weiss again created the platforms which held her in place. She started the running upwards while the flying Grim's throat was stuck with the blade. She dragged it hard with her to make sure it gets cut. She then remembered the night she had met Deku. She remembered him running upwards with a zigzag way, leaving his green trails behind. Okay, focus, muttered Ruby. She then started running faster while dragging the monster. She then started leaving rose petals behind and zoomed upwards at a faster speed than before, imitating Deku's movements. The trio below saw only a red tornado dragging the monster up. As soon as she reached the top while continuously shooting, she pulled her crescent rose hard and tore off the Grim's head from the body. She then landed onto the ground while the monster's huge body fell from the top as the trio down watched it fall. That was one of a hard work, said Ruby to herself. I hope this is recorded. I want him to see this. The trio on the other side saw the event and clapped a bit for the victory. Ruby went forward and stood with her crescent rose in her hands with her cape fluttering in the wind. Well, that was a thing, said Yang below. Ruby's eyes darted towards other side, where she could see the other 3 but not her idol. She was confused as to why wasn't the green hero there. She searched the whole place from the top but didn't found any signs of him. Suddenly, a roar was heard, shocking the students. They turned to the source to see another flying grim, albeit much bigger fly towards Ruby. Young widened her eyes seeing. "Ruby! Get out of there!" Young yelled as she readied her gauntlets. "Where the hell this come from?" The other two below joined the yellow-haired girl and started shooting at it. The creature, totally unfazed, swept its wing below, sending huge waves of air pressure at the trio. It then charged at Ruby, who was shooting at it. Suddenly, something zoomed past everyone as it crushed the creature's throat and dragging it to the cliffside and then threw it off the cliff, while it exploded in pieces and disappeared. "What just happened?" asked Pyrrha. Eyes widened. The students at the cliffside slowly opened their eyes as they saw who was the culprit behind the attack, Deku. He stood up slowly and looked at Ruby with a smile. "One nice job, kid," said Deku, smiling. "You will get stronger soon." One hearing this, Ruby smiled as her cheeks tinted pink hearing the compliment. The students down saw the greenette with his dancing green bioelectricity and his yellow cape fluttering. Young then saw something weird. There was similarity between the way Deku was standing and between someone else she knew. She could have sworn she saw a woman's silhouette standing behind the greenette. She widened her eyes, as she could see the woman's white cape fluttering in a similar way. The silhouette disappeared, which made her realize that the hero bears a striking resemblance with someone she knows or knew. "No way," Young muttered to herself with her eyes widened. 10 far away, Pyrrha, Nora and Ren clapped for the performance done by Deku. Pyrrha sighed in relief as she thought her first, new friend might have died due to the injury on his face. Meanwhile, Weiss just had one thought in her mind as she looked at the green hero. "Who the hell is he?" Weiss asked to herself in her mind. 11 Deku sighed in relief as none of the students had got injured. The one for all users would have complimented him, but now was silent. Inside the vestige realm, something was going wrong with the yellow vestige of All Might as the other users tried to find out what was happening. "I may be your half-baked little brother, but let me say this. Dad was a madman. Our family was screwed up. But when you burned all those people to death, that was your choice. You're not taking any more innocent lives. Just aim all your rage at us." 𝐻𝐸𝐿 Todoroki aka Shoto Russell Thrush, Carden Winchester, Dove Bronzewing, Skylark. The participants were seen on a stage where Ozpin was calling out to them while showing their faces on 2 large screens. Midoriya had an ice pack over his forehead injury. The doctor of the academy, someone named Professor Peach, had patched up his torso injuries, which weren't severe as he had expected. In fact, they were just scratches, like from a cat or tiger. 3 Those are some weird names, thought Midoriya. I mean, I am not teasing them. It's just that they sound weird. Every time I think of that Bronzewing, my mind says it's Browning. And what kind of name is Skylark, a reference to a very famous person from a very famous franchise. 10 The 4 of you retrieved the Black Bishop pieces, continued Ozpin as the 4 said boys stood. From this day onward, you will work together as Team 𝐶𝐸𝐿 Cardinal, led by Carden Winchester. For the newly formed Team 𝐶𝐸𝐿 got down as Midoriya, Pyrrha, Nora and Ren were going up, but Ozpin signaled them to stop and signaled Ruby, Blake, Weiss and Young to come up. Pyrrha was confused but didn't mind as she stood beside Midoriya. Nora was remembering the 20% smash and drooling. Ren was eyeing on Midoriya's costume and the greenette was thinking as to why the vestiges weren't talking with him. The 4 girls' images came up on screen as Ozpin 3, Blake Belladonna, Ruby Rose, Weiss Schnee and Yang Xiaolong started. Ozpin, the 4 of you retrieved the White Knight pieces. From this day onward, you will work together as Team RWBY Ruby, led by Ruby Rose. Everyone started applauding while Weiss looked shocked at the announcement. Midoriya smiled as he knew Ruby could be a good leader. Yang hugged her tightly. "I'm so proud of you," exclaimed Yang. "Thanks," Ruby answered confusedly. She then turned towards Midoriya and sped over to him, who was still smiling while holding the ice pack over his forehead. She looked up to his eyes as he was taller than her. "Congrats, Ruby. I'm sure you will be able to lead your team good," said Midoriya while giving her a thumbs up. "Thank you." It's all because of you, said Ruby. But what did I even do? Asked Midoriya confused. Oh, nothing. I was just inspired by your movements, said Ruby sheepishly. Ozpin interrupted her and said, she meant this, Mr. Midoriya. The screen showed Ruby dragging the flying Grim to the top of the cliffside while leaving behind trails of red rose. Midoriya now realized what she meant. He just smiled and patted Ruby's head. Oh, so you meant that. You did good. I like that, said Midoriya too. Ruby was blushing from the praise she got from her new friend and idol, and of course, from the head pat. It was a bit warm and comfortable. She could stay in that position for hours and not be tired. Ozpin coughed a bit, getting the greenette's attention. Midoriya came up to the stage with the other three while Ruby went to her newly made team RWBY. The images of the students came up on screen. To You'll Also Like, by Carly and Carson 33. 482K23. 2K caught in the crossfire of a quirk war, pro-hero and symbol of peace. Deku is captured, saved and returned to a hospital. His body goes missing and he is presumed dead. Your Lives Are My Game by Antizirum. Your Lives Are My Game 3. 9K52 join Izuku as he plays around in a world of heroes and villains, exploring many different routes and endings, uncaring of the consequences thanks to his all-powerful Tim. Izuku and His Laws Rewrite by Embodiment of Fear. Izuku and His Laws Rewrite 46. 7K794 Izuku Midoriya was born with Archikinesis, a quirk that defied all expectations. Each dawn brought a different fundamental force under his command: fire, gravity, time. Under Rewrite Dark Deku Justice by Armored Lord 1115. Under Rewrite Dark Deku Justice 155K2. 1K Izuku Midoriya, the ninth user of OFA. Life seemed to be going well with him. He had a lot of friends, his teachers loved him. He had Uraraka as a girlfriend, but that came 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵. Beacon Hero Academia Volume 1 being rewritten by 𝐒𝐿𝐴 24. Beacon Hero Academia Volume 1 being Ruri. 24K 336 story is going under a rewrite. Quirks and Dust. For years, these things have been around as far back as the creation of the first. No one knows of their origin, nor how. My RWBY Academia 10. Heroic Beacons by DevDog 756. My RWBY Academia 10. Heroic Beacons 15. 3K 367 At 10 years old, best friends Ben Tennyson and Izuku Midoriya forever had their lives changed when they encountered two powerful alien watchers that granted them the 𝐴𝐵𝐿. Ozpin pointed at them and said, Pyrrha Nikos, Lai Ren and Nora Valkyrie, you three retrieved the white rook pieces. He then turned to Midoriya and pointed at him while you, Izuku Midoriya, retrieved the specially made 9 Aster spectral rook piece I had placed. Was it supposed to be something different from the other pieces? Asked Midoriya. Yes, continued Ozpin. From today onward, you all will be working together as Team IP and Ren will shoot a video while the other three do the thing. 11 WA. The 4 students yelled sorry, couldn't stop. This was continuously coming in my mind, laughing face. 10 From today onward, you all will be working as Team MNPMN Power, led by Izuku Midoriya, announced Ozpin. 3rd Wait, me asked Midoriya. Why me? Pyrrha's better than me. 5 Oh really? Asked Ozpin. What about this? He showed a picture of the Emerald Forest, specifically the area where Midoriya had destroyed. The students widened their eyes. There was literally a whole road made by Midoriya's smash. He had literally blown away every tree, grim and rocks etc. present in the vicinity. 3 What? He created a freaking road. Yang yelled in shock, that's impossible. That's so cool, exclaimed Nora while hugging her friend, I must learn the art of smashing. 15 Ruby had stars in her eyes seeing her idol's attack effects. She just thought the attack had blown away some parts of the forest, but didn't imagine it would create a whole road. Blake had an I'm impressed expression on her face. Meanwhile, Weiss had a pale expression on her face. Not even close. I'm not even close. Weiss thought to herself. 9 Midoriya looked at the image and sighed as he facepalmed. Oh no, I mistakenly did the thing I wasn't supposed to do, said Midoriya to himself. I was supposed to keep environmental damage to the minimum, but I guess I went overboard. Pyrrha smiled sheepishly as she had sweat drop down her forehead. It's normal for environmental damage to happen, said Pyrrha. You created a road in a forest several kilometers and all you care about is that you did an environmental damage. Weiss asked with wide eyes, I guess you did keep your word when you said we're going to blow away the whole road. Chuckled 𝐵. Ren had his eyes widened and his eyebrows raised to the top. Nora looked at him and dropped her jaw. Even Ren is surprised. The world is ending. Nora exclaimed, not only this, continued 𝐵. Mr. Midoriya had also fought multiple Grimms at once and defeated each one of them. Izuku was confused at first, but then began to put the pieces together and realized what was the old man was implying and said, oh no you didn't. Oh yes I did. 𝐵 gave a smile. Did what? Asked Pyrrha. Did some chaos down into the abyss, answered 𝐵. Nora squealed loudly and asked, can I please see it? Please. 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 Sure. But please watch it at your own risk. Said 𝐵. He took out a remote and pressed a button. The screen changed to a white image. It was paused. He looked at the students. Since it will be utter chaos, I have set a particular music to it, said 𝐵. As he sat on a chair and resumed the video. For 8 the students and others present just stood still with their mouths open while Midoriya had covered his face with his hands to get the attention off him. It was indeed a rip and tear. It was a terrifying sight and thank God, the Grimm disappear after defeated. Izuku was seen zooming around the forest while there were multiple Grimm monsters attacking him, or more like trying to attack. There were almost all types of Grimm trying to attack him, like Beowulfs, Deathstalkers etc. The green hero was retaliating by shooting multiple air bullets at the Grimm, kicking the monsters, punching their heads off and using his black whip tendrils to pull the monsters towards himself and beating them up into the sky. The monsters could only give him small scratches. He tore off the monsters which had gotten close to him with his bare hands. All students were now staring at the boy as if they saw him bringing a whole truckload of champagne. Nora had stars in her eyes as she stared at the boy. She ran over to him and shook him violently, making him look at her with shaky eyes. From now on, we are sparring buddies. Oh better. We are the Smash Buddies. Nora squealed. 13 Nora let the boy go, who was now almost going puke due to violent shaking. The others were still silent. Ruby's respect for Izuku had skyrocketed the space. Pyrrha was in shock and relief as she now knew Izuku can defend himself better than the others and was now interested in his semblance. Blake was just staring at the boy who had saved her at the initiation and who probably shared the same love for books as her. Yang was now also going to make the boy her sparring buddy. Ren was thinking about chatting with him about some fighting tactics and Weiss. Well, she was traumatized. Not close. Not even a diamond% close to that kind of strength. Weiss' thoughts just rammed inside her head as she looked at the boy. What kind of semblance does he possess? 12 I had. Did that because I wanted to get enough scores to be able to pass the initiation with Pyrrha. I didn't knew I had did so much damage. Should be more careful from now on, said Midoriya sheepishly. Because of that, you actually shattered all the previous records of every schools and created a new record, one which can only be broken by you, said 𝐵. While eating a popcorn. 8 the students were now very much curious as to how much strong was Midoriya at his fullest power. A thought came to Blake's mind which was disturbing her. Hold up, if Izuku's that strong, then why didn't his aura healed him when he got hit? Asked Blake. Pyrrha got interrupted by Midoriya signaling her to stop. It's because my aura is very unlike you all. You guys can heal yourself from simple cuts and scratches, and even some major injuries. But that does not apply to mine, answered Izuku, ready to give his own story of his aura. My aura is not activatable. It doesn't heal me or give me barrier protection from other hostilities like you guys. One say what? That's absurd, said Weiss with wide eyes. That's not possible. Every person possesses aura, no matter how weak it always is present in a person. That doesn't apply to mine, Weiss, said Izuku, and that's the truth. Then how you able to use that semblance of yours? Asked Ren. That's where my aura comes in. It isn't capable of providing me protection, but can allow me to use my semblance as much as I want. But since I don't have healing or stuff, if I overuse my semblance, it will break me down, answered Izuku. Well, that settles it. You can ask him questions about it later. said 𝐲𝐵 as he got up. Also, I didn't mention it, but since you retrieved the 9 piece, you are now capable of joining other teams on their missions, even act as their support and backup. 1. I didn't knew this could have happened, said Midoriya. We weren't informed about it. But why it's named 9 2. That's for me to know, and you to find out, said 𝐲𝐵 while smiling. 1. Izuku was confused, but then realized what it meant. He had told the old guy about being the 9th user of 1 for All and *. 1 for All has also been described by Yoichi as a star which grows from the strength of 8th generations and now is still growing inside the 9th generation. The old guy had given a literal reference to it. Izuku had sweat dripping from his forehead. 6. He's gonna expose me real soon, that guy, thought Izuku. 6. As if reading his mind, 𝐲𝐵 nodded in denial, making the boy sigh in relief. The other students started chatting with each other as 𝐲𝐵 looked at them. Glinda went closer to 𝐲𝐵. Professor, did you put this custom-made rook piece there? Whispered Glinda. 1. I did, answered 𝐲𝐵. He will soon start his hunt, and since there's a possibility the other teams might encounter the villains, I made this rook piece different from others under the excuse that from now on, he can join the others in their missions. The two professors stared at the children chatting among themselves, with Izuku being out a bit. Looks like things are shaping to be in, thought 𝐲𝐵 while remembering all the incidents that have happened in the past. Interesting year. What's wrong? Why can't I hear them anymore? Thought Izuku worriedly. 1. He has been trying his best, but still couldn't communicate with the vestiges. He was now worried that something might have happened to them, and was determined to talk with them, even if he had to knock himself unconscious. Meanwhile, far away somewhere the criminal named Roman Torchwick was now standing in front of a table while sighing. He lit a cigar and pulled out a big puff of it while a man in mask brought a trolley and looked at him. Roman gave a deck of cards, who took it and put it in his pocket. Open it, ordered Roman. The masked man opened the trolley. Inside was several dust crystals of all types. Roman picked up a blue crystal from among them. Behind him was a map of Remnant, on which several places were marked, including Beacon, which was circled. We are gonna need more men. Those meta guys will be the protectors of those men, said Roman. One of them has already been sent to get another shop. At night a person was seen robbing a dust shop. The people and the shopkeeper had ran away, seeing the humongous figure in fear. Some robots had come there to capture him and started shooting at him, who was just getting scratched. He retaliated by throwing robots around. The person was a giant pink man with huge muscles and had a muscle growing on his head. Ha 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 ha. This is the best. The person was in joy while destroying the robots. There's no one to stop me, not even a hero. Or should I say, hunters? Ha 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 ha. This is the best. The person was in joy while destroying the robots. There's no one to stop me, not even a hero. Or should I say, hunters? 14. He was continuously beating the robots when suddenly, smoke filled the area, making him stop his rampage. This confused him as he hadn't seen this earlier. Habit headgear. A low mid-level villain. A familiar voice was heard from the smoke, startling the villain. It was not only because the voice was so familiar but he couldn't point his finger as to where it was, but also because it was said in Japanese. Here. Who the hell are you? The villain named Habit Headgear yelled out in frustration. Who sent you here? The voice asked as the smoke increased in the area. Why should I tell you? Who are you anyway? Habit yelled suddenly. A familiar dark tendril zoomed across the smoke and grabbed the villain, making him drop the robot in pain. More tendrils grabbed him tightly, making him unable to move. Footsteps were heard from the smoke. Quirk, Trap Flex. Able to increase muscles to some bit, mostly the shoulders. Also able to give you flexibility in your shoulders, which can allow you to crush anything between your arms. Got sent to jail by All Might after getting knocked down by his Missouri Smash. The villain widened his eyes at the description of the ability, or more likely, his ability. He was now even more surprised after hearing the word quirk and All Might in this world. The footsteps stopped and only small bits of green electricity were seen bouncing through the smoke. If you don't tell me who sent you here, the voice continued in a threatening tone, scaring the villain a bit, I will make you vomit up the words. You have already destroyed a lot of property, stole many dust from this shop and injured few civilians who were around here. A dark shadow with glowing green eyes and fluttering cape along with big gloves was seen, making the villain tremble in fear. I am gonna get one of you here back, even if that means to beat you guys black and blue, said the figure. The villain now just prayed for his own safety and understood why Moonfish had got beaten previously. I'm counting on you, future heroes. 4. Toshinori Yagi, aka former symbol of peace, All Might Weiss was sleeping peacefully in her dorm room. She opened her eyes slowly and got up and yawned. What she didn't know was that Ruby was beside her. She had a whistle in her hand. She whistled loudly beside her ear, scaring the life out of her, who fell down from her table. Ruby was wearing the Beacon School's uniform, red checkered skirt along with maroon shirt. Good morning, Team RWY, Ruby exclaimed. What in the world is wrong with you? Weiss asked annoyed. Now that you're awake, we can officially begin our first order of business, said Ruby, ignoring Weiss' sayings. Excuse me. Weiss was confused. Decorating, said Yang, who was standing beside Weiss with several things along with Blake. Both the girls were also wearing the school uniform. What? Weiss asked again, still confused. We still have to unpack, said Blake while showing her briefcase and tilting her head. The briefcase locks opened and the briefcase opened, making the contents inside fall out and onto the ground. Blake looked at it and sighed in annoyance. And clean, sighed Blake. Weiss was staring at the two with confusion. Ruby again whistled loudly beside her, making her fall down. All right. Ruby smirked while looking at her team. Weiss, Blake, Yang, and their fearless leader Ruby have begun their first mission. Banzai, Banzai, /amaze smiley / Yang and Blake joined Ruby and raised their hands up. 7 Weiss sighed as she looked at her team acting weirdly. It's not even one day and she was already fed up with her new team. Outside, huff, a certain green-haired hero was running back from his morning jog. Izuku was thinking about what to do next after school, when suddenly, he was interrupted by some familiar voices. Ninth. Are you there? Yoichi Shigaraki's voice was heard as his spirit floated beside the boy. The first. What's wrong? Asked Izuku, surprised by the sudden appearance. Oh, nothing. I was just checking whether we are still able to communicate with you, answered Daigoro Banjo from his throne. Where were you guys anyway? I couldn't communicate with you guys yesterday, no matter how many times I fell asleep, said Izuku while jogging. So, what happened? Is something wrong with One for All? No, nothing's wrong, said Hikage Shinomori. We are sorry we didn't told you anything. Anyway, congratulations on getting a team and being its leader. Thanks, but what had happened with you guys? Asked Izuku. It was about Yagi-san, said Hikage. His vestige has been acting weird since yesterday. What's wrong with him? Is he okay? Asked Izuku worriedly. He is okay, for now I guess, said Yoichi. Something was happening with his vestige since yesterday. He's okay now. If you want to confirm. Izuku felt his own vestige getting patted on the head by someone. It was All Might's vestige, who was reassuring him. He was still yellow, but he looked a bit faint. One, thank God. If anything happens, please inform me. I don't want to be kept out of anything which is related with One for All. I am also a part of it, said Izuku as he started sprinting towards the dorms. Before nearing the entrance, Izuku saw Ozpin waving at him while smiling. He had his signature coffee cup and cane. Izuku stopped in front of him and breathed as he looked at the old headmaster. Good morning, Mr. Midoriya, said Ozpin, sipping. How was your sleep? Went good, I guess, answered Izu. Anyway, did you wanted me for anything? Yes. Did you find any info from that villain you caught? Asked Ozpin. Nope, I had terrified him with the thought that he would say the truth, said Izuku. Habit just said a woman in red clothes had promised him with power in exchange for dust, so he carried out the orders. He only knows that Moonfish is with him. That's all. Izuku frowned as he remembered the night he met the criminals. He clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Ozpin. About that, did you do what I asked you? Asked Izuku. Yes. Creating a specialized electroprison made of iron, titanium and tungsten along with several more metals to hold the villains. Yes, I told a friend of mine to start on that, answered Ozpin. The only problem is that it will take a lot of time. Where is that villain you captured anyway? Locked up at the nearby prison. I have knocked him out so hard it will take a lot of time for him to get up. Possibly 𝐭𝐴𝐲 said. Is it anyway? I'm going to get my team ready. Class will start in a few minutes. Bye 𝐈𝐵. 5 Izuku resumed his jogging towards while 𝐈𝐵 sighed. He looked up in the sky while smiling and drank some hot chocolate as he went back to his office. For back to team RWBY, Yang was putting up a poster of boys looking on the wall. Weiss put up a framed poster of a forest in red color. She had worn her school uniform. Blake was putting some books in the shelf. She picked up a book which was named Ninjas of Love and widened her eyes. She quickly put it back into her bag. Ruby put up the curtain with the handle of her crescent rose. She turned back to smile at her teammates, unknowingly cutting down the curtain in a slanting way with the blade part of the weapon. Later, the cut part was back stuck onto the curtain by the team. The biggest problem was with beds. It was so cramped the beds were put on top the other and it looked like a mess. This isn't going to work, said Weiss, looking at the beds. It is a bit cramped, said Blake. Maybe we should ditch some of our stuff, suggested Yang. Or we could ditch the beds, said Ruby, an idea coming to her mind, and replace them with bunk beds. That sounds extremely dangerous, said Weiss nervously. And super awesome, exclaimed Yang. It does seem efficient, agreed Blake. We should put it to a vote, said Weiss. I think we just did, said Ruby. The girls then started working on the work and a few minutes later, stood where they were. Objective completed, said Ruby, looking at their handicraft. The beds were kept in a horrendous position. 2 beds were kept on top the other, with the top one kept over few books at the corners. The other were in a more dangerous position. The top bed was floating in the air with the corners being tied with ropes at the ceiling. All right. Our second order of business is classes, said Ruby as she picked up a book and sat on the top bed. Now, we have a few classes together today. At 9, we have got a, what? Asked Weiss, surprised. Did you say 9 o'clock? Ruby was confused at her saying, it's 8:55, you dunce, yelled Weiss. Weiss ran out of the room as her teammates looked behind her. Ruby was sweating nervously. Toto. To class, Ruby exclaimed as she started running behind Weiss. Blake and Yang followed their crimson leader and Snow White. Outside, the team ran towards the classes as 𝐈𝐵 and Glinda looked at them. 𝐈𝐵 calmly sipped some hot chocolate while Glinda looked at her watch to see the time. Time skip. Monsters, demons, crawlers of the night. Yes, the creatures of Grimm have many names. The teacher of the class was currently saying this, but I merely refer to them as prey. Team MNPR was already there from the start. They had all woken up early and gone to the classes, or more like their leader, Izuku, had dragged them. They weren't waking up on Izuku's continuous wake-up calls, so he had put on a loud screeching sound on his scroll to wake them up. Team RWBY was sitting behind them. Blake was reading a book, Yang was looking at the teacher, Weiss was looking at the book, and Ruby was disinterested in the class. Nora was also disinterested in the class. Ren was staring at the professor. Pyrrha was listening to the teacher. Izuku, meanwhile, had 2 notebooks on his table along with the book. One of them was labeled Remnant Research on the cover and the other one was unnamed. He was currently writing all the names of the Grimm and its different types, abilities, behavior, figure, etc. while talking mentally with the one for all users and listening to the professor's speech at the same time. 3. What are you doing, 9th? Asked Yoichi, getting the required info about the Grimm. If I need to go up against the villains as well as the Grimm, I need to get as much info as I can to use every advantage against them, answered Izuku mentally. That's a good strategy, said second. Look for every advantage. Exploit every info you get against them. I agree. Use our quirks however as you want to against them, said. But putting that aside, I think you should also listen to the teacher, said Degoro, cause I think you are disrespecting him in a way a bit. I don't think so. I am researching, talking to you guys and listening to him. Although I think it's not important since he's talking about his own story, answered Izuku. 1. How much info do you have? Asked 𝐒𝐭𝐲, currently getting about all the Grimm. About the villains, I have a whole list of the villains who were in the war, who were in different teams and all from the Endeavor Agency, answered Izuku. Weiss was looking at Izuku's notebook and saw him writing about the Grimms. The heading was Grimm Info. Beneath it was written all about the Grimm types, their abilities, etc. All of them were written in points and bullets, along with several labeled diagrams with arrows pointing to the points. There was even an algorithm of the monsters, along with the possible weaknesses. One Izuku started muttering in his mind, "I need to start my training. I need to reach full Cal 100% as fast as possible with no backlash. Sure, my foe 100% is able to roughly replicate 1 for all at 100%, but full Cal at 100% is the most fastest out of my all forms. And adding pseudo 100% with it, I can outspeed any villain here. I meant, being so fast no one can even perceive me moving. Besides, many villains can beat me at my current power." "3 Oi," Izuku called out Weiss, making the boy snap back to reality. "Oh, there goes your Avity 9. Yeah, what's up?" asked Izuku, confused. "Why are you writing about the grim monsters so much detailed?" asked Weiss. "Do you not know about them?" "Research. It's one of my hobbies. I like to research things which are even known or common," answered Izu. "You are really a weird guy," said Weiss as she focused back to her studies as she thought really weird. Too weird to be even considered a human. 13 Our planet is absolutely teeming with creatures that would love nothing more than to tear you to pieces, continued the professor, and that's where we shall come in. Huntsmen, huntresses. Yang was now bored. Same goes with the others, except Izuku, who was having the time of his life getting the grim infos. Yup. A student from the back randomly stood up and exclaimed and sat back. Izuku was giving him a udom face while the one for all users had facepalmed at the random student's stupidity. The greenette just sighed. "For that is what you are going to become. But first, a story," said the teacher, "a story about a young, handsome man, me." Izuku banged his head lightly on the table in frustration while the one for all users tried to calm him. "Okay, I can tolerate things. But there comes a limit to everything," said Izuku in his mind. "This guy's literally telling stories. We came here to study and fight. And isn't he supposed to be telling us about how the grim types and their abilities work?" Even Ectoplasm Sensei's mathematics class was more tolerable. At least we had to use our minds continuously. 3 He should write storybooks about himself, said Banjo. "I bet he has already made a few dozen copies," said It. "Just focus on your own stuff. Ignore him," said Second Weiss was now bored on hearing the professor's boring story. She heard some scribbling sounds and turned to see Ruby doing something in her notebook. "Despite smelling of cabbages, my grandfather was a wise man. Peter told me, blah blah blah." The professor's voice was now getting irritated to every student present. Ruby was drawing something on her notebook. She then showed it to her team, who saw that she had drawn a man with ball instead of torso. At the top she had written Ruby Rose Port Grim. Yang chuckled at seeing the drawing while Weiss looked frustrated at the girl. The professor named Port Cough to get their attention. "In the end, the Beowulf was no match for my sheer tenacity," continued Port, "and I returned to my village with the beast in captivity, and my head held high, celebrated as a hero." He then bowed down. Izuku had only 10 pages left to complete his research on the grim monsters. He perked up lightly as the word hero but realized the man was still continuing his boring story, so he went back to his info. "The moral of the story?" asked Port. Ruby was balancing several things at once while Weiss looked at her in anger. Bonk. Ruby felt a light bonk on her backside of her head. She looked to see Izuku looking at her. He had got out of his seat in an instant. "Whatever you want to do it by not distracting others," said Izuku, pointing at Weiss getting irritated too. "Sorry," apologized Ruby, putting the things back to where they were. Izuku went back to his seat. Ruby started sleeping while Weiss gritted her teeth harder as she saw her like that. Ruby then started scratching her nose as Weiss was now bubbling with anger inside her. Izuku's danger sense spiked up lightly as he looked to the source of the hostility and was surprised to find Weiss. "Why is danger sense giving danger signals from her?" asked Izuku to himself. "If danger sense isn't alerting loudly, means she has bad intentions. Or traces of it," answered 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐽, "and she already has an expression which says that she has bad intention." "So, who among you believe themselves to be the embodiment of these traits?" asked Port. Weiss and Izuku both raised their hands in unison. "I do, sir, not sure, but I can give a try," Weiss and Izuku said simultaneously. Well then, let's find out, said Port. Step forward and face your opponent. Ms. Schnee, we'll start with you. Two red eyes were seen glowing from the shadows of the cage which was kept behind Port. Small timeskip Weiss was wearing her white clothes and had her weapon on her left hand. Izuku meanwhile just stood at the sidelines. He didn't needed his Air Force gauntlets nor his mid-gauntlets or his iron soles. He now stared at the girl's position. The way she is holding a rapier with her left hand. It proves she is a very skilled fighter. She could be better than most veterans in battle. Thought Izu. Now that I think about it, this will be my first time I am seeing her fight. I have only seen her move at very fast speed. 1. Go Weiss, cheered Yang, fight well. Cheered Blake while having a small triangular flag. Yeah, represent Team RWY, cheered Ruby. Weiss looked at the girl and said angrily, Ruby, I'm trying to focus. 2. This set up a red flag inside Izuku's head. Nobody had focused on it, but Izuku's ears picked up the way how the white girl had said it. It sounded to be somewhat similar to someone who was Izuku's friend. 1-0. Sorry. Apologized Ruby. All right, said the professor as he raised his weapon, which looked to be a dual-sided axe. Let the match begin. He swung it hard onto the lock of the cage, breaking it. The cage door fell down to show a boar-like grim monster. Izuku tore some pages from his notebook to analyze Weiss' fighting style and put it into his analysis notebook later. The monster ran towards the white girl, who hit it with her rapier and rolled to the side. Haha. Wasn't expecting that, were you? Asked Port. I did, said Izuku casually, surprising the teacher. Ho ho, looks like you know somewhat about them, said Port. I guess, said Izuku. Hang in there, Weiss, cheered Ruby. Weiss launched herself at the monster, who used its horn and pulled away the weapon from the girl. The weapon was now stuck onto its horn. Bold, new approach. I like it, said Port. She is trying to do a frontal assault, thought Izuku. But why? As far as I remember, she could fight at long range too. Guess she uses those dust, which might destroy this area. Come on, Weiss, show it who's boss, cheered Ruby again. Weiss looked momentarily at the girl with angry expression on her face. She got temporarily distracted, which gave the monster an advantage. It then threw away the rapier behind and pushed the girl back. Oh ho! Now what will you do without your weapon? Asked Port. The monster then rushed at the girl with its horn ready. Weiss dodged to the side and rushed to her fallen weapon and grabbed it. She could go for its belly, thought Izuku. Weiss, go for its belly, suggested Ruby. There's no armor underneath. Stop telling me what to do. Weiss finally yelled back angrily. Pure anger was all over her face, silencing Ruby. Izuku's danger sense spiked harder, signaling the increased hostile behavior from the girl. The greenette frowned at the sight. He was teach that spoiled girl a lesson for yelling at her teammate. Sure, Ruby may have disturbed her focus a little, but that didn't mean she could scold her so badly. He knew that the white girl had bad relations with his friend from the very first day. The monster then started rolling towards the girl at fast speed. Weiss opened up a glyph in front of her, making the creature ram its head. The girl then jumped back, opening another glyph and using it as a foothold. She launched herself at it and stabbed it with her rapier. Bravo! Bravo, cheered Port. Reminded me of Ida, thought Izuku. It appears we are indeed in the presence of a true huntress in training, praised Port. Now, it's time for you, Mr. Izuku Midoriya. Weiss was seen breathing as she set her weapon down while the creature disappeared into thin mist. Izuku had noted Weiss' fighting technique. She fights with precision and speed. Noted Izuku while going to the front of the cage. She doesn't seem to have high firepower, but can compensate for it by using her speed and precision. She also can form those weird glyph-looking things to give herself advantages under certain situations. Up until now, I have only seen those serve as platforms and launch things. Don't know what else can she do. Mr. Izuku, where are your weapons? Asked Port. I don't need them now. I don't want to blow this place away, answered Izuku casually. My fists and legs are enough. Izuku raised his shirt sleeves. Everyone then could see the scars all down his arms. His whole arm was covered in them. Blake widened her eyes at them. What the hell? Why does he have so many scars? Thought Blake. Foremost just thought of them as tattoos on arms. But the Nico girl knew quite well what he had. 2. Alright, get ready, said Port, moving towards the second cage and raising his axe. Go Izuku. Cheered Ruby. Go Fearless Smash Leader. Cheered Nora. Good luck. Cheered Pyrrha. Weiss moved to the sidelines and stared at the greenette, who now took his own stance. The teacher broke the lock and out came a similar-looking boar Grim. The creature glared up at the boy, who also stared at the creature with calculating eyes. The monster then rushed towards the greenette with its horns ready. Izuku just stepped to the side, letting the monster ram its head onto the wall. Ha ha! A nice dodge. Looks like you know what to do, said Port. The creature shook its head and turned towards the greenette. It started spinning at high speed and zoomed at him. Izuku just smirked and did a roundhouse kick, knocking the creature back at the wall, which in turn twisted its neck. In just a few seconds, the greenette one-shotted the creature. The teacher clapped his hands. For bravo! A way to subdue your opponent without causing excessive damage and without any weapons or semblance. Praised Port. It seems we have another one who will be a great huntsman. No wonder 𝐈𝐵 made you the support for other teams. You are giving me too much praise, said Izuku sheepishly. Way to go Izuku, praised Ruby. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. Be sure to cover assigned readings, and stay vigilant, said Port. Class dismissed. Weiss had an angry frown on her face. She went out while the others looked at her. Izuku decided to check onto her. Timeskip. Weiss was walking down the hallways, frustrated. Ruby quickly followed up behind her and turned around the corner. One Weiss called out. Ruby. What? Asked Weiss, frustrated. What's wrong with you? Why are you being? Ruby was interrupted by the white girl sharply. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Answered Weiss. You are supposed to be a leader, and all you've been so far is a nuisance. What did I do? Asked Ruby, shocked. That's just it, replied Weiss angrily. You have done nothing to earn your position. Back in the forest you acted like a child and you've only continued to do so. Weiss, where is this coming from? Asked Ruby. What happened to all the talk about working together? I thought you believed in acting in a team. Not a team led by you, replied Weiss curtly. I've studied and trained, and quite frankly, I deserve better. I can understand why Izuku was chosen as a leader. He's actually a studious person. He created a new Remnant record all by himself. He could be probably better than any of us, so I can understand his position as a leader. But not yours. Neither you have strength, nor you study. One Weiss stopped her rant as she turned her back on Ruby. The girl meanwhile was on the verge of tears as she heard this. She did whatever she could to beat the monsters, and yet there were still some people who thought that she didn't earn her position fairly. The white girl went out while Ruby was downcast. She started to turn around, only to see Izuku standing and looking at her in worry. Look, before you ask me what I feel about you, I am telling my answer right now, said Izuku. You have earned your position with whatever things you had at your disposal. I don't doubt that. 1B but W Weiss. Ruby was stopped by Izuku head-patting the girl, stopping her crying. She just needs to realize the truth of life, said Izuku. She scolded you because she has trained probably in a harsh environment, while she thinks you didn't train like that. If she says that you were chosen by mistake, train harder, improve yourself, break through your limits and show her that you aren't a mistake. For Ruby nodded lightly while the greenette smiled. Now, let me handle her. She just needs a small lesson of life, said Izuku. One Izuku then went after the white girl, while Ruby looked at him going away. She rubbed her tears away and turned back to see 𝐈𝐵 standing and drinking hot chocolate. That conversation with Ms. Schnee didn't seem to go very well, said 𝐈𝐵. Mr. Midoriya handled you far better than I could. I still want to ask. Is she right? Asked Ruby. Did you make a mistake? That remains to be seen, said 𝐈𝐵 while chuckling outside. Weiss was strutting out of the class building angrily when she heard some footsteps behind her. She turned back to see Izuku walking up to her and frowned. Weiss, what's wrong with you? Why did you lash out on Ruby? Asked Izuku. Are you angry at her for acting like a child? Yes, why won't I be? Retorted Weiss. She is a child. She was so distracting during the whole class. During the initiation, she just got in my way every time I tried to fight. Out of just sheer luck she formed that plan, which could have failed had she lost her focus. She even has a short temper. She angrily sliced down a tree after hearing my opinion on her. This is not suitable for a huntress. And not to mention you did most of the work, you saved her from the wyvern which was going to attack her. 3. Izuku just stood still while his green hair shadowed over his eyes. Weiss continued her rant, not noticing the boy's reaction. I honestly think Ozpin made a mistake making her the leader. Continued Weiss, I trained most of my life, I studied hard and I excelled in almost every field. I should be the one who should have been a leader. I can understand why he made you the leader. You have all the qualities of a hunter: strength, power, speed, and high intellect. And let's not forget the fact that you made a record which can be broken only by you. Izuku finally looked at her with pity in his eyes. Weiss, tell me honestly. You are jealous of me and Ruby, aren't you? Asked Izuku. Weiss was taken back by his question. She was expecting some sort of disagreement to her statement, not this. What? How dare you say that? Asked Weiss angrily. Then why do you keep on targeting me and Rubes? Asked Izuku. He then started advancing towards the girl, who in reply was stepping back each time he stepped forward while a blush started forming on her cheeks. 11. From the start, I have seen you go against Ruby the most. I ignored it thinking maybe you two guys will become friends later. But later, I noticed how irritated you become to anything related to Ruby. Continued Izuku. Anything she does, you become angrier. Well, that's because she is acting totally childish. That I is not fit for a leader, said Weiss, nervous on how close the boy was. 1. She just started in the school. This is a place for learning, it will take time for her to mature. She is 2 years younger than us, so sure she will act childish. Retorted Izuku. If I am not wrong, you are angry that she has become the leader instead of you, since you consider yourself a perfectionist. 2. I am not a perfectionist. I am close to it, said Weiss, frowning. Or at least better than her. She doesn't deserve to be the leader. I trained hard, studied hard, I deserve better. Sigh. I see the problem now, sighed Izuku. You may be better than her, me, everyone else here, but that does not mean you will get everything forever. Nothing will work in your favor forever. You need to get that thing in your head. Life will never be sweet forever, so face that reality now. You need to coordinate with teams in order to save people. Isn't that why I joined this school? Weiss widened her eyes as she heard this. Sure, it may sound rude, but it was the truth. I see a girl with lot of potential in front of me. Continued Izuku, but it's been wasted by her attitude. What do you mean? Asked Weiss, confused. Your attitude and behavior. You act as if you could do everything on your own. Answered Izuku. You refuse to team up with your own team. You try to team up with the strongest, which maybe seem good, but if you ever team up with any other huntsman, you won't be able to perform good. Ruby is sociable and has a good attitude, which allows her to form bonds with others. She could fight with other people. Izuku then put his hands on her shoulders, surprising the girl with his action unknowingly. Listen, here at Beacon, we study to become huntsmen, people who save those who cannot save themselves. They are almost comparable to heroes, said Izuku. So, please change your attitude and go reconcile with Ruby. Who knows, there might be some day she will come to save you. 5. Saying this, Izuku went away back to the dorms, while Weiss contemplated on his sayings. Port was watching this exchange from far. He chuckled lightly as he patted his mustache. Seems like there was no need for me to intervene, said Port to himself. He wasn't the only one watching. Ozpin and Ruby were also seeing it from behind the pillars. The duo had a talk about Ruby's selection earlier and saw Izuku talking with the white girl and decided to eavesdrop. Ozpin smiled seeing this. I told you, Ms. Rose, he can handle it, said Ozpin. Anyway, I guess it's time for you to go back to your room. Sure, said Ruby reluctantly as she frowned, clutching her heart. 2 times Skip, Blake and Yang were sleeping peacefully in their own beds in their room. Weiss opened the door and entered the room. Weiss got to the bed on top of Yang's, and saw Ruby sleeping with a pen in her hand. There were several books around her. Weiss looked at the pages, and saw that Ruby had managed to reach the teachings of the class. The white girl lightly tapped her hand, waking her up. Ruby jolted up. Weiss. I was studying and I fell asleep and I'm sorry. uttered Ruby. Weiss covered her mouth and signaled her to be silent. She then looked at the empty mug in front. How do you take your coffee? Asked Weiss quietly. I don't. Answered Ruby confusedly. Answer the question. Weiss said sharply. Cream and 5 sugars. Ruby answered quickly. 4. Don't move, sighed Weiss as she got down. The white girl reappeared few seconds later with a mug of coffee and held it out to the smaller girl. Here, said Weiss. Thanks, Weiss, thanked Ruby, taking the mug. So, please change your attitude and go reconcile with Ruby. Who knows, there might be some day she will come to save you. Izuku's words repeated in Weiss' head as she looked at Ruby. Ruby, I think you have what it takes to be a good leader, said Weiss. Just know that I am going to be the best teammate you'll ever have. Good luck studying. She got down and reappeared a second later, pointing at the copy. That's wrong, by the way, said Weiss. Weiss then got down again and went towards the door while Ruby watched her go. The white girl turned to her. Hey Ruby, said Weiss, I always wanted bunk beds as a kid. Saying this, she went out of the room and closed the door behind her. Ruby lied down to study as she smiled. She then thought about a certain someone. Thanks Izuku, for making her be friends with me, thought Ruby. I swear I will work hard. Meanwhile, today is very quiet, a certain green-haired hero said to no one as he sat on the rooftop of a building. He was eating some energy bars. Indeed. It's as if we had been pulled back to when the era of quietness during my time. Said 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐸 kid, I think it's better you rest tonight, said Banjo. There haven't been any incidents recently. I agree with him, said. You better rest and get yourself in absolute peak shape if you want to fight the villains. Maybe you guys are right, muttered Izuku. Alright, let me make a last round around Vale and I will go back. Izuku stood up and gobbled down the energy bar. It's nights like these that villains make full work of themselves, said Izuku as he pulled down his mask. Midoriya, which villains do you think are here? Asked Yoichi. Not sure, but excluding All for One and Tomura, most of the PLF members, I guess, answered Izuku. Several prisoners were absent from the cells. It is highly possible that other villain organizations are also here. However, only time can tell that. Saying this, Izuku bent down and jumped high in the sky using his float to go around the city one last time before retreating. If heroes protect the ones who are hurt, then who protects them when they are in pain? 3. Okako Uraraka aka Uravity. A man in a hoodie was walking down a road in Vale at night. It was total darkness. Only the light of the few old light poles was seen glimmering. The stray dogs and cats nearby ran away from him. Few screeched and barked at him, who just ignored them. The man walked into an alley, where a girl was seen waiting for him. The girl was looking at her scroll. As the man walked up to her, she put it away and turned to him and said, You sure like to take your time, here. It's not easy to hide from the public, said the man. The police have been increased in numbers, and I cannot attack them freely, even though I could, to prevent our trails getting tracked. Can you really do that? Said the girl wide-eyed, before recomposing. Whatever, it's not like you will go rampage through the whole city like a madman. When's the next phase? Asked the man impatiently. I'm not getting informed about this. If your plans waste my time, I'm gonna go against you guys. Chill out, replied the girl. Cinder informed me to inform you guys to wait till the vital tournament. It will be then, when she will execute her plan. What's the plan, though? Asked the man confused. Dunno. Didn't told me that, said the girl nonchalantly. You guys need to just wait for her signal, and then send your allies into the battlefield. No need for you to go now. All right. It better be worth of the wait, said the man, turning away. At this moment, the girl realized she had forgotten to say something. You know, I have an info you might really be interested in, said the girl. This caught the attention of the man, who turned towards her. His face couldn't be seen from the shadows of his hoodie. Ho! And what that might be? Asked the man. The girl replied, Cinder had said that previously someone had attacked her and your knife-tooth guy. Someone who was too fast for her to track, and very powerful, able to break one of the rudders of the bullhead. I think that person might be from your area too. How did he look? Asked the man, interested. No idea, said the girl. She didn't give me any other info about that guy. just that he is extremely fast and strong. Looks like I need to train more, sighed the man. If I don't have any info on him, then I will train myself. Oh, are you scared of him? Asked the girl, smirking. This angered the man, who gave her a death stare, making her sweat a bit in fear. Small puffs of smoke were forming over his hand. 11 I have never been scared of anyone, replied the man. I have trained my quirk all my life to improve myself as much as possible. I have fought against the heroes many times, many who were powerful than me, and defeated them. If I can do that, then I can also defeat that hero which is here. Don't try to lump me with your weakling teams. Saying this, the smoke disappeared as the man turned away and walked to the other side of the alley, where a car stopped by. The man entered into it and then the car drove away. The girl just watched the car going away and disappearing in the distance. She then let out a sigh as she turned to the walls. Geez, he really gave me the cold shoulder, said the girl to herself as she wiped off the sweat from her forehead. He is really scary. I was lucky enough to not panic. Should have chosen my words more carefully, else next time, my body pieces will never be found. After talking to herself, the girl shook her head and jumped up to the rooftop of the two buildings using the pipes and walls as support. Timeskip Izuku was currently eating in the cafeteria with his and the other teams. His mind was full of several thoughts, villains roaming around, improving one for all, training his team, etc. Meanwhile, Nora had started a story. So, there we are. Started Nora. In the middle of the night. It was day, rectified Ren. We were surrounded by Ursi, continued Nora. Yang was listening intently to the story. Blake was reading her storybook. They were Beowulfs. Rectified Ren again, dozens of them. Nora exclaimed, getting up from her seat, but they were no match. And in the end. Ruby was looking at Izuku poking his food while Weiss was polishing her nails. Pyrrha also was looking at Izuku with worry. Something was wrong with him. He hadn't been saying anything for the past 5 minutes. Ren and I took them down, continued Nora, and made a boatload of lean selling Ursa's skin rugs. She's been having this recurring dream for nearly a month now, said Ren while holding his mug. Izuku, are you okay? Called out Pyrrha to the said boy. The greenette said nothing. He was still in his thoughts as he tried to think of plans to capture the villains. Izuku, called out Pyrrha again, still no reply. I miss Katsuden. I really miss the times All Might went to deliver Katsuden to me when I had gone rogue. Thought Izuku. Let me see if the ingredients are available here also. If yes, then I will make Katsuden myself. For the red-haired girl sighed and cupped her hands near her mouth and went closer to Izuku's ear. She breathed in a lot of air before using all her might. To Izuku Midoriya. Pyrrha yelled out hard enough. This was enough to break the greenette out of his thoughts as he rubbed his ear and looked at the girl. The others present at the table had their ears covered, more particularly Blake. Here. Oh sorry. I was just in some thoughts, said Izuku casually, as if the yell hadn't affected him. What's up? Pyrrha sighed again and asked, I was asking, are you okay? Oh yeah, I'm absolutely fine, replied Izuku as he started eating his noodles. Ruby raised her eyebrow and made some hand signs towards the greenette in worry and said, it's just that you seem a little not okay. Don't worry, I'm absolutely fine, replied Izuku as he gave a thumbs up. For his ears picked up a voice from the far end of the cafeteria. Izuku turned to the source to find Team Cedar laughing beside a girl who seemed to have bunny ears. The girl was trying to shift to the sides but couldn't as she was guarded from the left side. The greenette frowned a bit. One Izuku, it's Kaden, isn't it? Said Pyrrha, realizing the reason Izuku was silent. He has been picking up on you since the first week of school, isn't he? 7 Izuku looked at her with a deadpan expression on his face. He was surprised and upset she came into this conclusion. The one for all users widened their eyes at this. She's kidding, right? Asked Banjo. Ain't no way that guy can bully ninth. Said, you're kidding, right? Asked Izuku. I don't even know that guy, except that his name is Kaden Winchester and he is the leader of CD. And no, he isn't bullying me. Or more like, couldn't bully you, said Ruby. The other day, I saw him trying to trip you, but he fell down instead when he made contact with you. Or when he blocked your way with a wall from somewhere, but you broke the whole wall. said Ren 6, or when he tried to lock you, but you broke the freaking locker, said Pyrrha, and of course, threw the already swayed-on rocket locker to the sky. Izuku put up his hands in defense as he heard all the sayings of his friends. He wasn't expecting them to list all the things he did. He mostly ignored these small petty things over the bigger ones. It didn't landed that far from the school, replied Izuku. He then again looked at the team teasing the poor girl. He was going to take action in case anything extreme happened. He seems like a pure J, said Izuku, doing practical jokes. The ones where it gives pleasure to the doer and pain to the victim. He is a bully, said Ruby, frowning. I know, replied Izuku, eating the noodles. I have known it from the time the Team 𝐶𝐸l was formed. Izuku, if you ever need help, you can ask, said Pyrrha. Help for what? Asked Izuku, confused. He hasn't even come near me. Nora got up and said excitedly, oh, we'll break his legs. Please no, replied Izuku, sweat dropping. I don't want us to get into trouble. Pretty sure he could handle himself. Thought Ruby. Why would a mountain-destroying person get bullied easily and not retaliate even one bit? He then stood up and put his fork down, having finished his plate, surprising the others that he ate so quickly. He picked up his plate and smiled at his friends. I'm fine, said Izuku, smiling. It's just that I was thinking about how to improve my team's fighting techniques. That's all. Also, don't think I am the only one 𝐻𝐸𝐻 tries to target. He's a JRK to everyone. Oh, that hurts. A yelp was heard as Izuku's danger sense spiked up, making him look at the source. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 was seen pulling the bunny ear of the girl. The girl seemed to be in pain. Please, stop, requested the girl. I told you that's real, laughed 𝐻𝐸𝐻. What a freak. Okay, that does it. Izuku exclaimed in an angry tone as he put down his plate violently, surprising the ones present at the table. 7. He got out of his seat and strided towards the team with anger in his eyes. He then went and grabbed the wrist of the boy, making him look at the greenette in surprise. Blake was the most surprised out of all. Listen here. I am gonna say this once and won't be repeating, said Izuku angrily. Don't you ever touch anyone else again like that again, or else your aura won't be able to heal the injuries I will inflict upon you. 2. Izuku squeezed the wrist tightly, making the boy groan in pain. He started holding his wrist while groaning in pain. The bunny girl was holding her ear while looking at her savior in surprise. Ah! Ouch! OWW. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 yelped in pain. Yes or no? Asked Izuku angrily, not caring how hard he had held the wrist. Yes. Okay. 𝐻𝐸𝐻 shouted his answer. Hearing this, Izuku released the hand and turned towards the girl. He bent down at the girl's level, who closed her eyes in fear. She flinched as she felt her ear being rubbed lightly. 3. Are you okay? Izuku asked gently. The girl opened her eyes to see 2 emerald eyes looking at her in worry. He was rubbing her bunny ears to ease the pain. You okay? Your ears, are they hurting? Izuku asked again gently. The bunny girl felt her cheeks burning up as she kept on staring at the emerald eyes and feeling the soft rubbing. She realized she was staring too long and quickly released her ears from him, who looked surprised. 8. Thanks, the girl said quickly and left the area abruptly. What happened to her? Asked Izuku. I wanted to apologize for touching her ears without her permission. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐸𝐻 still had his hand hold in pain. He was blowing air over the injured wrist continuously while his team was attending to it. He looked at Izuku in anger. Hey! Who the hell you are? 𝐻𝐸𝐻 yelled. Just a hunter, replied Izuku without turning back. He went to his own place while 𝐻𝐸𝐻 put his hand in cold water and gritted his teeth. One thought had troubled him. Why didn't my aura helped me? Thought 𝐻𝐸𝐻, aren't they supposed to protect us from harm? 18. Izuku sat down and looked at his friends staring at him. He sweated a bit from the attention and started fidgeting. Asked Izuku, you really have guts to go up against one of the strongest bullies, said Ys8. As if I care about them, answered Izuku. 1. I knew it. Our smashing leader is really fearless. Exclaimed Nora. Ren put his hand on his chin and said, your strength is really appreciable. You did good, said Pyrrha. I really can't stand people like 𝐻𝐸𝐻. They are absolutely atrocious. He is not the only one, said Blake calmly. It must be hard to be a faunus, said Yang, resting her face on her hand. Life is unfair. It has always been, said Izuku, eyes closed. No one was given a choice on how to live at 𝐵H. This should be realized. For Blake had her yellow eyes on the greenette. Her bow twitched slightly as she opened her mouth to speak. Why? Asked Blake to greenette as she leaned onto him a bit. What? Asked Izuku, confused. Why did you did that? Asked Blake, intrigued. Why did you protect that girl, who was a faunus? Wrong question. The correct one is, why won't I do that? Replied Izuku. I can't stand a person getting bullied. To me, everyone is equal, be it human or faunus. Blake sat back as her mouth curled up a bit. She seemed to be satisfied with the answer. She went back reading with a smile, when Izuku noticed the book. You haven't finished that? Asked Izuku. I have. It's just I love reading this volume, said Blake, smiling. Oh yeah. Chapter 43 is really good. The whole artillery arc was amazing, said Izuku. That chapter. God, it's so good. Replied Blake. If it was a movie scene, Ruby would jump on the cannon. While they were talking, Ruby was watching them while eating her cookies. She was feeling weird, but couldn't describe it. Was it the admiration she had for her idol? Sure, she admired him a lot. But this feeling, this wasn't admiration. It didn't felt like one. Ruby Rose had no idea what was the new feeling which had formed in her. 𝐶 meanwhile was looking in anger at the greenette talking with the black-haired girl. He was going to ruin all of the days of the boy, no matter how hard it seems. He was going to get his revenge. 11 Izuku detected malicious intent from around the cafeteria, but couldn't pinpoint it, so he decided to ignore it. He will do something about it later. One time skip. This is prior to the Faunus Rights Revolution, more popularly known as the Faunus War. A green-haired professor in the classroom was teaching at high speeds. Humankind was quite adamant about centralizing Faunus population in menagerie. Most of the students were bored, except a few. Izuku was writing notes about the history of Faunus in his school notebook. If he wanted to catch the villains, he needs to keep up with the others at school. Meanwhile, with some spirits in a spirit world. 9th, you sure he isn't a relative of yours? Joked Banjo. He seems exactly like you. 1 No, he isn't. Replied Izuku mentally. Though yeah, he looks like me. An older, nerdier me to be precise. 3 Now, while this must feel like ancient history to many of you, it is imperative to remember that these are relatively recent events, said the professor, speeding towards his students while drinking coffee. Why? The repercussions of the uprising can still be seen to this day. He seems to be high on caffeine, said. Too much is not good for health, added 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐽. I agree. Replied Izuku. Now, have any among you been subjugated or discriminated because of your faunus heritage? Asked the professor. A few students raised their hands. The bunny girl from before also raised her hand. Izuku frowned at this. It's no different from our world, said Izuku mentally. People will still get discriminated for their unique traits. Dreadful, simply dreadful, said the professor. Remember students, it is precisely this kind of ignorance that breeds violence. He drank some more coffee from his mug, making the one for all users gulp in fear at his health getting deteriorated from drinking too much. I mean, just look at what happened to White Fang, exclaimed the professor, before speeding back again to the sides. Now, which one of you young scholars can tell me what many theorists believe to be the turning point in the 3rd year of the war? Weiss raised her hand at this. Izuku also wanted to answer, but the answer was very awkward. The battle at Fort Castle, answered Weiss, a bit unsure. Precisely, exclaimed the professor, and who can tell me the advantage the Faunus had over General Lagoon's forces? Izuku was writing the notes and had spaced out a bit, thinking about the aura incident back at the initiation. Behind him, Carden threw a paper ball at him, making him snap back to reality. Ooh, there goes Uravity. Fortinhay, he exclaimed a bit at this, turning back to look at Carden smirking. What was that for? Mr. Midoriya. The professor sped up close to him, making him jump up in his chair at this sudden event, finally contributing to the class. This is excellent. Excellent. What is the answer? Izuku hadn't heard the question, so he had a sheepish expression on his face. I am sorry, sir, I had spaced out a bit. Will you please repeat that question? asked Izuku sheepishly. Not a problem, my dear doppelganger student, replied the professor. Can you tell me the advantage the Faunus had over General Lagoon's forces? Form. Now Izuku wasn't one who wouldn't read a book about the Faunus and the ones discriminated. But he couldn't remember the thing he had read in one of the books about this same thing. Pyrrha was trying to show him hand signs to signal him the answer. The Greenette couldn't understand. However, from his experience of fighting in the wars back at home, he could guess the answer. The Faunus had fought the general's forces at night. He also had something in common with the Faunus. Enhanced senses, answered Izuku. Since Faunus are human beings with animal characteristics, they have several traits which are superior to them. Like enhanced senses. Some could see better in the dark than others, some could hear too well, some could smell things from miles away, etc. 7. His answer had completely silenced the whole classroom. The professor was looking at him with wide eyes. The unnerving silence had made Izuku sweat. Izuku was totally confused. Bravo! Bravo! The professor suddenly exclaimed loudly, making the poor Greenette jump back on his seat in a crouch-like position. That wasn't the answer I was expecting. We have someone here who is silent, but is very intelligent. I was expecting you to say something like night vision or something, but it looks like I underestimated you. 3. The professor patted the Greenette's hair fast, but gently. He then went back to his podium. 5. Looks like we really have several things in common, Mr. Midoriya, praised the professor. If you ever need any help regarding the studying of Faunus, feel free to ask. Pyrrha sighed from the far seat. She was really thinking that Izuku won't be able to answer, but looks like the greenhead had exceeded her expectations by miles. Weiss now had new reason to respect Izuku. Blake was now starting to find the Greenette to be admirable other than the book reading. For the professor sipped the coffee from his mug so hard, it was unbelievable he drank it without coughing. Meanwhile, Kaden made an annoyed snort. TSK. What a show-off. Muttered Kun. If Kaken was here, pretty sure he would blow this guy away since he was exactly like him during the start of you, thought Izuku. I just hope his injury is not troubling him. 15. I really want him to cluster that brat away to the volcano, said Banjo. 1. Please no. Kaken's cluster technique is really dangerous. He needs to control it enough to produce high firepower at low injury. His A shot should be enough to do hit Kaden though. Replied Izuku. 3. Kun called out the professor. Perhaps you would care to show your thoughts on the subject. Well, I know it's a lot easier to train an animal than a soldier, replied Kaden uninterested. This answer angered Izuku a lot. To him, Faunus were the same as other humans, just born with unique traits. He hated when someone called them animals. You are not the most open-minded of individuals, are you, Kaden? Sighed Pyrrha. What, you got a problem? Asked Kaden, irritated, and Pyrrha got cut off by Izuku. 4. I've got a problem. And that is I hate when someone calls the Faunus animals, and that also rudely. Said Izuku angrily, so you better think about your words before you speak. Or else what? Broccoli Head taunted Kaden. 1. Nana and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 calmed him down as Izuku replied, or else, yeah, I can't do anything to you. 2. Kaden smirked without hearing the whole sentence. His smirk got removed once he heard the whole sentence from the Greenette. Or I will have to go to jail for destroying the whole Beacon School. Completed Izuku calmly. 11. The answer sent shivers down the boy's spine, as he remembered how easily the Greenette destroyed the wrist of the boy, making him go to the infirmary to put some medications on it. He grumbled in frustration. 1. Enough, please Mr. Midoriya, calm down. Kaden, watch your mouth the next time, said the professor, making the boy snort. General Lagoon was inexperienced and made the mistake of trying to ambush the Faunus in their sleep, spoke up Blake. Just as Izuku had said, they possess enhanced senses, and night vision had helped them a lot. His massive army was outmatched and the general was captured. Perhaps, if he'd paid attention in class just like a certain green hunter, he wouldn't have been remembered as such a failure. Kaden got angry as Blake had said the words while looking at him. He fisted his hands as he got up. Izuku got in front of him and gave him an angry stare. Try to do anything, and I swear no one will be able to stop my attacks on you, threatened Izuku. Last warning. Sit down, Kaden Winchester. 5. Kaden gritted his teeth as he sat down and did a tsh sound from his mouth. The professor decided to calm down the situation. "Mr. Midoriya, please take your seat," said the professor, making the said boy oblige and sit down. "Kang, you will see me after class for additional readings." For he then again started speeding up across the class and started his lecture again. "Now, moving on," said the professor. Time skip. Ren, Nora, and Pyrrha left the class after almost everyone had left. Pyrrha looked back at the class and then at her friends. "You go on ahead, I'll wait for Izuku," said Pyrrha. The duo nodded and left the place. Apparently, Izuku wanted some more notes on the faunus and their history, so he also stayed back. The professor thought that the boy was very studious, which he was, so he happily gave him some notes while scolding Carden about his behavior, but he never knew Izuku's real intentions. "What do you intend to do, Ninth?" asked Third. "I wanted the notes because I want to learn about the faunus," replied Izuku mentally. "I need to understand about their history and trace it to the current affairs, especially the White Fang group." "Also, how did you knew about the general question?" asked Ng. "If I remember correctly, you couldn't read the book in which this stuff was written." "If I had to guess, I would say he used his war experience, didn't you?" added Secondus. "You're right," replied Izuku as he put his notebooks in his bag. "I actually answered that question based on my own assumptions and experience. I can also see at night good, so yeah." Also, about the other enhanced senses, it came from the imprisoned villain bodyguard, Gigantomachia. He has several of his senses so much enhanced, he can't be attacked even in his sleep quietly. After getting scolded, the professor ran out fast while Izuku went out of the class. Carden tried to push him to the ground, only for him to push himself back. He grunted in frustration and left the place while Izuku looked at him in confusion. Pyrrha tapped his shoulder, getting his attention. "One Izuku. You okay?" asked Pyrrha. "Never felt better," replied Izuku. "Let's go. I need to unpack my stuff." "Oh yeah, let's go," said Pyrrha. The duo started walking back to the dorms. Pyrrha started a chat with him about improving her hunter skills, which Izuku gladly gave some info about it while also having some thoughts about the White Fang group. "Stop talking. I will win. That's what heroes do." 8 Katsuki Bakugo aka Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite 4 Team MNPR was sitting in their dorm room, though their leader was missing. It was almost midnight and the Greenettes still hadn't come back. Pyrrha was now starting to get worried. Each of the members were in their battle suits, waiting for their leader. Ren was checking his knife pistols while Nora was jumping on the bed playfully and Pyrrha was sitting by the window. "How come Izuku comes home so late?" asked Nora while jumping. "He's become rather scarce ever since he received the notes about the White Fang from Professor Oobleck," said Ren. "That's weird," said Nora. "Doesn't he know we have a field trip tomorrow? We need our rest." She jumped and laid down onto the bed with her hands behind her head. "I'm sure our leader knows exactly what he's doing," said Pyrrha. "He trains us even during night before dinner. He created the schedule for us without us having any disturbances with our studies. So I think we should wait a bit." One ping, a notification came into Pyrrha's scroll. She picked it up to see Izuku had sent a message to her. During the team creation, each of the team members had exchanged numbers with each other in case anyone needed something. "Guys," he sent a message, called out Pyrrha to the other two. "What does it say?" asked Nora. "It reads, Hi Pyrrha, sorry for not coming back sooner. Tell Nora and Ren to go to sleep. I might be late tonight as I am working on my gears. Sorry for the inconvenience." Pyrrha read out the whole message. "So that was the reason he comes back home late?" asked Nora. "I doubt. His gear isn't so much that needs repairing," said Ren. "He mostly relies on his semblance." 3 You know, I think we should sleep now. If he comes late, we can't do anything," said Pyrrha, putting down her scroll. "Let's go. How about we ask him the actual reason in the morning," suggested Ren. "I know we can't force him, but we mustn't leave our ally alone." Pyrrha thought about this for a few seconds. He was right though. Izuku was a weird human. He always went out at night and came back late. She was starting to suspect something was wrong. "All right," said Pyrrha, "we'll ask." Agreeing with this, the team members went to their beds and lied down. Soon, all started snoozing. Outside the room, Izuku was walking down the dark hallway in his hero suit. He had been out patrolling again and had no luck in finding more villains. He was walking back to his room, when he bumped into a certain red-tipped hair girl. "Oh, here. Deku. Long time no see," greeted Ruby. "Where have you been lately?" "Wano, well." Izuku lowered his voice. "I have been trying to find more villains, but I can't find more." He sat down on the ground as he was tired. He then looked at the girl as he opened his mask and respirator. "So, why are you awake?" asked Izuku. "I couldn't sleep," said Ruby as she sat beside the greenette. "So, how many of your villains do you think are here?" "Not sure. But I think it shouldn't be more than 100. Replied Izuku. "You guys better start training. If those guys ever catch you, I'm pretty sure you all won't be able to fight back. They are that strong." 1. "Izuku, how do I become a proper leader?" asked Ruby. This confused Izuku. He looked at Ruby to see her staring at him with her silver-colored eyes. "What do you mean?" asked Izuku. "I mean, recently, when you made Weiss be friends with Ruby got cut off by the greenette wrong. I just made her realize the reality. The rest of the decisions are hers," said Izuku. "So, I feel like I have been burdened with huge responsibilities. I need to work harder to be good in the eyes of my team, yet I still feel as if all of it is just still not enough," said Ruby. "I mean, look at you. You are someone who has a unique power, you have a perfect, appealing dream of saving people, and you have all the qualities of a leader. It's as if you are the definition of perfectness here on Remnant. Your teammates can rely on you." 5. "You're wrong in that area," said Izuku. "I also have my own flaws. Several." "Wait, really?" asked Ruby, surprised. "I have never seen you doing anything wrong." "I have several flaws, trust me," replied Izuku. "No one's perfect. Be it in another world. For example, if someone close to me is beaten to death or if someone's made fun of because of some unique trait, I start to lose my cool. I am trying to keep it under control now. It will take some time though. Another example is I still can't use 100% of my power unless I combine my other powers together to compensate for it. 2. I really have never seen you be angry. I tried to imagine, but it's not possible," said Ruby, "except that day, when you saved that bunny girl." 1. "I wonder, why are we sitting here outside the rooms?" asked Izuku. "But that's because you didn't go inside your room and sat down on the ground," replied Ruby, "and I joined you because I wasn't feeling sleepy. I didn't go inside because my team is sleeping, and I don't want to wake them up. Since they are a bit stubborn, they would have been wide awake had I not sent a message saying I will be late," said Izuku. "Besides, the doors are a bit old, so they will creak for sure." The two sat in silence for a few minutes. Nobody spoke anything. The only sound that could be heard was the snoring of few members of both the teams. Ruby suddenly realized she was alone with Izuku, and that also at night. She slowly started blushing up as she saw how close she had sat to Izuku. The greenette then looked at her. "Ruby, how about you join me to train?" asked Izuku. "I have been training my team to upgrade their skills, and I could also do the same to you. Besides, I have more notes on you than those guys." Ruby gave it some thought and then replied, "Great idea. I could really use some help to improve myself. Anyway, get some sleep. It's late. Good night." Saying this, Ruby went back to her room. Izuku meanwhile was thinking about the girl's sayings. "She's like me," said Izuku to himself in a low voice, "the old me, who was totally naive about everything. Looks like I need teach her the reality slowly." "I agree. You better do it before it's too late," said second one. "You know, I was having this thought troubling me," started 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐫. "If the villains have been pulled into this world, does this mean those nomes are also here?" This thought scared Izuku a bit. He had completely forgotten about the nomes. But, for those, 𝐒𝐲𝐽 was needed, who was currently locked up at Tartarus. There was no All-for-One currently back in his world, so then why should the nomes be here? As far as he remembers, 𝐒𝐲𝐽 worked only All-for-One and Tomura Shigaraki. 2. "It is acceptable," said 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐫. 3. "What?" asked Izuku. "You sometimes don't realize you mutter your thoughts out loud," said Yoichi, chuckling lightly, "and yes, your reason is acceptable. My brother was heavily injured last time in the war and has disappeared since." 3. "Let's hope it does not come down to the worst outcome," said. "I hope you can guess what I am coming to." "Please don't," I don't want to see more devastation, said Nana. Izuku, go back to your room and sleep. It's enough for tonight. 5. I guess you're right. I still need to train harder though, replied Izuku. He then stood up and opened his room's door without creaking the door somehow. He went and collapsed on his bed, which was onto the ground floor for an easy get out. Meanwhile, Ruby closed her door and lied down on her bed, looking at the ceiling. She then realized something. I'm such an idiot, she whispered and hit her forehead. I forgot to ask what his equipments were. I must see them. Time skip. Next morning, all the students had been taken to a nearby forest, which was totally red in color. The trees, the bushes, etc., everything was red in color. It really looked like a place a vampire would happily live in. Professor Glinda was walking down a clearing with the students behind her. Students, the forest of Forever Fall is indeed appealing, but we are not here to sightsee, said Glinda. Professor Peach asked all of you to collect samples from the trees deep inside this forest, and I'm here to make sure that none of you die while doing so. Izuku was walking at the last of the group and carrying several jars along with some boxes. He walked beside Carden and went towards his team, while the brown-haired boy had an evil smirk on his face. He tried to trip him, but the greenette mistakenly stepped on his ankle, injuring it. Carden held it in pain as Izuku looked behind. Sorry. I didn't saw that. Sorry. Apologized Izuku. He then went and stood beside his team with the jars and boxes. Each of you is to gather 1 jar's worth of red sap, said Glinda. However, this forest is full of the creatures of Grimm, so be sure to stay by your teammates. We'll rendezvous back here at 4 o'clock. Have fun. Excuse me, Professor Glinda, called out Izuku with his right hand raised while holding the boxes and jars with his left hand. May I ask as to what is this red sap? Is it different from the usual ones? Does it have some kind of unusual property? Is it something the Grimms might fear? What chemicals do one bonk? Pyrrha bonked Midoriya to stop him from muttering so much he might create his own album named Muttering Thoughts. Izuku realized that he was muttering and rubbed his hair sheepishly. Sorry. My bad habit. I thought I had got rid of it previously, said Izuku sheepishly. 3. Glinda smiled seeing that someone asked him a question. The others were either like they had their sound output blocked out or they were some kind of NPC. Some, like Ruby and Yang, just enjoyed the view. Midoriya reminded her of Oobleck. 4. Well, to answer your question, Mr. Midoriya, yes, the red sap are indeed a bit different from the original sap, replied Glinda. Peach had told me these red saps contain a type of medicinal chemicals, which ease pain on any injury except fractures, of course. They have sweet smell and can also be eaten. She didn't told me the rest of it. Midoriya was writing in his notebook with his pen while Pyrrha and Nora were holding the boxes and jars. Thank you for this valuable info, Miss Glinda, said Izuku as he closed his notebook. I must ask Professor Peach to teach me how to make medicines. I should have brought more jars to collect the sap. He put his notebook in his bag and took the boxes and jars from the duo and started walking in a random direction with his team following him. Team RWBY followed them. However, Team 𝐶𝐸 followed Team MNPR, but from a distance. Time skip. One of the members of Team 𝐶𝐸 had collected all of the sap in the jars the team was given. He threw them down and saw his teammates lying beside the trees in a relaxed way. Seriously, Carden? Why do you need so much sap? Asked the boy. Do we really need to collect so much? I mean, up to the brim. Why? Ha ha. You don't know what's happening, right? Said Carden as he got up. Come on, I will show you. The boy then took his teammates to a nearby red bush. The team members then looked down from the bush, which was on a height taller than the ground. They had lied down. On the other side, Team MNPR and RWBY were collecting the red sap. Ren had filled up a jar with the sap and gave it to Nora and took the other jar. He started filling it up, and as soon as he went to give it to Nora, the jar on her hand was empty. The girl had eaten up the whole sap and was now smiling sheepishly. Midoriya had filled up 3 jars full of crimson red sap and was now filling the 4th one while seeming to be muttering to himself. Carden, what's going on? Asked the boy. Payback, said Carden. Pyrrha asked the boy, following his gaze at the red-haired girl. Not only her, the broccoli head too, said Carden in a low voice. Those are my targets. The girl I hate the most. Red-haired, know-it-all, thinks she's so smart. And the broccoli is the one I want to hurt the most. Just like the girl, he thinks that he's very smart. He think just because he's stronger than most students he can do anything. 10 He then took the brown box beside him and held it in front of him. "All right, boys," said 𝐭 last night, "I had rounded up a box of rapier wasps. And now, we are gonna put them to work." The box was trembling a bit. Low buzzing sounds could from the box. "Now, according to one of the essays you had wrote for me last week, these nasty things love sweets," said 𝐭. "I think I am getting you," said the boy, smirking. "I'm thinking it's time we teach her and her boyfriend a thing or two," said 𝐭. Pyrrha was seen talking with 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and carrying one of the jars 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had filled with to help him. The team stood up in a crouched position. 𝐭 handed one jar to each of the teammates and took one. He then turned towards the other side. "We all are gonna do it at once. Since that broccoli might be able to dodge one, we'll attack at once," said 𝐭. Team 𝐶𝐷 got in a throwing position with 𝐭 in the front. Pyrrha and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 were still seen talking, unaware that they are being targeted. They turned their backs on Team 𝐶𝐷, making their work easier of throwing undetected. 𝐭 gave the countdown and as soon as he hit one, the whole team threw the jar. Time slowed down as the jars went towards the duo. However, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 saw them from the corner of his eyes as his danger sense alerted him and pushed Pyrrha to the front and activated his full cowl. He gave a swipe of his hand and pushed back the jars from where they came from using the air pressure. One of them though managed to hit his arm, and he thanked God he was wearing his mid-gauntlets, he didn't had aura like the others. The jars went back and hit Team 𝐶𝐷. 5. "What was that?" asked Pyrrha. "How would I know?" replied 𝐒𝐿𝐴. "I just saw something coming at high speed and instinctively knocked it back. Though I can guess what it was." He raised his arm and showed it to Pyrrha, who frowned and looked at where it had come from. His whole mid-gauntlet was drenched in red sap, which was giving of sweet smell. "𝐶𝐷," sighed Pyrrha, "no matter what we do, they always try to ruin it. I've got to wash them." Deadpanned 𝐒𝐿𝐴. "At least liquid doesn't seep in. Smells sweet." "Pyrrha! Deku!" called out Ruby. "You guys okay? Why is your arm drenched? And why is Pyrrha on the ground?" "We got hit by something. I managed to knock back most of them, but one hit me. And it looks like it could be the work of 𝐶𝐷," replied 𝐒𝐿𝐴. "My guess is that they threw their jars at us." He pulled Pyrrha back up, when he realized something was tugging his arm. He looked at it to see Nora licking his arm. She had the red sap covered all over her lips. She smiled sheepishly at him and suddenly ran off. What the? Pyrrha then looked at her jar to see it empty. "Nora. So that's why she liked my arm," said 𝐒𝐿𝐴 in a relieved way. "Thank God I tightened my jar lids. She won't be able to open them unless she destroys it." While the trio were talking, Team 𝐶𝐷 on the other side of the bushes had been completely drenched in the sweet red sap. 𝐭 had several anger ticks on his forehead and wanted to kill the greenette very badly. The others also wanted to do the same. 3 a growling sound could be heard. This froze up the team as they looked behind. A huge grim monster was standing in front of them. It had several spiky bones on its back. The sharpest ones were at the central part of its back. It then stood on its 2 legs and growled at the team's drenched suits. 𝐭 team members started running back. "That's a big ursa," cried out one of them while the others ran away. The monster swiped its claw at 𝐭 and threw it away, who fell onto the ground beside the spot he was in. The monster then walked over to the boy. 𝐭 picked up his weapon, which was a sharp mace, and swung at the creature in an attempt to scare it. The ursa simply swiped it away from him, throwing it back. Meanwhile, Midoriya's danger sense spiked up, alerting the boy about the incoming threat. The stabbing was coming from the back of his head, so he turned behind and looked at the bushes. Roar! A loud roaring sound was heard, alerting the other students, especially Ruby since she was near 𝐒𝐿𝐴. "Did you guys hear that?" asked Ruby. 𝐭 team members were then running behind her. Pyrrha and the others present looked at them running. "Ursa! Ursa!" One of the members yelled. While running he crashed onto Yang, who picked him up with his collars. "What? Where?" asked Yang. The boy then pointed at the direction and said, "Back there." It got 𝐭. "Yang, you and Blake go get to Professor Goodwitch," said Ruby as Yang released the boy, who ran away. You two go 𝐤𝐻𝐻𝐻. Whoosh! A small earthquake was felt as smoke spread out in the place. Everyone turned to the source to see a certain green head missing. His half-empty jar and empty jars were on the ground while the filled-up jars had disappeared, signaling he took them with him. Well, he has got to work, said Ruby. Blake, don't stare at the smoke. Go! Go! 11. The duo snapped out of their trance and ran back to where Professor Goodwitch was with Ren and Nora following. Pyrrha and Nora took out their weapons and got ready. There could be more, said Pyrrha. Last time we fought at the initiation, most of the Grimms were targeting Izuku even though I was beside him. One Ruby just stayed quiet. She was starting to suspect something. Is it because he is from another universe? He's not like the others. I am scared for him now, thought Ruby while running back to the jungle. Carden was running across the ground with the monster following him. The Grimm jumped in front of him and used its claws and hit the boy back, knocking him backwards. Carden crawled across the ground on his knees. CRP! 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 He uttered in frustration and fear. Pyrrha, Ruby, and Weiss soon came to the area and saw the boy getting chased by the Grimm. Oh no! Ruby exclaimed as the monster was very close to the boy. The Ursa raised its right claw to hit the boy. Crash! A glass breaking sound was heard. The Ursa stopped its attack. Everyone turned towards the source to see broken glass shards on the ground with a lid beside them. Red sap could be seen fallen on the floor. The Ursa left Carden and walked over to the spilled sap while Pyrrha signaled Ruby to bring the boy out of harm's range. Crash! Splutter! Crash! More crashing sounds were heard. This time, the Ursa got hit with the jars. The force was so much the monster flinched back. The 4 students were confused as to what was happening. A realization clicked into Ruby's head. We must kill it here and now, said Weiss, ready with her rapier. Wait, said Pyrrha. Everyone, get back, exclaimed Ruby and pulled the duo behind. Whoosh! Smash! A green blur was then seen slamming onto the monster, destroying its spikier bone spikes and knocking it back. Izuku had landed onto the scene. His suit seemed a bit dirty. Deku, where were you? Asked Ruby. Fighting more Grimms, replied the greenette. He looked at the scene. Carden was behind the trio trembling. The trio had their weapons out. The brown-haired boy had his chest plate wet with red sap. The greenette got the gist of it. So that's it, said Izuku. He bent his knees a bit and pulled his fist back. The monster was running towards him. In a second, he smashed through the Ursa, destroying its head and all of its spikes in an instant. This happened so fast, the trio couldn't see any of it. They thought he just teleported to the other side. No matter how many times I see it, it's still impressive too. No matter how many times I see it, it's still impressive, said Weiss. He is alone, a one-man army. Izuku, why we're late here? Asked Pyrrha, making the boy looked at her confusedly. I meant, you ran first and came here late. Why? With that speed, you should have been able to beat this Ursa and save Carden first. Oh, it's because of this, said Izuku, showing her the thigh pads of his suit which were stained with red sap. Nora had spilled some on them. When I was running here, I saw several Grimms following me. I decided to take them out, but more kept on showing up. Why do you think my suit is dirty? Oh, so that was it, said Pyrrha. Deku's danger sense spiked up as it started warning him of incoming threats from all around the forest of the Forever Falls. He looked around, seeing the bushes and trees shaking a bit. Ja roar. More growling and roaring sounds were heard. The group became alerted hearing them. The bushes rustled and out walked many Beowulfs. Behind them, 5 big Ursas followed. Deku frowned in frustration. Wow, I wasn't expecting so many to pop up from outer nowhere, said Weiss as she held up her weapon. Get ready. Now's not the time to joke, said Izuku as he looked at the monsters. Weiss, knock every monster you see with your dusted shots. The ice ones. They will helpful for holding off the large crowds. Ruby, run across the forest in a circular way and cut down the trees. It will create a barricade, preventing the Grimms from running away. Slice the ones outside of it in the nearby range. Pyrrha, cover Weiss. And Ruby with your sniper. Find for the Grimms at long range and alert us about its direction. Also, someone get a hold of the kid. Wait, Then what are you gonna do? Asked Weiss. I think the red sap is attracting more Grimms. Especially since I threw several onto the ground, they will now come after us. Said Izuku as he activated his full cowl. I'm gonna help Ruby ready the barricade and then myself beat bigger ones. Get it? Everyone except Carden nodded. Weiss stood with her rapier raised and her right hand forming a small iron sight. Ruby took out her crescent rose and activated it into its default scythe form. Pyrrha readied her spear sniper and shield. Let's do this, said Izuku. On it, replied Ruby. She started running in a circular path and sliced any tree which came to her way. Weiss rotated the barrel on her rapier and selected the blue one. She then swung her hand to the front, and out came a huge trail of ice, freezing the Beowulfs in its way. Pyrrha went and grabbed Carden's collar and raised him up in the air. Normally I wouldn't say anything rude, but if I find you doing anything perverted, I'm gonna rip off your manhood right with your mace. 6. The boy nodded hastily. Pyrrha dragged the boy with her and put him behind her. She swayed her spear into the rifle form and started shooting at the Beowulfs which were frozen by Weiss. Izuku disappeared and joined Ruby with the cutting of trees with his shoes. I feel sad that I'm destroying the trees, said Izu. I'm gonna replant some more trees after this. 4. Really? That's your concern? Asked Ruby as she sliced down the trees. Leave it, said Izuku. 1. The duo increased their speed and zoomed in a circular path, cutting down enough trees and creating barriers. Izuku flicked an air shot at the Grimm which were trying to come out and knocked them back into the circle. The duo then joined the others at the firing site. Fire your best shots. I will take out the Ursas, said Izuku. The trio started firing continuously at the grouped Grimms while Izuku went to the nearby bushes. The Ursas looked at the Greenette and started chasing him. He ran away from the area. He looked at them to see their focus on the Grimms and sighed. All right, let's do this, said Izuku to himself. Can't let them see this yet. He sprouted 2 black whip tendrils from his hands and stuck them onto the nearby trees which were beside him. He pulled himself back until the tendrils were stretched straight. He then slingshot himself at the big Ursas and kicked their spikes. 2 monsters tried to attack him from the side, so he planted his hands on the ground and spread his legs to the side to stop them. You guys are like inferior Nomu, said Izuku to the 2 monsters while giving a smirk of a similar bunny fighter. 4. He rotated his hips and kicked the 2 monsters with his new fighting technique. Usagi style, Lunar Ring, yelled out Izuku in his mind. 9. He kicked the monsters to the side as a green trail followed his kicks. His kick knocked the Grimms far onto the trees. He started bouncing around the area, knocking out the rest of the monsters. Let's end this, said Izuku. He charged up One for All in his right fist and punched the ground, creating a crater and shaking the ground. The Grimm monsters got launched far away and got killed with the shockwave. The Greenette stood on top of a branch of a tree. Welp, this done, let's see the others, said Izuku to himself. He got down of the tree and started removing the debris from his way. He ran back to where the girls were. He saw the trio had taken out most of the Grimm monsters. All of them were frozen and Ruby was slicing them down while Pyrrha was shooting them. I won't interfere, muttered Izuku, watching the girls fight. Let them fight. They should improve. 2. After 10 minutes of continuous fight with the Beowulfs, the battle ended with the girls breathing. The whole clearing of the forest was frozen. 20 or 30 trees were fallen down. There were several frozen trees and bushes. Breathe, breathe, breathe. The trio were tired from the continuous firing. They dropped to the ground while breathing hard. I don't think I've ever been this tired from fighting Grimm, said Weiss as she breathed. You guys are tired just in 10 minutes, asked Izuku. You need to train harder. If you can't fight for just 10 minutes without getting tired, then you guys must improve. I agree. I guess we are weak, said Pyrrha, breathing. I must ask as to what is your training regimen, said Weiss. You sure aren't tired even one bit even after fighting the Ursas and taking them out. 6. You don't want to know it, trust me, replied Izuku. Wait, the one you make us do isn't the actual training you do, asked Pyrrha surprised. Nope, I make you guys improve your physical strength, replied Izuku, especially your stamina and endurance. Aura combined with that will give you super durability, and you should be able to endure more beatings and attacks. Deku, called out Ruby to the Greenette. Asked Izuku when I will start training. With you? Asked Ruby while breathing. Let me see. How about from Monday? Today's Thursday. Said alright, said Ruby. Weiss and Ruby were the most tired out of the group. The red-black dress girl had been slicing the trees and Grimms for the most, and Weiss had used a lot of glyphs and dust to kill the monsters. The two girls bent a bit to catch their breath, however, they had bent too much, and that also towards the greenette. Their butts were shown to him, which were perfectly round. Izuku blushed heavily and moved his head to the side quickly. 3. Let's get back. Professor Goodwitch might be wondering where in the whole Vale we would be. Said Pyrrha. I agree. She would be worried. Said Weiss as she stood up. Let's go. One moment, said Izuku. He walked over to Carden, who had stopped trembling on the ground. He picked him up with his collar, scaring the boy. Listen to me, boy, said Izuku. Here in Beacon, we need to improve our skills and get more experience as we can. These Grimms are enemies of humanity. Every day, no one sleeps with relaxing thoughts that they are absolutely safe. Someone dies somewhere on Remnant, shrieks and screams for help, but won't get saved. Why? Because no one here is God or stuff, one who can reach them every time. Which is why we hunters train ourselves to protect them, like the heroes of the comics. 3. He released the boy onto the ground, who had shocked expression on his face. We leaders are people who guide our teams to victory. If you join the school just to bully other people and stop them from becoming ones who can save people, then you better leave this place. Said Izuku in a harsh voice. This is not a place for people like you. 2. Saying this, he turned to the girls. Let's go. Professor Glinda might be worried. Said Izuku. He started walking to where they had come from while the girls followed him. He didn't know, however, his words had affected Ruby and Weiss a lot. Carden followed them slowly. Ruby looked at Izuku as the greenette stared back, seeing a worried expression on her face. What? You okay? Asked Izuku. Nothing. It's just, you and Pyrrha are a lot alike. Both are almost the same. Said Ruby. The girl then looked in front of them while walking. Izuku got a flashback of Weiss and Ruby showing their butts, and blushed heavily. Ruby noticed the blush and wondered what was wrong. She then remembered something. Izuku was standing behind them when they were catching their breaths, and she had bent too much. She also blushed as she realized why the boy was now not making any more eye contact with either her or Weiss. The group were then walking through the forest in awkward silence. 5 times skip. Professor Glinda just surrendered. In a matter of 2 weeks, the Team MNPR had gathered the attention of multiple Grimms. And it seemed like Team RWBY was going to join them soon. And most of this seemed to be the work of Ruby Rose, Pyrrha Nikos and Izuku Midoriya, well, mostly Izuku. He did astounding things one could only dream of. It was going to be tough to keep his doings secret, but as his teacher, she was going to do her best. She felt like the kid was going to be a problem child for her. 6. It was nighttime. Both the teams had gathered in Team RWBY's room. They were chatting amongst themselves about the several things, trainings, interests, etc. So Izuku, I heard you were going to train Ruby, is that right? Asked Yang. Yep, Ruby wants to improve her speed and strength. So she asked me to train her. Replied Izuku while sipping some chilled chocolate. This is actually good. The ice has chilled the liquid choco so much its taste feels refreshing and melts in my mouth. Did you seriously analyze the chocolate drink? Asked Weiss. What? I am just stating my opinion. Said Izuku. Izuku, what training will you give Ruby? Asked Blake. Let's see, said Izuku as he put his mug down and pulled out his notebook and turned to a particular page. First up will be some basic training. Starting with speed, then strength. We'll end it with enduring aura training. What's enduring aura training? Asked Yang, confused. I haven't heard it. Oh no, good luck Rubes, said Nora, giving the said girl a thumbs up. What? Why? Asked Ruby. What is it anyway? He makes us withstand several shots with our aura until it is fully depleted, said Ren, sweating a bit, and then makes us do several planks and several other hard physical training. It's to improve your physical endurance, said Izuku while sipping. Combining aura with that, you should be able to withstand 2 to 3 truck crashes onto you. And then after aura booster training, it should be around 4 to 5 or maybe even 6 truck crashes. Now what's this aura booster training? Asked Ruby, scared of the training. Nothing much, said 𝐒𝐿. You guys just take on my physical smashes continuously till your aura limits is up. If this continues on, the limit should increase day by day a bit. 2. The group remembered how the Ursa got destroyed by 𝐒𝐿's smash, and shivered thinking what will happen with them. Can I join? Asked Yang. I would like to see how strong 𝐒𝐿 moves against a person. 6. Can I join too? Asked Blake. I would like to increase my speed and agility since I mostly specialize in stealth. Alright. Come on Monday. I will send you all the schedule. Said 𝐒𝐿. Alright. I will also join. Said Weiss. I don't want to be left alone. 𝐒𝐻𝐿. 3. Sure. The more, the merrier. Said 𝐒𝐿. Are we forgetting something? Asked Ruby. I don't think so, said Pires. I forgot. Yelled Ruby. Scaring the others, she walked over to the greenette and held his collar and started shaking him violently. I don't care how, you will show me your equipments tomorrow or on Sunday. I haven't seen them in person since the start of school. Ruby yelled excitedly in 𝐒𝐿's ear. 4. Oh, okay. 𝐒𝐿's soul left his body. She released him and started making theories on what his gear could be while the others tried to bring the soul back into the greenette's body. After that, the girl apologized and everyone chatted till it was time to sleep. 𝐒𝐿 decided that it was okay for him to not go patrol for once and slept back on his bed in his team's room. 𝐒𝐿 decided that it was okay for him to not go patrol for once and slept back on his bed in his team's room, the perfect servants for the villain king, I say. 3. Kyudai Garaki team RWBY were walking through the streets of Vale along with Midoriya joining them. Pyrrha was doing some of the homework given to her back at the dorms while Nora was annoying Ren with her antics, while the poor boy was wishing for his leader to return. I really love how this place is wholly decorated. I have never ever seen so much joy in my whole life. Said Yoichi, smiling. Oh yeah, I forgot. You were from the time when All for One was at his peak. Said Banjo, so you probably don't know how things were celebrated. Same with second and third. We had banners, but all of them were from the protesters. Said second, giving a small, faint smile. Though yeah, I agree. A small change doesn't hurt much. It's really nice to see everyone happy for once. Said third, glad you are watching everything now. Said Midoriya mentally, I wish you guys were here in real. Don't worry. I'm satisfied enough. Replied Yoichi smiling too. Welcome to Vale. Banner was put up on top of a road. It was the very same old shopkeeper from Dusk Till Dawn whom Ruby had met first who was putting up the banner. Every house in the city of Vale were decorated with colorful balloons. People were hustling the place. Weiss went forward and stretched out her hand in a T-pose. 3. The Vital Festival, exclaimed the white girl. Oh, this is absolutely wonderful. 2. I don't think I've ever you smile this much, Weiss, said Ruby. It's kind of weirding me out. I agree with Rubes, Weiss, said Midoriya. I think you should smile more. Smiling makes a person more appealing, which suits girls more. One hearing this, Weiss exploded into a grenade of blush. Blake and Yang had their eyes widened at the greenette. Ruby felt angry, for some unknown reason. 3. What? Why you can't say to things like those out loud casually, you d-dolt. Weiss stammered while covering her cheeks with her hands. No. I didn't knew the Green Knight in hero suit was such a flirty boy. Said Yang in a very suspicious voice, I like it totally. Him. This seems like that scene. Muttered Blake as she pulled out her book Ninjas of Love out of her back and turned over the pages rapidly and went on to a particular page. Yep, this situation definitely seems like this one. Good to know, Deku. You're quite observant. Said Ruby as she turned her head back and pouted. He never told this to me. 2. I never knew Ninth was so much flirtatious, said in, chuckling, power of being ignorant and a dork. Joked Banjo. 2. Midoriya was confused as to what the group was saying, then realized he had mistakenly flirted with Weiss instead of telling her to smile. His cheeks started reddening as he waved his hands rapidly in the air. Sorry. I didn't meant to flirt with you. I was just commenting on your smile. Midoriya said embarrassedly. No need to worry, Greenie. Weiss surely appreciated that compliment. Said Yang as she put her arm around his shoulder. 24. Weiss was trying to stop her blushing. This was the first time someone had actually complimented her beauty, even with that ugly scar on her face, below her right eye. Before that, nobody had ever complimented her, seeing her only as an heir to the Schnee Dust Company. 2 minutes after the misunderstanding, the group calmed down with Yang still teasing Midoriya. A thought lingered in his mind continuously. 5. Though I had a question, said Midoriya, what's this vital festival? The group was silent as they looked at him with weird eyes. Ruby had a drop of sweat running down her forehead. She gulped her saliva back as she remembered the boy was not from here and was still informed of several things. What do you mean you don't know that? Asked Yang. Even first graders at school know that name. You guys are forgetting I'm not from here, said Midoriya. The place where I lived in Mistral was near the forest area, so I am not much of a city guy. 11. Allow me to explain to you what it is. Izuku Midoriya, started Weiss, becoming excited every second. Vital Festival is a festival dedicated to the cultures of the world. There'll be dances, parades, a tournament. Oh, the amount of planning and organization that goes in this event is simply breathtaking. The group started walking again as Midoriya nodded to every word Weiss had said to her. So that's why you're more excited and smiling more. You like festivals, don't you? Asked Midoriya. Yeah, it's so appealing. How could you not smile? Exclaimed Weiss. You really know how to take a good thing and make it sound boring, said Yang with her arms crossed. Quiet, you, replied Weiss. So, this vital festival is like a worldwide version of the sports festival, observed Midoriya as he wrote in his notebook. Just like in the sports festival, the whole Japan watches us hero students perform our best in several activities. Here in the vital festival, the whole of Vale watches several events. But the events aren't mostly based on sports, they are more like for entertainment. Hey, remind me again why we're spending our Friday afternoon visiting these stupid docks, asked Yang. The group went near the harbor, where a lot of fish smell was coming off. Ruby immediately held her nose as it got into it. They smell like fish, said Ruby through her nose too. I've heard that students visiting from Vacuo will be arriving by ship today, said Weiss, and as a representative of Beacon, I feel as though it is my solemn duty to welcome them to this fine kingdom. I don't know why, but you sound like you want to spy on them, said Midoriya, and those ships, bullheads, are actually ospreys. They just call them bullhead. What? You can't prove that, said Weiss nervously. I can. Aside from the fact you stuttered after I said this, there was a friend of mine who did a similar thing. Deadpanned Izuku. 3. I agree with him, said Blake. She wants to spy on them so as to gain the upper hand in the upcoming tournament. Weiss blushed embarrassed as she got exposed. The group heard some commotion and turned to the source to find a shop with several barricades in front of it. Police were investigating the area. The group started walking over to it. The shop window panes were broken and glass pieces were fallen on the ground. 2 officers in white suit were inspecting and recording the area. Ruby approached them. What happened here? Asked Ruby. Robbery, answered the officer. Second dust shop to be hit this week. This place is turning a jungle. At least that criminal hunter is preventing any sort of casualties. Saying this, the officer went inside the shop while Yang put her hands on her hips. That's terrible, said the yellow-haired girl. Criminal hunter. Who's that? Asked Ruby. You haven't heard of it, said Weiss, surprised. Rumors has been that there's a new hunter in town. Every night and evening, he goes out to hunt for the criminals who take part in the dust robberies, and beat them to the ground and get them handcuffed behind the bars. I also heard he goes mainly at night, but no one has ever seen him, said Blake. A new hunter. Ruby muttered. That's surprising, Rubes, said Yang. You're always excited about new hunters and well informed about them. Nothing, just a thought came in my mind, said Ruby in a low voice. The girl turned towards Midoriya and saw him sweating profusely. He made eye contact with her and nodded lightly. Ruby had her eyes widened. They left all the money again, said the officer, and thought is why. Why are they always leaving the money? Yeah, that just doesn't make a lick of sense, said another officer. Who needs that much dust? I don't know, an army, said the officer confusedly. Let me recap the whole sequence of robberies and events of this whole week, said Izuku in his mind. On Monday, 2 criminal groups were deployed at 7 p.m. on 2 different dust shops. I stopped both and arrested them, while also patrolling the area so as to avoid backup coming. On Tuesday, nothing happened. I just stopped small-time thugs. The first robbery happened on Thursday at 4:45 a.m. I was out for my usual jogging, and as soon as I encountered them, knocked them out fast before they could react and arrested them. But I encountered them after the robbery happened. So when did this one happen? You're thinking, the White Fang? Asked the officer. Yeah, I'm thinking we don't get paid enough, said the other officer. Said Nana, this group is getting out of hand. It's been always them since we got into this world, said Banjo, frowning. I haven't ever seen them, but those guys are pretty popular nowadays. Izuku-kun has caught only few thugs, but those were only mediocre, added Yoichi. I need to find them. Something's wrong, they are only behind the dust all over Vale, but not the money. Thought Izuku. Why just dust and not money? One Midoriya got a small glimpse of something at the corner of the door. Something was stuck. He walked over to the door and bent down and tried to pry it out. He then inspected it closely. It was a sap-green-colored slime, which seemed to be cold. This reminds me of that guy from almost 2 years ago. Thought Midoriya and then realized, wait, this is possible. Of course. He could also be here. Who are you talking about? Asked Third, the first villain I had encountered in my life. He is one of the guys I hate the most, because he takes over a person's body forcefully. Replied Izuku. If he's here too, then I guess I will be going up against some of the Tartarus escapees. But why is this cold? The temperature in Vale isn't low. HMPH. The White Fang. What an awful bunch of degenerates. Said Weiss too. What's your problem? Asked Blake, sounding annoyed. My problem, retorted Weiss. I simply don't care for the criminally insane. The White Fang is hardly a bunch of psychopaths, said Blake. They're a collection of misguided faunus. This perked up Izuku's interest. Other than himself, the black-haired girl also seemed a bit knowledgeable about the group. He decided to get some info from her. What do you mean? Asked Izuku about the White Fang's faunus being misguided. Those guys just don't know what to do with themselves, answered Blake. They are being misguided by bad guys. Misguided? Don't make me laugh. Exclaimed Weiss. They want to wipe humanity off the face of the planet. So then they are very misguided, retorted Blake. Either way, it doesn't explain why they would rob a dust shop in the middle of downtown shop. Blake's got a point, said Ruby. Besides, the police never caught that Torchwick guy we ran into a few months ago. Maybe it was him. Wait, we asked Yang, confused. I meant by me and Deku, said Ruby. We both met that guy at the same area. Oh, you both met at the same area? Yang asked with her eyebrows raised. It's not like that. Ruby replied, blushing. There's a high possibility in him being the thief, said Midoriya. Ignoring them, the police had pulled up that wanted poster and it's still up. But that guy is still on the run. Then there's his associates. It is of course difficult to catch him. How do you know he has associates of his own? Asked Blake, surprised. You're talking to the guy who fought him, said Ruby. Wait, you fought him? Asked Yang. Almost beaten him. His partner managed to save him though, said Izuku. He could be the one behind these crimes. Though when does these happen is mysterious. That still doesn't change the fact that the White Fang are a bunch of some, said Weiss, annoyed. Those faunus only know how to lie, cheat and steal. One Weiss, enough. Stop that trash talk, said Midoriya with a stern tone of voice. Just because some faunus rob and destroy doesn't mean every faunus are like that. I agree with Izuku, added Blake. Whatever you have said isn't necessarily true. Hey, stop that faunus. A yell was heard. The group whipped their heads towards the source. Midoriya ran over to the railing beside the harbor with the others following suit and looked far away at the deck of a ship. One A-boy with a monkey tail was running with 2 men chasing him. He then stood over a railing and looked at the men. Thanks for the ride, guys, said the boy. He then jumped down onto the walkway and started running to the people place. You no good stowaway, yelled one of the men. The boy then went and hung over a pole with his tail. He then took out a banana and started peeling it. Hey, a no good stowaway would have been caught, said the boy loudly. I'm a greater stowaway. 3 A monkey faunus, said Izuku while watching from far away. That's the first one I have seen. He then thought he seems like a skinnier version of Ojiro. 6 The blonde boy dodged a stone attack and looked to the 2 officers from before walking up to him. "Hey, get down from there this instant," called out one of the officers. Instead of an answer, the officer got hit by the banana peel in the face directly by the boy. The boy then jumped forward and started running up to the stairs while the officers followed him. He went up and ran past Team RWBY and Midoriya. However, before passing by, he winked at Blake, who seemed genuinely surprised. He ran away while the officers ran behind him. 7. This didn't went unnoticed by Izuku though, who was now close to confirming his suspicions about the black-haired girl he has been having from the first day. "Well, Weiss, you wanted to see the competition, and there goes," said Yang. "Only if that guy was going to participate in the upcoming tournament," said Izuku. "Quick, we have to observe him," said Weiss, ignoring Midoriya's saying this. Weiss started running in the direction of the monkey furnace with Yang following her and then Ruby behind her. "She's really stubborn, here," said Midoriya as he looked at Blake, staring blank in the distance. "Blake, you okay?" Here. "Oh, I am okay." "Let's follow them," said Blake and started running. "Just one more proof and then I will be confirmed about you," muttered Izuku to himself as he started following her. The group ran towards the blonde boy being followed by the two officers, though Midoriya didn't wanted to follow since he didn't wanted to harm any furnace unless necessary, and besides thought that it was a waste of time to chase a kid. So he was running very slower than the others. The officers and the boy turned round a corner. Weiss tried to follow them, turned round a corner and dashed forward. A sound of something falling was heard. The group behind them heard the sound and ran to see the source, except Izuku, who was tying his laces back. He heard a bell ringing and saw a car in the distance he was familiar with. Meanwhile, Weiss had crashed onto what seems to be another girl. The white girl looked forward to see the boy escaping by jumping to the side. "Hi. No, he got away," exclaimed Weiss, upset. "Weiss," called out Yang to the white girl, who looked at her confusedly. Yang pointed her finger at the ground beneath Weiss. The white girl looked in front of her to see the girl with whom she had crashed onto. The girl was grinning widely. She looked cute. "She looked cute, 𝐴 Weiss quickly jumped back. "Salutations," exclaimed the girl. "Hannah," replied Ruby confusedly. "Oh, okay," asked Yang. "I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking," said the girl. The group was confused about the girl's behavior. The girl didn't reacted to the crash and was lying on the ground, grinning widely. She didn't seem angry. "Do you want to get up?" asked Yang. "Yes," exclaimed the girl excitedly. She then bent back a bit and then jumped on her legs by doing a partial front flip and landed in front of the group. Team RWBY got a bit surprised and stood back a bit. "My name is Penny, it's a pleasure to meet you," said the girl named Penny. "Hi Penny." "I'm Ruby," said Ruby. "I'm Weiss," said Weiss. "Blake," said Blake with her arms crossed. "Are you sure you didn't hit your head?" asked Yang, before getting hit by Blake for her stupidness and recomposing herself. "I'm Yang." "It's a pleasure to meet you," said Penny. "You already said that," said Weiss. "So I did," replied Penny. "Hey guys. What happened to the kid?" A familiar voice was heard. The group turned to see Midoriya walking up to them. He had an ice cream in his right hand, a chocolate cornetto. He had 4 vanilla-flavored ice cream bars in his left hand, being held by the sticks inside the finger gaps. "Where were you?" asked Ruby, drooling a bit, "tying laces and then buying some ice creams," answered Midoriya as he held up his left hand. "Here. I bought some for you guys too." "Yay." Ruby took one of the ice creams and started eating. "Thanks bud." Yang also took one. Blake and Weiss took their one silently. Penny was watching them silently, waiting patiently. Midoriya's glance then fell onto the new girl, who noticed him staring at her and grinned widely. "Hi there," said Penny. "Hello there," said Midoriya. "My name is Penny." "It's a pleasure to meet you," said Penny. "Same. It's super great to meet you," said Midoriya, turning to the 4 girls. "Looks like you guys got new friend other than me and my team." "Oh, we just ran into her earlier when you weren't here," said Weiss. "More like you ran into her," said Blake, stating the obvious. "Anyway, what happened to the monkey kid?" asked Izuku, eating his ice cream. "He escaped," said Yang. "Oh well, it wasn't worth the time anyway," said Midoriya. "Anyway, Penny, sorry for bumping into you," said Weiss to the orange-haired girl. "Take care, friend," said Ruby. "Bye Penny, see you later," said Midoriya. The group turned and started walking away from the girl. The group quickly ate up their ice creams. However, no one noticed the expression Penny made on her face. She was weird. said Yang confusedly. Don't say like that. Maybe she is a happy-to-go girl, said Midoriya. Maybe her day is going better than anyone. I am sorry, but she felt too much excited, said Banjo. She was cute though, said Nana. No, where did that faunus riffraff ran off to, asked Weiss to no one. Midoriya was getting annoyed by Weiss' way of saying of the faunus. He was going to give her a talk about it. Bonk. Midoriya then bumped lightly into someone in front of him. The group then looked in front to see the orange-haired girl from before, Penny, standing in front of them. The greenette had bumped into her, pushing her back a bit. He panicked and started waving his hands rapidly. Oh, I am sorry, Penny. I didn't knew you were here. I was absent-minded. Gomenasai, apologized Izuku, saying the last one in Japanese mistakenly. I don't mind. I saw you thinking deeply, said Penny. Anyway, what did you call me? Oh, I'm really sorry, I definitely didn't think you heard me, said Yang, hastily, while Weiss was pointing behind her at Ruby with a weird expression on her face. No, not you, said Penny, and then walked over to Ruby, almost leaning over to her face. You? Me? I don't know. Ruby was now panicking inside, thinking she insulted the girl by mistake. Why? You called me a friend, said Penny. Am I really your friend? The situation was kinda like this. Just kidding. Ruby looked behind the orange-haired girl to see her team making signs of denial. Midoriya, however, gave a thumbs up and mouthed silently, why not? Yeah, sure. Why not? Replied Ruby. The WBY had blank expression on their faces. Then they fell down hearing the girl's answer, while Midoriya was confused. One sensational, exclaimed Penny. We can paint our nails, and try on clothes, and talk about cute boys like this green-haired boy here. She pointed at Midoriya, who blushed a bit hearing that. Ruby also had red tints on her cheeks. Penny then turned towards the greenette. I remembered. You had said we might meet later, said Penny. Does that mean I am also your friend? I don't have any problems. It's always nice to meet new people, said Midoriya as he held out his hand. I am sorry, I don't think I introduced myself earlier. My name is Izuku Midoriya. You can also call Deku. It's super great to meet you. Me too, said Penny, shaking Midoriya's hand rapidly. Weiss, is this what it was like when you met me? Asked Ruby as Weiss stood up beside her. No, she seems far more coordinated, said Weiss. So, what are you doing in Vale? Asked Yang. I'm here to fight in the tournament, replied Penny. Wait, you're fighting in the tournament? Asked Weiss. Yes. I'm combat ready. Penny gave a salute. Midoriya felt weird seeing that salute. The way she said that, and gave that salute, it felt so stiff. Like a more stiffer version of Ida. Thought Izuku. 3. Forgive me, but you hardly look the part, said Weiss. Says the girl wearing a skirt, said Blake. 3. It's a combat skirt, said Weiss. Yeah. Ruby high-fived the white girl, agreeing with the white girl. Sorry, but that kid doesn't look like a fighter at all. She seems more of an average high school girl, said Nana. I agree, said Wait a minute, said Weiss, walking over to the orange-haired girl and gripping her shoulder. If you're here to participate in the tournament, does that mean you know that monkey-tailed rapscallion? Blake had angry expression on her face. She frowned hard. Midoriya also had an annoyed expression on his face. He glanced at Blake's behavior, and got another suspicion in his mind. The who? Asked Penny confusedly. The filthy faunus from the boat, said Weiss. Why do you keep saying that? Asked Blake angrily, catching her attention. Stop calling him a rascapillion. Stop calling him a degenerate. He is a person. Oh, I'm sorry, retorted Weiss. Would you like me to stop referring to the trash can as a trash can? She pointed at the nearby trash can, or this lamppost as a lamppost. Stop it, yelled Blake. Stop what? Said Weiss. He clearly broke the law. Give him time, he'll probably join up with those other faunus in the White Fang. This is getting out of hand. Thought Izuku. 1. You ignorant little brat, muttered Blake while FSNG her hand. She turned and walked away while Weiss stood still, realizing what the girl had said to her. How dare you to talk me like that, replied Weiss. I'm your team. Shut your mouth. Midoriya yelled angrily. He finally had enough of the CRP the girl was spouting. The angry yell surprised the others present there, especially Blake, 'Cause she just thought that Midoriya was the type of guy who doesn't like socializing and stuff. Ruby was sweating heavily. This was the first time she had seen the green-haired boy yell angrily. Sure, she had seen him angry the first time they met, but he had a different aura that time. This one is different. He seemed the annoyed of life type now. Young didn't know what to say or think or do. And Weiss was looking at the boy with wide eyes. She remembered how Ruby had told her about the greenette's anger. If Ruby hits you, does that mean Young hit you too? Asked Midoriya. What kind of stuff? Weiss got interrupted. If I hit you, does that 𝐈𝐴z𝐵 touched you? Here. Tell me. Yelled Midoriya. Weiss was thinking about what he said and trying to come up with a counter. You are probably not getting my point, I can say that easily, said Midoriya, annoyed. I meant that if just one group kills multiple people, does that mean all faunus, including that monkey faunus kid and that rabbit faunus girl from our school, killed people? Tell me. Oh, shut up, Izuku, Midoriya retorted Weiss, not liking the way how he was saying to her. That doesn't mean they haven't not or will not. How do you know they aren't or they haven't done anything like that? You are hopeless, kid, nothing else. Said Midoriya with a shocked expression on his face. I thought that maybe your enmity was only with Ruby, which has resolved, but now, it's actually just your personality. That she is. I can back you with that. Sneered Blake from the distance. She is a judgmental little girl. What makes you say that? Weiss went to Blake and stood in front of her with her arms crossed. The duo started quarreling among themselves while the others watched. Midoriya had his palm on his forehead, seeing them argue. Young leaned onto her sister's ears. I think we should go from here, guys, she said in a low voice. Where are we going? Asked Penny, confused. Not now, Penny, said Midoriya. It is useless to stop their argument. Weiss just ignored everything I said. So you admit it? Weiss' voice was heard. The White Fang is just a radical group of terrorists. That's not what I meant, you know, said Blake. Sorry, Penny. I think you should go back to whatever you were doing. Said Midoriya with a faint smile. We'll meet again later. Penny was going to answer back, but saw Izuku looking at her with a smile. Suddenly, steam started coming out of the girl's ears as her cheeks turned red. Her eyes turned into swirls. What? What's happening? Why I can't answer him? Thought Penny. Am I getting hacked? Penny, you okay? Asked Midoriya, looking at her face. Your face is getting redder each second. You better show up to some doctor. I am TT0 fine. Penny's voice started cracking. I am $. Saying this, Penny turned back and ran off at impressive speeds, impressing Midoriya. 3 times skip. It was night time. The girls were still quarreling. Midoriya was standing at the door near RWBY so as to see where the argument ends. Young and Ruby were sweating as to what to do. Kid, how's your info gathering been going? Asked Third. Not good. I am getting distracted lately. Replied Midoriya. These two have been quarreling non-stop. You want to know why I despise the White Fang so much? Weiss' question caught the greenette's attention. It's because they are a bunch of liars, thieves and murderers. Midoriya's danger sense spiked up a bit, indicating an aura of hostility being created in the room. Well, maybe we were just tired of being pushed around. Blake answered angrily. The others present stood still and silent at the answer. Weiss had her eyes widened. She took some steps backward from the bow girl. Blake realized what she had said. Not finding words to say, she ran away from the room, pushing Midoriya out of the way. Wait. Blake. Come back. Ruby called out to the girl. Midoriya's eyes got covered by his hair as he turned towards the white girl. I guess I did the wrong thing to save you, Weiss. Should have just leave you for dying. Said Midoriya coldly. 13. These words hit hard to the white girl. She knew that she was alive because of the green-haired boy. A wind blew into the room as Greenette had vanished. I had warned you, didn't I? Said Ruby as he looked at Weiss. Don't anger him. He may not look like one, but he can be really angry. And I can tell he is super obsessed about this. As he said. Young Weiss said nothing. She just stood still in the room, looking at the open door, contemplating on what the greenette had said to her. Outside, Blake was running towards a statue in the middle of a road. She stopped before and rubbed the tears off her eyes. She then slowly pulled the knot out of her bow and opened it, revealing a pair of cat ears. She tried to stop her tears. You know, I kind of guessed you were a faunus. A familiar voice was heard. How? Asked Blake, without turning back. Your bow was thin and twitched a few times. I just guessed it, said the voice. I knew you'd look good without the bow, said another voice too. You shouldn't be out here, Blake. Those new hazard group could get you and you won't be able to handle. Why do you care? Asked Blake. I care for everyone. 'Cause that's a hero's job, to care for everyone, said the voice. Besides, we are friends. What do you mean? Asked Blake as she turned back to the culprit. I don't care whether you're a faunus or not. I never cared for those stuffs. All people seem equal to me, said the first voice. Anyway, would you look to give me a small debriefing about the White Fang? Plus Blake looked up to see Midoriya smiling at him along with Monkey Faunus Kid from the morning.